That massive bear roared like thunder, then launched itself at its prey, shaking the air with every violent surge. Ko crouched in the cover of the brush, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might crack his ribs open. Just hours ago he was nobody. Now he's got the power to step in and change everything. While the monster was busy choking the merchant with its attention, Ku seized the perfect opening and slipped out before anyone could stop him. A wave of shame crashed over him, the second he even thought about it. Even though he'd already quit his old life, the universe hit back with a whole different plan. It all went down on a pitch-black train ride home, right after another brutal soul-crushing shift in one of those black companies. Suddenly, he found himself drifting in a pitch-black void, locked onto a glowing screen that dangled a second chance right in front of him. He stared down 3 brutal choices: the brave warrior, the wise magician, or the dark demon lord. Kuz scoffed at every option, because in this brutal new world, he knew they all led straight to the grave. He scrambled for any way to stay far from the spotlight. Right then, a secret option popped up, letting him choose none of the choices above. The void started to glow the moment the transfer to another world kicked off. Sunlight stabbed through a thick canopy, and he snapped his eyes open. That shift was so seamless he almost swore. He'd slipped into a vivid dream, right in the heart of that lush forest. The truth finally hit him like a punch. He wasn't some hero or noble, just a person, fully and fiercely himself. He patted his suit pockets, and all he turned up was his smartphone, a wallet, and a few crumpled tissues. Right then, a shaky, translucent status window flashed into existence like it was ripping through reality. His level was low, but his mana pool was insanely huge, like it didn't make sense. The display flashed the truth. His magical power was snapping back at an utterly impossible pace. This didn't feel like some grand fantasy tale. It felt like the kind of high-stakes video game where one wrong move ruins everything. He snapped on an assist skill right away, and suddenly his new abilities made sense instead of overwhelming him. A sharp chime blasted through his mind the moment the installation wrapped up. Now it was time to find out what a real, everyday person could pull off when it counted. He lunged forward, slapped the towering tree with his hand, and yelled for his item box to answer. That massive trunk just disappeared into thin air like it was never even there. This was way more convenient than any legendary sword could ever be. With a single command, he shattered the tree and peeled it into raw cypress wood. Then he put his creation skill to the test and started experimenting like his life depended on it. He locked his focus onto the materials he'd just ripped from the world. With a burst of blinding light, he hammered a plain wooden stick into existence. When it showed up on the status screen, I realized that weak-looking thing was built like a god durability through the roof. The moment the item materialized, his skill rank skyrocketed. He realized that every piece he forged made him stronger. Each craft turned into more power. He started to wonder, could he actually speed up the whole process from start to finish? With a quick mind flick, he flipped the interface into a slick, more efficient mode. The windows were hovering in his mind, just waiting to snap into action. He didn't even have to lift his hands to conjure a full workshop. He hurriedly forged a wooden axe, and somehow it bit like tempered steel. Even with a weapon gripped in his hand, Ku had never been the fighting type. He locked onto the giant boulder, then triggered his dexterity skill like a switch flipping mid-battle. He hurled the wooden axe with every last drop of strength he had. The moment hit like a bomb-pure, explosive shockwave. He stared in total disbelief as the dust finally settled. A plain wooden tool shattered into pieces, while the solid stone stood no chance and broke apart completely. He still couldn't wrap his head around the full punch of power hidden inside him. But he knew one thing for sure: if anyone could make it out of here, it was him. He decided to spend the whole afternoon grinding his creation's rank. The sun blazed overhead as he powered through one recipe after another, not slowing down for a second. Exhaustion finally dragged heavy eyelids down over his eyes. By the time he hit rank 5, he stood there in the middle of a field he'd built with his own hands. He finally got it. Experience points only came from digging up brand new items. His inventory had exploded with supplies, chairs, spears, everything he could possibly need. Even the furniture itself seemed cursed, blasting anyone who came too close with crippling effects. The sun started sinking toward the horizon, and the sky erupted in scorching shades of deep orange. He had to hunt down a village fast, because once the forest really turned deadly, it wasn't going to give him a second chance. As he kept walking, he realized something wild. His legs never once started to burn, not even a little. His senses were razor sharp, catching every rustle in the grass like it was screaming at him. Then, out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the silence. He didn't even think. He just tore toward the noise like it was pulling him by the soul. He smashed through the tray line, and there it was again, the same nightmare from before. A hulking armored bear part demon, part weapon of steel and fur, was bearing down on the wagon. The beast was a walking wall of muscles, hungry for a fight like it couldn't wait to get pulverized. Ku crouched in the shadows, eyes locked on the bear, still unaware of him. Fear slammed into him, screaming, "Turn back, save yourself!" He couldn't shake the thought, did he really owe his life to some random stranger? A memory from his childhood finally clawed its way back to the surface. He stared at the television with eyes stretched wide, like he couldn't blink. He once dared to dream of being a firefighter, the kind of real-life hero people actually thank. They look absolutely unstoppable, charging in to save people on instinct, never pausing to think about their own safety. Staying idle right now would turn him into the total opposite of the man he's fighting to become. If he bolted, the merchant would get slaughtered for sure. He had the skills and the raw power to flip the world and make a real difference. His eyes snapped with sudden resolve. With a desperate scream, he burst out of the bushes, charging straight into danger. He snapped his dexterity skill into action and hurled his wooden weapon with dead-on, kill-it-all precision. The strike tore through the air like a blur, sliding right past the bear's armor. With one savage swing, the monster's head was ripped clean off its shoulders. The merchant crumpled in shock, and right then Ku strode up and thrust out his hand. But he didn't need to be some legendary brave. He just wanted to be the one who stepped up the moment someone needed help. The merchant introduces himself as Chrome, and he pours out his deepest gratitude for the rescue. Ku drops his own name, then insists, totally humble, that he's nothing special at all, just a simple woodworker. Chrome stares at the bloody axe, then blurts out, "Did you forge this, Ku? Because this thing's got power that shouldn't even exist." Ku tilts his head and goes, "Wait, was that armored bear a real monster or just something scary that got the nerve?" The merchant nearly snaps, blurting out that an rank beast like that could wipe out entire villages in one single night. Its height is as tough as refined steel, and most weapons can't even scratch it. It realizes he's just pulled off something totally unhinged, blasting it away with a wooden tool. As the sun slides toward the horizon, Chrome swings open the invitation and dares the young man to stay, right in his grand mansion up ahead in the city. The merchant got the smallest slice of the chaos, because when the earlier ambush hit, the coachman and the horse bolted and left everything behind. Ku spots his chance to help and blurts, "Should I stash the goods in my item box?" He tells the old man, with total confidence, that his storage capacity is basically bottomless. With a flick of his hand, a colossal magic circle crashes into place and seals the entire carriage in its glow. With a blinding flash, that massive wagon disappears into thin air like it never existed. Chrome is so stunned she freezes solid and blurts out, "Who are you really, Ku?" Ku lets out a jittery laugh and insists he's just been training in the mountains. Like that somehow makes his lack of common sense okay. They start their grueling trek to the city of Onin, and Ku hustles to pull in even more clues. He discovers the terrifying rule: people are born with just 3 skills, and no matter what they try, they can never add a 4th. He stared at his own status screen and went, wait, he was already level 8, stacked with a massive list of powers. He keeps his thoughts locked away, but he can't deny it. His powers are totally off the charts for this world. Chrome tells you the truth. Armored bears barely ever show up on that main highway. He admits he hired escorts from the mercenary guild, but the second that bear showed up, they bolted and vanished. It's a downright shameful tale, and this Ku keeps ramping up a growing distrust toward the local mercenaries. Chrome aims his sight toward the horizon and blurts out that they've finally made it. The colossal walls of On and loom on the horizon under a sea of stars. Kuge stands in the fantasy city with wide eyes, and pure excitement rockets through his chest. They march up to the main gate, then slam into chaos, because a huge crowd has piled in and the whole place is roaring with noise. Those cowards from earlier are right there, breathless, shouting to the guards that they fought the beast with everything they had. They're lying through their teeth, swearing Chrome finally got killed by that bear. Ku and Chrome lurk in the shadows, watching those mercenaries scramble to save face. A guard suddenly spots the merchant and erupts in a cry of absolute shock. Chrome steps up, stares him down, and asks what he thinks he's doing because he's saying, "I was killed." Ku slides up beside him, yanks the severed bear head out of storage, and slams it down as proof. A hush rolls through the crowd as everyone stares at the woodworker who just took down an rank monster. The guards snap their focus back to the mercenaries and demand the truth, right now. The three cowards start sweating buckets and stammering as their lies crumble to pieces. Chrome jabs the air with a finger and blasts them for ditching him right in the middle of the battle's hottest heat. Quitting a quest is a massive crime, so the guard snaps into action and readies the ropes for an arrest right away. The mercenaries are marched off, faces burning with shame, while the crowd heckles them like they've already lost. Suddenly, one of the men snaps loose and yanks his sword up to slash Chrome. Hugh shoots forward in a flash, throwing himself in front of the desperate attack. He snatches a wooden chair from nearby and swings it up to smack the steel blade aside with a brutal, ear-ringing clang. He yanks the chair back for a brutal counterstrike, and the mercenary just stares him down, pure rage burning in his eyes. Ku winds up that brutal piece of wood and crashes it straight into the man's head. The attacker jerks out a choked scream and drops to the floor the moment that weak effect kicks in. Strangers all around freeze in shocked silence as the young man grips a broken chair. Then the whole crowd goes wild, cheering their hero for wiping out that B-rank mercenary. They hurl the Ku high into the air and toss him up with cheers, while he fights tooth and nail to keep his composure. The city doesn't slow down. Festivities rage deep into the night as it cheers its newest protector into the spotlight. At last, they hop into a real carriage and rattle off to the merchant's home, finally finishing the journey. Ku stares at the streaking city lights, jaw clenched, replaying that brutal interrogation he just survived. The guards grabbed him and warned, that mercenary guild has been stirring up nothing but trouble lately. Chrome grins warmly and tells Ku, "Thanks for backing me at the gate." He announces, "We made it to the mansion, so don't stress. The coup won't need to end tonight." Ku hops out of the carriage, and his jaw just falls open in pure disbelief. The estate sprawls like a colossal palace of stone and blinding light, flashing its insane wealth for anyone to see. A towering line of maids drops into perfect synchronized bows, greeting their master the moment he steps back home. Ku practically freezes in the wrong place, then offers a careful, polite greeting as he steps inside. They lay out a lavish roast chicken spread and pour out fine wine, and the taste hits so hard it beats every memory he's ever had. Ko is marched straight into a guest room that screams five-star luxury, like a hotel suite built for royalty. He crumples onto the cozy sofa and swears he's never going back to his old life. He pictures Japan and suddenly it hits. No lovers, no parents, waiting there for him at all. This brand new world is crazy tempting, bursting with endless possibilities just waiting to be seized. He stares across the mansion grounds and makes up his mind. Tomorrow, he'll stake out his own place to stay. The very next morning hits, and Co-op starts gearing up to bolt out the door. Chrome slams into his path and throws in a whole month of free lodging as the ultimate thank you. The merchant leans in and tells you his company runs the best shop in town, promising top-notch service without missing a beat. Chrome is the real power behind the legendary Scarlet Company, sitting at the top and calling the shots with massive influence. He confesses he was just playing it as a lowly merchant, using the road to memorize every route before he finally retires. Kuso stays humble and flat out says, "I only pulled it off because my luck and my skills clicked at the perfect time." Chrome blocks his path and fires off one sharp piece of advice. There's a huge difference between just having a good hand and truly using it right. He leans in and reminds Ku that sure, tons of people have power, but most just waste it and refuse to use it for good. Ku has every reason to feel proud. He used his raw strength to rescue someone's life. A spark of purpose ignites inside the young man, and he rushes to thank the elder for every ounce of wisdom. Chrome pushes Ku to sign up at the Adventurers Guild so he can finally hit the road and see the world. A guild card will work as a perfect guide, and his insane skills will make climbing the ranks feel effortless. Chrome snaps at him to quit being so polite and to armor up the right way. Ku snaps into it. He still looks like just some plain old businessman in a suit. He strokes his chin, and suddenly a brilliant idea blasts into his head for his next piece of gear. He slams his creation skill on and zeroes in on every material sitting in his item box. With divine dexterity, he kicks off a brilliant process, tearing things apart and forging them anew. A selection screen pops up, and he slams the final design for his gear in place. A blinding flare erupts inside the room, and the armor snaps on by itself. He forged a whole suit of armored bear gear from the A-rank materials he hauled in from his kill. The final creation is a total masterpiece. White fur blazing, and those silver plates gleaming like they're made of pure light. Ku strides up to the giant Adventurers Guild doors and shoves them wide open. The whole hall drops into a dead, breath-stopping silence as every veteran adventurer snaps their heads toward the source. Gasps ripple through them as they spot the legendary bear hide on the man from the gate. Ku strides into the guild, a massive bearskin hanging heavy over his shoulder. The whole room freezes. Every eye snaps onto that monstrous pelt. The bear killer's whispers tore through the crowd like wildfire. He strides up to the counter like he owns the place, and every seasoned warrior zeroes in on his every single move. A bright receptionist named Melia beams, a huge smile, and greets him like nothing can ruin her day. She greets him at the on and branch, flashing a playful wink that says, "Come on, you're in for it." Who slips into a quick bow and demands to register as an adventurer, then freezes, nearly toppling over from sheer shock. She can't wrap her head around it. This guy's decked out like a pro, yet he's a total newbie. He blurted out an apology for the mix-up as she fought to steady herself again. Melia shoves the registration form into their hands and drops the bombshell that a mandatory practical exam is coming. He fills it out and admits, straight up, that rough situations aren't really his strong suit. She glares at that paper like it's playing the biggest prank on her. Ku demands the exact details of the upcoming test. She tells him he has to spar with an instructor who swears he's stronger than an armored bear. They rush straight into the underground training area right away. Other adventurers swarm in to witness the legendary bear killer tear into the action. Melia screams encouragement at him, fists clenched so tight her knuckles go white. She tells him, "It's fine to lose, just don't lose your spirit." Ku goes full beast mode and swings into action by drawing a huge cypress mallet. The blade tips the scale at over 100 kilos, yet somehow it feels featherlight in his hands. He snaps a practice swing through the air like a blade. That blast of wind rips through the crowd so hard it nearly sends the spectators tumbling off their feet. A crushing silence drops over the training hall as they finally understand it. His strength is the real deal. Instructor guy lunges forward, grips his massive training sword, and draws it with a loud, ready snap. Ku stays on high alert, refusing to underestimate that veteran. Both fighters lock eyes and plant themselves in the middle of the ring. Melia thrusts her hand up, slices the air with a signal, and the match kicks off. Ko charges forward like a bullet, blasting ahead at insane speed. He hurls the mallet in a huge, sweeping arc, and it slices through the room with a sharp, whistling scream. She just barely slinks out of the way as the blast slams into the training crates nearby and explodes them to splinters. The instructor snaps to the truth. One frontal hit would end him. Jissy laughs at his wild swings and drags every crack in his defense into the light. Suddenly, Ku vanishes right out of sight. He taps his item box and tweaks the mallet's weight and momentum with deadly precision. The heavy wooden club crashes into the instructor's blade and shatters it on the spot like it's nothing. The crowd erupts in a full-body gasp because what they're seeing is raw power on display, and it hits like a punch. Melia charges into the ring and yells for everyone to stop the fight right now. She snatches Ku's wrist up and announces loud and proud that he's the winner of the match. The adventurers gawk in shock at the shattered sword still somehow gripped in his hand. Then, the moment the newcomer steps in, the whole room detonates in cheers. Geese swallows his pride, admits defeat, and praises the young man's incredible skill. They lock hands while the instructor quizzes them about why that item box is used so weirdly. He smashes the exam and passes with flying colors. He finally slapped his brand new guild card into your hands. But back at the counter, Melia can't stop replaying that one-hit win like it's magic. She yanks out a guidebook and starts laying out the guild's rules, one explosive regulation at a time. 7 ranks decide your fate, stacked from F all the way up to S based on how you perform. She slams the message down. Any betrayal or forged paper will get you hit with brutal, no-mercy punishment. Ku suddenly realizes the entire system feels like he's trapped inside a full-on immersive video game. She tells them to go for B rank right now, so they can lock in a pension for their future. Melia steps up and drops a recommendation for his very first quest. He has to rip 50 stalks of Noza grass straight out of the forest. You're looking at $20,000 as the prize. Honestly, that feels like a totally fair deal. She grabs his attention and warns him straight up, the grass only thrives where monsters are already lurking. Because he's still a rookie, she demands that a veteran stick right by his side. Melia flashes him a thumbs up and swears she'll track down his perfect match. And I'm breathing out in pure relief because everything's running so smoothly. He still remembers how Chrome and the Scarlet Company pulled him through. He's still wasted dissenter. Suddenly, the air goes still, and the whole guild shifts. He spots long red hair like a burning sunset, and those eyes, they glow like enchanted jewels. Millie leans in and introduces her like it's a bombshell, Iris Newt Fafnir. She's an rank adventurer hailing from the Dragonfolk tribe. Iris plants her feet, arms crossed tight, radiating raw power like she's about to unleash something unstoppable. She locks eyes with him and calls him out as the legendary bear killer everybody's been whispering about. Kubao's voice stays intensely formal, like he can't help it. Right after he moves, he instantly regrets it. His stiffness betrays him and his face erupts in heat. Iris tells him to breathe easy, because from this moment on, they're comrades. Amelia tells everyone that Ku grew up in the mountains. No common sense at all. Iris grins and nods, telling him she's exactly the one who'll show him the ropes. He drops into a deep bow before the red-haired warrior, introduces himself as Kukusaka, and begs for her guidance. He instantly flushes with embarrassment, realizing he's been using those overly polite honorifics on autopilot. Iris lets out a chuckle and tells him to breathe. She knows they're both adventurers, so he should just talk like a normal human. She clocks it instantly. He was raised in the mountains, so common sense never stood a chance. She nods and offers to be his guide for the whole day. They storm through the buzzing streets, hunting for every scrap of information they can find. Who's down to hunt for a map and uncover where all the monsters really show up? Iris watches him move with razor-sharp precision, and then she can't help but tell him, "You're a rising star," she tells him. "Everything you need is right there in the booklet Melia handed you." Ku flips through the pages and realizes they're packed wall to wall with detailed data. Melia apparently wrote this strategy book all by herself. Iris tells them Melia is pure talent. She's the kind of worker who's destined to rise into a guild executive. Q suddenly realizes weapons aren't enough. He needs supplies too. They sprint toward Adventurer Street, ready to hunt down whatever they need for their next big move. He snatches up rope, torches, and water bags like he's gearing up for something dangerous. Who slams a magic circle to lock away the supplies. He shrugs and says his storage capacity is unlimited. Iris freezes in shock, because most storage skills barely hold a breath's worth of space. She shoves her own custom magic pouch into his hands, built to haul spears with ease. Ku finally realizes the shocking truth. He's got way more cheat abilities than he ever thought. They burst into the Trello forest, ready to kick off the hunt. Who's hunting through the brush, chewing down grass like it's prey. Iris tells him the roots run deep, but the leaves are so fragile, so yeah, he's got to be extra careful. Suddenly, Ku snaps his magic circle into existence right above the plant. He yanks the grass out clean like lightning, right in the blink of an eye. Iris is totally thrown off by the way he's pulling it off. He straight up yanks the whole plant and shoves it into his item box so collecting it is way easier. They spot yet another plant, this one blazing with red spots. Iris realizes they've landed on grass now. This isn't the target. She shoots him a warning. Grabbing all 50 stalks isn't happening until evening. Who shuts his eyes to lock in and focus. He slams the artisan god eye into action. Every inch of the forest lights up, sparkling with secret treasures hidden in plain sight. He tells Iris, now getting the rest will be easy. In just 1 hour, he snatches up all 50 stalks. Iris is totally stunned as they rush back to town. As the sun dips out of sight, Iris leans in and asks, "Got any more questions?" Ku leans in and fires off a super personal question about the Dragonfolk. In bout call, in insights pre-18, 1-2-8, non-2-8. He's desperate to find out what kind of people they really are. Iris leans in and tells them the secret behind their power, those long, unstoppable lifetimes. He just stares at her with jaw-dropping envy. Iris can't believe it. Most humans treat her kind like monsters that should be feared. He shoots back a quick apology, even though it slips out sounding a bit rude. A long, crushing silence drops between them. The wind slithers through the trees, whispering like it's got secrets to spill. Iris grins and tells him she's genuinely happy that his jealous words hit her just right. Iris gripes. They burst into the guild with that smile still burning on their face. They storm into the Adventurers Guild, ready for whatever trouble, and rewards hit them next. Amelia shrieks in pure disbelief. Wait, they're already done? Kodrop slams 50 perfectly preserved grasses onto the counter, like they're priceless relics. Amelia stares at the roots in pure awe, then blurts out, "How in the world did you make them this good?" She snaps to it and decides she has to report his methods straight to headquarters. She thrusts a bag into his hands, packed with 20,000 kamsa, who waste no time thanking Iris for helping them pull off their first successful quest, who steps up to a gigantic, lavish building that screams, "Power," the moment you lay eyes on it. He snaps into a sharp, formal suit to match the moment. He feels completely out of place, like he doesn't belong anywhere at all. His room sits on the top floor as a massive suite, so big it dwarfs his whole home back in Japan. He flips open his strategy book and hunts for a spot to grab dinner. He spots a top recommended spot, then orders up some grilled chicken. He kicks back with a glass of wine, and the taste turns into a bitter flashback as he relives his old miserable life. He raises his drink to celebrate his brand new world beneath the stars. Next morning, he rockets toward the Fatos Mountains. His next quest? Track down and bring down 5 lonely wolves. The kill pays out big, and the fur does too. Either way, the rewards are stacked high. As he hunts for clues, he snatches fresh herbs and mushrooms from the wild. Then it hits him. He can smash those ingredients together and brew brand new potions. He braces himself to siphon the liquid straight into a water bag. A blazing magic circle ignites as he kicks off the creation. He brews a top-tier heal potion. He takes a sip and catches that crisp, minty flavor on his tongue. Next, he whips up a detox potion. It hits like pure luxury sweet grape juice, the kind that screams, rich. Suddenly, a shadow stretches out behind him, who spots the danger the instant it hits. Both, a massive wolf stalks in, closing the distance like it's hunting him for real. It bears razor-sharp teeth, ready to sink in. The beast rumbled with a low, menacing growl that sent chills down your spine. Ko yanks his blade free, then squares up, ready to explode into a full-on fight. A gigantic wolf bursts out of the trees, letting out a deep, grinding snarl. Ko fixes her gaze on the beast, and then it hits her. Her target has marched right to her. With a steady grip, he draws his blade, calm, sharp, and ready to strike. His eyes sharpen as he snaps his dexterity skill into action. Wangst, he explodes forward with jaw-dropping speed. The sword sinks deep into the creature's side, biting like it's alive. Blood bursts across the grass as the wolf crashes to the ground. Ku wipes his blade clean and grimly realizes it's razor, sharp in a way that feels downright terrifying. He only needs 4 more kills to slam the final step of his quest. Suddenly, a deep growl rumbles through the air, shaking everything around it. Out of the darkness, a whole pack of wolves bursts into view. Their jaws clamp shut with pure, murderous intent. Kuss doesn't even think. He barrels straight into the chaos. A glowing blue window pops up and shouts that he's hit level 9. He gapes in disbelief as this brand new skill automatically scoops up. The monster remains for him. He whirls around and slams his blade straight through another attacker. The corpse disintegrates into a flash of light the instant it appears. This brand new ability wipes out tons of hassle for him, but it Wanda was strong by a jack. He blasts out a massive, wide horizontal slash. Wolves get wiped out in packs as he barrels through them, dropping them one group at a time, but the tree line keeps spitting out even more beasts. He can't stop thinking the forest must be running some kind of monster sale. He roars and lunges his sword straight ahead. Beast after beast drops under his non-stop fury. He finally slams to a stop, sucking in breath like he's been running for his life. His item box is packed with a horrifying number, over 2,000 corpses staring back at him. This is nothing like normal, something seriously off, and it's about to get wild. Right then, a heavier growl thundered from the path ahead. A terrifying female wolf bursts onto the scene, her aura so menacing it practically claws at the air. He suddenly clocks it. Those guys weren't chasing her at all. They were running for their lives. He refuses to be her prey and drops her in a single crushing strike. His status window freaks out and flickers the moment he hits level 16. He tilts his head to the heavens, staring up like he's hunting answers and wondering why his power is surging higher and higher. He decides to track down a quiet spot, drop his guard for a minute, and dig into lunch. He strides into the woods until a quiet pond comes into view. There, he spots 2 battered adventurers sprawled out on the ground, totally drained. He barrels over, breathless, demanding to know if everyone's okay. They stare up at him, wide-eyed, and demand, "Are you really the famous bear killer?" The girl grabs him and warns, "We've got to get off this mountain right now." "What?" "And turning breezes, muster free." Pray, something way more deadly than a bear is lurking nearby. They lay eyes on a colossal black spider, so huge it looks downright impossible and terrifying to the core. A monster way too high, ranking to be anywhere near here. They were just running a low-risk mission, like a calm little gathering. At least, that's what it looked like. They never thought they'd stumble into this kind of nightmare. The second they say Iris, and a ranked dragon folk woman, Ku goes totally rigid. Iris threw herself between them and the monster, risking everything to keep them safe. They're terrified she might have never made it out of that encounter alive. Ko demands the fastest route straight to where the spider is hiding. He orders them to run back to safety while he tears through the area, hunting for her. They shout back that it's way too dangerous for him to go alone. The girl shuts her eyes tight and leans in, letting the spirits' voices wash over her, who can't help wondering what those spirits truly are underneath it all. She spills the secret to her insane, unique talent, spiritual guidance that can steer people's souls. They finally realize they can't stop him, so they fall to their knees and beg him, "Don't die." Ku snapped around and bolted straight into the dense, shadowy forest. He shoves through the thick brush with desperation blazing in his chest. He unleashes a hearing boost skill and locks onto every sound around him. He begs, "Please, Iris is still breathing." He finally admits to himself that she's gotten all the way under his skin and lit up his heart for real. Suddenly, he snaps his head toward a faint voice cutting through the air. He slams the brakes, then scans the silent woods like something's about to jump out. He storms after the sound, pushing deeper until a clearing opens up ahead. He rockets into a full sprint as the trees start to thin out. He bursts into view, and the damage is total devastation. It looks like a colossal power smashed through the whole area like a storm. Trees get ripped apart like toothpicks, and the ground is shredded underfoot. He spots Iris sprawled on the dirt, utterly still. Relief hits him like a wave when he realizes she's still alive. Right then, the ground under his feet starts to shake violently. Earth and stone blast upward in a ferocious explosion. A monstrous black spider hangs over them, its glowing eyes burning like lanterns in the dark. He clenches his sword tight and braces for the fight that'll decide everything. He locks eyes with that gigantic black spider, and the moment it registers, he knows it's a deadly A+ monster. Suddenly, it blasts out this ear-splitting screech that rips through the air. Pry. It slashes forward with terrifying speed. He barely manages to dodge, then the ground erupts in a violent blast, and he clamps his teeth down hard. He slams his dexterity skill into overdrive, sharpening every movement like a weapon. He hurls himself into the swing and lets his blade have it with everything he's got. Sparks erupted as the metal slammed into the creature's thick legs, but his punches come up short, grazing skin and never landing a real hit. No blood, no bite. He stares at the fallen girl, and realizes he has to end this right now. The spider slams out with a brutal limb, striking hard like a cannon blast. He groans through gritted teeth as a colossal force slams into him and he's forced to block it. A brutal strike smashes into him, and he crumples forward, rolling headfirst into the dirt. He snaps to the truth. His cypress sword is just out of reach. Right then, the monster blasts out a nasty clump of thread, like a sticky spring snapping loose. He jolts in shock when the webbing slams into his chest. The monster shrieks like it just won everything. He's totally tied up, pinned in place, and he can't move an inch. The spider lunges in, and its fangs ooze lethal poison, ready to finish the job. He clenches his teeth and forces his mind to lock in, even as panic tries to swallow him whole. He still remembers the massive cypress tree sitting in his item box. Right then, he calls the whole trunk into existence, straight in front of his eyes. A colossal object slams down into the earth with a thunderous crash. As the beast gets pinned under a crushing wave of weight, he rolls away before it can catch him. He lets out a huge sigh of relief because his plan actually worked. He tells himself, "My item box swallows everything I touch, even those nasty sticky threads." He clocks the girl's spear sitting nearby. He shoots his hand out and clamps down on the weapon, gripping it so hard his knuckles go white. He hurls his plea straight at the weapon's spirit, begging it to pour strength into his bones. He barrels ahead with a thunderous roar. He whips the spear through the air with bone-crushing force. The weapon felt way easier to swing than his old wooden sword. He drives the tip deep into the monster's head. The spider shrieks in brutal agony as jet-black blood blasts across everything. He doesn't quit the attack. He slams in again and again, moving like lightning, until the beast finally wavers. He's gearing up for another devastating strike. He tears straight through the creature's thick hide like it's nothing at all. The beast drops to the ground, desperate to retreat, but it just can't hold itself up. He finally feels it. His real power is bursting into the open at last. With a twinge of pain in every step, the wounded spider scrambles for the forest, trying to vanish before its fate catches up. He screams that it's not getting out. He rockets upward into the air, and a blazing light erupts from his weapon. This is it. Your monster gets taken down for good. He slams the spear down in a crushing vertical strike. the kind that leaves no room to breathe. The blast slams into the earth, shattering the ground right under their feet. The spider gets hacked cleanly in half, split from top to bottom. He towers over the dead body as the final clash finally dies out. A notification pops up, blasting the news. He's officially hit level 24. He unlocks a brand new auto-mapping skill, then immediately shoves it aside like it's not the move he needs. He barrels to the girl's side and finds her crumpled in a pool of blood. She's barely hanging on, her breathing wheezes, and her face is drained of all color. He yanks out a top-tier healing potion in a flash. He pleads with the medicine to save her as he spills it over her wounds, praying it finally takes effect. A gentle, warm glow wraps around her like it's alive. Her blade-thin wounds start to seal up, and her eyes suddenly flutter open like she's breaking through the dark. She tells him to flee, but he grabs her worries and insists the danger is already gone. He smiles, relieved to see she's still a kind soul, even as death closes in on her. She finally understands it. She's still trapped, fully paralyzed by that spider's venom. He carefully raises her head and presses a detox potion into her mouth. She's completely blown away by how instantly the drink hits. She jerks upright, stunned. Every trace of the poison is gone, wiped clean from her body. She grabs his hands, tears in her eyes, and confesses she owes him everything, because without him, she wouldn't be alive. He grins, then slides into a date with me to that diner, like it's his payment. She freezes, staring at him in pure, jaw-dropping disbelief. She forces out a laugh, but her body suddenly collapses under the weight of exhaustion. He swoops in and catches her the moment she admits she's still too weak to walk. He hoists her onto his back and charges toward home. She shoots him a "were you scared?" question, and he confesses the truth. He wasn't afraid, he was locked in, only thinking about how to protect her. She blushes hard, then leans her head into his shoulder like it's the safest place in the world. She leans in and whispers one more heartfelt thank you as they push their way out of the woods. Ko carries the drained Iris through the guild doors, dragging her back from the brink. Mura and Ju sprint over, yelling at the top of their lungs with pure excitement. After the fight, they stare in shock. He's still standing there, looking ridiculously strong. Milia bursts in, grinning from ear to ear as she welcomes him back. He refuses to rest until he files a full report on the quest. Iris finally sank into a comfy bed, letting her strength come roaring back. Milia keeps a close eye on her until the young woman finally drops into sleep. Later, they sink into the guild office and shut the door for a private talk. She forges a special ID card, so she can hand over a secret without a single soul finding out. Who freezes, staring at the document like he just saw the impossible, pure, total shock. She's not just any helper, she's the assistant branch manager for the whole guild. Manning the front desk was just a cover, just a disguise to keep everyone from noticing what was really going on. He never, ever thought she'd climb that high, never dreamed she'd land in such a top position. She dips her head, thanking him for his jaw-dropping service. A whole branch throws their heartfelt gratitude his way, and they're doing it together. All right, time to dive into the gritty details of the adventure. Ko kicks off their brutal, never-ending fight in the forest. She can't look away from that report on the lonely wolf traits. Her eyes bulge as she realizes he slaughtered thousands of monsters. Alone, she can't help but wonder, could he be a messenger sent straight from the heavens? She demands answers about the impossible cure for the spider venom. In Eat, he shoves a potion into their hands so they can crack the recipe and start studying it. His rank is set to be bumped up later that very evening. The spider's reward is a whopping 5 million kamsa. Who in their right mind thinks one guy should be stuck with that much? He still remembers the rescue squad lined up at the city gates, ready to save him. He leans in and asks if Iris will get a cut for all the help she just gave. Milia shoots a wink and swears the guild will shower rewards on every good deed. On the stairs, he collides with a grinning Jeez. Geese insists his true talent shows up just once every 100 years. He heads to the local tavern and tears into a well-earned meal. The tavern explodes in cheers as they welcome the city's hero. The Kitsum and down. He gets dragged into the party on the spot and someone shoves a drink into his hands. Laughter and cheers burst through the air as they throw the celebration into overdrive. He finally feels it. This new home actually feels like his, and he fits there. Suddenly, the dining hall doors burst open and Iris storms in. The moment the humans lay eyes on the dragon folk, the whole room drops into a dead, breathless silence. Ku spots the hesitation and instantly knows he can't stand back. He has to jump in. He snaps awake the rookies and shouts at them to their feet. They sink into a deep bow and thank Iris like she just pulled them back from death. Calls shouted for the attention of every single person standing there. He leans in and tells them, "I wasn't the only hero out there today." He lifts his glass and toasts her fearless courage. The whole building trembles as thousands chant in perfect sync, blasting one massive cheer. Iris grins as their acceptance washes warmth through her like sunlight. 10 days slam by as they finally start getting the hang of city life. Milia blasts out the news. He just got a record-breaking promotion to D rank. Now, to level up, you have to clear the city quests first. His very first mission, helping out the restaurant staff and jumping in wherever they needed him. He snaps on a brand new apron and guns up for the shift ahead. He storms into the kitchen like a soldier rushing into battle. Local workers greet him the moment he starts prepping. His hands slash through the meat at blinding speed. He crushes the massive workload like it's nothing, not even a bead of sweat. He leans in and tastes the stew as it simmers, checking every flavor like it depends on his life. Legendary skills turn impossible cooking into something that looks effortless. He whips up a brand new sandwich that absolutely floors the entire staff. The manager can't stop admiring how fast and how sharp he is. He gets a huge bonus for delivering top-tier performance. Now it's all about helping push the city wall expansion forward. A bright, cheerful dwarf supervisor beams at him and ushers him onto the site like a grand invitation. Who's standing there, staring down a mountain of construction wreckage? He yanks out his item box and wipes everything clean in an instant. He hauls himself over to the east side workshops. "Understand." He hurries over and hands the bricks straight to the dwarven craftsman who's waiting. They hand him a drink, all smiles, like, "Thanks for everything," and it's their way of showing real appreciation. The quests are done, and his rewards get whisked into his hands right away. Iris is waiting right outside the guild when he steps out. She leans in and asks if he wants to grab dinner together again. She's been hounding him to hang out nearly every single day. They hunker down at a quiet table and savor a steaming bowl of beef stew, hot enough to melt the tension. She presses him, "So what's the real reason you came to this city?" He hesitates, then shoots her a question. What secret goals is she chasing for herself? Iris drops the bombshell that she's hunting for a lost ancient civilization, trapped underground, waiting to be unearthed. Back in the day, this continent was ruled by an ultra-advanced magic civilization, thriving in peace, with no demon beasts haunting the skies. Eventually, the ancient world collapsed into nothing, and all that remained were scattered scraps of its existence drifting across the land. And Iris tells him, this hidden civilization is the very thing she's been hunting for this whole time. Ku grins, already imagining the ancient superweapons he might dig up inside those ruined walls. Iris has collected poems and documents from everywhere, but she still can't pinpoint the city's exact location. Ku yanks out his map in a panic and realizes, right then, that his auto-mapping feature never logged that location at all. He invites Iris to team up and study the map together, and Iris leans in so close to the screen. He gets thrown off by how close she is, and he scrambles to cover it up like it's no big deal. He barks an order to the system, and boom up pops the location, stamped with a marker for Underground City 0. It's tucked deep inside the Semaphore, and whoever finds it can't stop asking one terrifying question. Can they really trust those coordinates? He can't believe it. After all this time, they found the location that easily. They're deciding to hit the site first thing tomorrow and investigate it right away. They crash into the thick tallow forest, then track the map until they hit the exact spot marked for them. When they finally get there, all they meet is a dead stop. One solid rock wall. Ku stares at his brand new black spider gauntlet and can't help regretting one thing. He's not sure he'll get a chance to test its magic absorption yet. They scramble up the cliff face, hunting for the faintest hint of a secret door. Ku spots a suspicious spot, but even with all that massive strength, the boulder refuses to move an inch. Iris tells him to shove the whole rock into his item box. The moment the rock disappears, a colossal magic circle explodes up from the ground. Both of them freeze in stunned silence as ancient magic suddenly ignites. As the stone disappears, a massive glowing door swings into view like it's been waiting for him all along. Ku pressed his palm to the rare metal, and a weird living warmth surged up through his skin. Iris tells him orichalcum has the toughest defenses of any material, then drops the bomb. The processing technique is completely lost. Glowing words flare across the door, daring him to answer. Are you blessed by the spirits? The system runs a final status check, then blasts a welcome message. Ku is officially the new master of the city. Suddenly, Iris screams a warning, then a blazing magic circle erupts behind them. A blinding beam of light rips open, and out stomps a massive mechanical guardian to smash its way into defending the gate. The appraisal confirms it's an orichalcum golem, and it's armed with a rapid-fire laser. Ku grimly winces, already bracing himself to take on an opponent built like a brick wall. The machine locks onto its target and slams the elimination protocol into motion. Iris fixes her gaze on Ku with a hard, unshakable stare. She tells him she'll be the decoy, then pleads with him to run before it's too late. She tells him plain and loud that an S-rank threat like this is way more terrifying than the Black Spider ever was. Ku refuses to run, then demands they hash out their retreat later. The thought of leaving his companion behind to save himself makes him seethe with disgust. The golem's eye suddenly flares bright and blasts a devastating magic beam straight through the air. They barely manage to slip away as the blow slashes a jet-black trench straight into the earth. Ku realizes the eye is the only spot the rare metal doesn't cover. Iris snaps that getting anywhere near him is almost impossible, because that slicing laser keeps cutting everything in its path. Ku tells her, "I'll be the shield, let the attacks slam into me instead." He orders her to zero in on blasting the eyes, then dives in to keep the pressure on. They surge ahead just as the golem winds up for yet another devastating shot. The laser blasts straight for Ku. He thrusts his arm up to stop it. He snaps his gauntlet straight at the exact bullseye of the incoming energy. The beam slams into the metal and erupts into a raging crackle, like it's about to split everything in half. A massive mana explosion erupts, but Ku digs in and refuses to budge. He fires off the gauntlet's special trick, sucking the laser's magic power right out of the air. He grins, and you can practically see him realize the plan is finally working. He barrels through the relentless flames and finally smashes his way to the machine. Ku bellows at Iris, screaming, "Strike now!" Whoa! She rockets up into the sky, screaming a battle cry so fierce it rattles the whole battlefield. She hurls her spear downward with every ounce of strength, slamming it toward the ground. The weapon drives clean through the golem's glowing eye. Ku blocks hurled another swing from the machine, fighting to keep Iris safe. He taps absorbed magic to whip up reinforced threads, then they snap around the guardian like a cage. The machine strains against the bindings as Ku steels himself for his final game-ending move. He barrels in the moment the golem gets pinned and can't move. With a thunderous swing, he slams his blade straight into the machine's head. Electricity blasts through the frame as the core gets ripped apart. The golem's power shuts down in a flash, and it crumples into the dirt like a dead statue. Iris wheezed for air and stared ahead, praying the battle was finally done. Ku stares in disbelief as that insane experience surge rockets his level straight up to 38. An announcement blasts out that the trial's been shut down, handing Kumaster full rights. He locks eyes on the message, stunned, because it just hit him. He owns the whole city now. He whips back to the door, and at last, click, everything starts to unlock. Iris leans in and thanks him for guarding her and pulling her back from the brink. Ku swears they could have won only because they teamed up and played as one. He flashes her a warm, reassuring smile the moment the tension finally unravels. The system verified the magic pattern, then blasted a greeting as it welcomed the master back home. They push through the open gateway and drop into a mysterious underground city. Like the ground just swallowed their world whole. Ku unfurls his inventory and spells out every skill he's got. Iris freezes in shock and blurts out, "Wait, are you the legendary transfer?" She lays it out. Dragon folk legends are packed with tales of freaky creatures from far-off lands, monsters with absurd skills. Who realizes her theory clicks into place, like it was always meant to be right. He fesses up who he really is, then pleads with her to swear it to silence. And Iris can't stop wondering, what if his real home is on a whole different continent? Who in their right mind could ever forget the giant modern city he just left behind? He leans in and tells her his home is the absolute farthest place you can even imagine. Iris gets it, because she can't go back to her own home either. Ku thanks her for the trust, and together they push deeper into the ruins. They spot a glimmer of hope at the far end of that endless tunnel. They sprint straight for the exit, with every ounce of strength they've got. A blinding flash crashes over them, swallowing everything, so intense it feels like it might tear them apart. They burst out into a crisp, fresh breeze that hits like a reset button. On the other side, a lush green paradise stretches out, ready to hit them in the face with beauty. Iris can't stop freaking out. She thought they were headed underground. Who goes still when the grass suddenly crackles with a rustle. They yank out their weapons and brace themselves for the fight about to explode. A tiny blob leapt out, shrieking, "I'm not a bad monster!" Yes, it's Ku and Iris suddenly freeze, staring in total shock. Ku taps the status screen, and there it is, a helper slime, forged by some ancient civilization. The slime pops up and introduces itself, then warmly welcomes its new master like their family. Ku totally stalls in confusion when the slime suddenly talks about itself like it's we. Suddenly, a monstrous horde of slimes bursts out of the grass like it's alive. For 4,000 years, they've been holding their breath, waiting for him to finally arrive. Ko is totally stunned and can't even get a word out. Iris can't help it. She jumps in and starts poking those squishy little creatures. She beams like a kid, absolutely giddy over how cute they are. He catches her zoning out, and her cheeks explode with a blush of pure embarrassment. The slimes told him this place was built to be a sanctuary, a safe haven for anyone who needed it. Ku feels a massive surge of power rip through him as his creation skill keeps widening and exploding with potential. A massive connection locks into the city's mainframe like a switch snapping shut. A tidal wave of data crashes through his mind, and in that instant he realizes just how massive his new potential really is. He slams his godlike skill into its new functions to see what it can do. He jabs a finger at a barren stretch of land with nothing on it. He fires off one command, and the power snaps to life. A colossal 2-story mansion pops into existence out of nowhere, right there, instant as a blink. Iris and the slimes are left shaking, horrified one second, absolutely stunned the next. Ku finally realizes his overflowing magic isn't just useless anymore, it's turning right into building materials. You can whip up any structure in an instant with these materials. He lets out a laugh and thinks, this is exactly like a city building game. The slimes crowd around and demand, do you've got the building directive skill? Ku finally clocks it. His creation skill is one of a kind, even in a world packed with legends. The slimes drop to their knees because only the ones gods recognize carry that kind of power. They erupt in cheers, praising their magnificent new master like he's their whole destiny. Iris snaps that if he keeps going, he'll end up making enemies out of every craftsman on the planet. Those slimes can't wait a second. They're itching to start building their city right now. Ku tells them the city can't wait. It'll have to hold off for now. He decides they can't keep this bombshell to themselves. They've got to race back to the guild and report it first. They swore they'd be back, and then they kicked into gear to race for the surface. They race back to the guild and on in, guns blazing. The receptionist leans in and snaps that Millie is tied up in an emergency meeting right now. Ko insists there's a report he has to deliver right now. He finally unveils the truth. They've stumbled on a fully functional ancient underground city. The receptionist jolts, then goes stone, still as her thoughts shatter mid-breath. She panics out of her wits and sprints off to track down the superior. Ku and Iris get hauled into a private office and forced to wait. When they split the lunchbox and grab the moment while it's still there. Ku can't stop gushing. Her cooking tastes so insanely delicious that it has everyone in awe. Iris admits she almost always eats by herself, and then straight up lights up when she hears the compliment. Iris admit, who suddenly discovers there's more to her than anyone ever expected. A sudden rap hits the door, like trouble just showed up out of nowhere. Someone flung the door open like a rocket, pure, insane energy blasting into the room. They're wheezing hard, completely drained of breath. Ku freezes in shock. He was sure he'd meet some ancient old scholar, not this. Instead, a young woman with glasses glares right back at them. She swings into the scene and introduces herself as Lyric, a noble archaeologist with secrets to uncover. Ku tries to slip away with a respectful bow because her rank demands it. Lyric grabs the moment and demands he treat her like she's his equal. She slams her fists down and demands they spill everything they know about the city right now. Lyric gapes at the entrance, utterly stunned. He's completely captivated by the divine glow of the orichalcum. A colossal slab grinds and slides aside with a deep, mechanical hum. Ku's insane mapping power guided them to this very spot. You can state and eat more. Lyric nearly blacked out when he heard Ku took down a legendary golem all by himself. They step through and, boom, before them stretches a vibrant field beneath an artificial sky. Lyric frantically scratches out notes, trying to keep up with this impossible discovery as it blows her mind. A round little creature rockets toward them, bouncing like it owns the place, and greets them with a huge, happy hello. It pops up like, hey, I'm a helper slime, and claims that role on the spot. Lyric's body locks up in total gut punch shock. He leans in and tells you these are mythical creatures ripped straight from the ancient past. He jabs a finger toward the modern house sitting out in the distance. The slime drops the truth. Ku built the whole structure in a blink. Lyric is bursting with joy because someone truly respectful stumbled upon these ruins. Ku can only stare as the professor's excitement blazes like a wildfire, which makes 8 need, but Lyric swears he'll spill every last thing he knows about this world. They slump into the comfy living room, sinking into the couch like the world just went quiet. Ku's eyes lock on the interior, and it screams Japanese home so hard it feels unreal. Lyric tells how an ancient civilization once rose and thrived thousands of years ago. They were so advanced that, yeah, they almost certainly blasted off to other stars. He geeks out and describes wild artifacts like stonebird things that soar through the sky and tiny palm-sized communication boxes. Ko finally realizes their magic is just modern science dressed up in mystery. Then, boom, one brutal tragedy slammed into their world and shattered everything they had. The group leans in and demands, so what could possibly wreck a power this unstoppable? Lyric brings up a nightmare of a monster, the calamity that'll terrify anyone who dares to hear its name. Humans and dragonfolk finally banded together, but it still wasn't enough. The whole world caved in, and the monster finally sank into a brutal, deep sleep. Now, monsters all across the continent start growing restless. Wolves and spiders in massive packs are swarming right up near the border. Ko's terrified, because it feels like that ancient nightmare is finally stirring awake. The helper slime comes back in a hurry, hauling a tray packed with steaming tea and fluffy pancakes. Everyone scrambles to their seats, ready to dig into the surprise meal that's about to hit. The food hits so good it makes you stop mid-bite and stare like, did I really just taste this? They devour every single bite on those plates, leaving not a crumb behind. Lyric can't help but wonder, where on earth is that slime getting its supplies? The creature leans in and tells them it carries its own hidden storage space inside. It starts to swell and strain, stretching its body like it can't hold back anymore. Suddenly, a full-sized rocking chair bursts out of its mouth like it had been hiding there the whole time. Ku suddenly realizes those pancakes didn't just appear out of nowhere. They came straight from somewhere specific. Lyric throws out an idea, turn this place into a gigantic refuge. He's scrambling to get ready for the disaster that's coming for everyone. That underground city could be the only thing that saves the people of Onin. Ko nods and agrees because the whole idea sounds like an awesome game he can't wait to play. They break back into the open fields, letting the wide sky swallow them up. Ku checks, it's a gigantic mountain of building materials, like, seriously massive. He decides to slam down an entire residential block all at once. A glowing orb of pure energy lifts off the ground and soars into the sky. An entire neighborhood suddenly pops into existence out of the blinding light. The once dead empty wasteland has exploded into a maze of streets. Rows of finished houses line up, all standing at attention, waiting for their new inhabitants to move in. The girl locks eyes with him, staring like he's some kind of divine miracle. She's right on the edge of spilling a jaw-dropping secret about his true origin. Lyric sprints toward the buildings, and pure bliss lights up every step. That helper slime can't stop staring. This brand new neighborhood has it completely awestruck. It summons its friends and orders them to help outfit the inside. Dozens of slimes start farming and whipping up meals all across the district. A full city popped into existence in just 2 hours. Ku can't stop asking himself just how far his creation powers will really go. Lyric flips the script and reveals he's not just any teacher. He's a high-ranking royal professor. He flashes his official degree at the shocked group, and you can almost hear their jaws drop. He's a genius who forges the kingdom's magic tools from scratch. He swears he'll help forge even more cutting-edge technology for the city. He tells them, "Treat me like your normal friend." Ku grins hard and jumps at the partnership deal. The ground starts to tremble under their feet. A violent tremor rips through the entire underground cavern, shaking everything to the core. Ku fights to keep his footing as the quake rips the ground out from under him. The others shriek as reality tips sideways, and the whole world spins around them. They cram close together as the ceiling groans overhead. The shaking finally dies down, and they just barely catch their breath. The helper slime bolts over in full-on panic. It drops the brutal truth on them. Something awful just happened. They tail the creature straight to the edge of the city, not taking their eyes off it for a second. Ah! Ah! A giant black monolith has blasted out of the earth like it had been waiting for this moment. who just can't stop staring at that giant monolith that tore up the earth and rose from the ground. Lyric blurts that it's a transfer magic device right as the world yanks him inside without warning. They can't just ditch him like that. Ku and Iris stretch out their hands and press their fingers into the shimmering circle. A blinding flash swallows them whole. They crash onto the cold, unforgiving floor. Their boots clattered across the slick, shining surface. Lyric clocks them on his map, then erupts in joy like he just found treasure. He barrels in with his arms spread wide, ready to grab you in a heartbeat. They moved him to tears because they really risked their lives just to follow him. Suddenly, the Ku slams to a halt as a sharp, rhythmic clacking booms through the hall. He snaps at Lyric to step back and then whips his blade out, ready for whatever comes next. Something was gliding across the floor, charging straight toward them. A chubby little creature wearing glasses blasts out, "Relax, I'm not a threat." It slams to a stop right in front of them. It pops up like, "Hey, I'm a helper slime," and declares it right to your face. It drags them into a pitch-black tunnel that just won't end. This is the monitoring station keeping tabs on one of the Black Dragon's biggest calamities, whose body erupts in a cold sweat. The slime tells him, "Oh no, there are tons more monsters hiding in the dark." The whole group freezes in place, hit hard by the revelation. The slime spits out a warning and tells them the real, life-changing info hasn't even shown up yet. This spot locks the seal in place tight. If that seal snaps, the dragon comes roaring back. Ku clamps both hands over his head, desperation tearing through him. His calm, easy life just got ripped apart, and the hardest kind of trouble slammed straight into his face. In the cold northern mountains, a dragon lies still, until it wakes up in just 10 days. They bolted into the main control room. The slime slithers with purpose straight toward the central pedestal. It tells Q to grab the magic tool and touch it. A hologram flickers to life, and suddenly an ancient city looms in the air. These ancient records go back a full 4,000 years. A huge dragon drops from the sky, and a heavy shadow swallows the whole city. It snaps its jaws wide and starts building a terrifying sphere of raw energy right there in its mouth. A beam of pure destruction rips through the capital, vaporizing it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they're wiped out, gone before anyone can even blink back. The beast looms over the burning rubble, completely victorious. The lights die out, and the whole room sinks into eerie silence. Ku was so white, he looked like a ghost walking around. In mere seconds, thousands were wiped out. Iris finally snaps to it. What they're up against isn't a person at all. It's a walking natural disaster. Lyric snaps his gaze to his friend, his face set in cold, grim resolve. Evacuate on in right now, into that underground sanctuary. Ku not slowly. It's a full-on race against the clock, and the countdown is down to just a few days. This slime unleashes magic, flinging them straight back up to the surface. They hit the guild doors and instantly feel it. Dread hangs in the air like a storm about to break. Every single person is on edge, like the whole world's holding its breath. Miria bolts over, ready to welcome them the moment they arrive. Lyric finally drops the truth. There really is an underground city, but there's no time to celebrate, because the next fight is already closing in. From the north, a terrifying monster stampede is barreling straight toward them. Tens of thousands of monsters are crashing down on them, and the air's about to explode. That's right. The grand total lands at a massive 50,000. The local lord is out of soldiers. No army left to come riding in and save the day. Miria drops her gaze in shame, because she can't lift a finger to defend the town. She's on her knees, begging, "Please, tell me the underground city is safe." The three of them locked eyes and silently agreed on something huge. Ko flashes a confident grin. They herd the people straight into the sprawling underground depths. Myriad's jaw drops at the sheer scale. Zidon, the guild head, rushes to them with pure relief. Ku's grinning, ready to pitch in and make the whole plan click into place. The evacuation kicks off for real, no more hesitation. Ku braces himself, ready to burst into the meeting and tell the leaders about the dragon. Pol, Traken. Suddenly, Glass's slime erupts into a terrifying scream, yanking his attention right away. It's trembling with pure terror. A popple of this pea. Wart. Ku grabs the situation, trying to soothe the frantic creature before it spirals out of control. It wants to know what really sparked that brutal stampede in the north. The monster's roaring magic is surging through everything, and it's changing the whole world. The black dragon is stirring awake, right this second. as he howls, watching his last seconds evaporate into nothing. The whole group just stares, frozen in terror, as the black dragon's explosion erupts in the distance. That stampede already had everything on the edge, but once a dormant monster of this level awakens, the whole world flips. Who realizes the stampede and that dragon could hit the city at the exact same time? Master snaps to action and races back to Onin at once, ready to kick off the evacuation right away. Right before they head out, the slime demands Ku's attention and drags him to a secret spot only it knows. They storm into a hidden vault deep inside the heart of the territory, and the mystery hits like a punch. Who's standing there, eyeing 3 giant doors like they're bosses, and still can't decide which one he's brave enough to try opening. The slime straight up tells him that legacy isn't random, it's meant for a hero, a wise sage, or even a king. Ku lets out a heavy sigh when it hits him. None of those legendary categories are a match for him. Out of nowhere, a chilling system message snaps across his vision. Because he's got the creation skill, the hidden requirement finally gets unlocked. Crack. Those locks snap in a flash, shattered to pieces. All 3 doors burst open at once, slamming the air with sound. Kuzaki decides to kick things off with the door on the far left. A legendary blade rests on a pedestal inside a sealed chamber like it's waiting to be unleashed. It's the shattered wreck of the Dragon Slayer magic sword. Slime snaps that it got wiped out in the Great War 4 whole millennia ago. Kaid reaches out and taps the shattered metal, feeling its icy cold snap beneath her fingers. He realizes the inner structure is still standing strong, unbroken. A burst of light detonates. The magic circle whirls like a storm, and the skill finally slams into action. The sword gram bursts back to life, stronger than it's ever been. Slime's jaw drops so hard he can barely process what he's seeing. This is a god-tier skill. Kuz just shrugs and explains it. His creation power let him master the recipe. By stacking those pieces together, he shattered the blade's original ceiling and forged it way beyond its limits. The sword suddenly throbs with the god of war's blessing, who just felt hope hit like a lightning bolt. He barrels toward the next door, desperate to find out what else got left behind. His jaw hits the floor as he steps into the second chamber. Right in front of him looms a towering artillery walker, dwarfing everything in its path. A terrifying ultra-high output magic railgun built to unleash mass destruction. Ku yanks the massive weapon straight into his item box in a single instant. The system flashes a warning. His storage capacity is about to hit infinity. He doesn't even catch his breath. He tears into a brand new construction project. A cold, metallic face gleams under the light like it's staring straight into the world. He just repaired a legendary destroyer golem. You come. The machine springs to life and welcomes him as its brand new master. It's setting itself up as the ultimate trump card for the chaos about to explode. Slime is worn to the bone, barely surviving the non-stop chaos. Ku bursts through the last door and stumbles on a stone slab shattered into pieces. Once upon a time, this was the dragon god's shield. Ku slams his hand forward to trigger his skill, and for the first time ever, it outright fails. He's missing the exact pieces he needs to finish the restoration. Slime suddenly clocks what he's been missing. The shield demands a rare ruby, one that only the Dragonfolk nation can find. Who decides to bail on the vault, at least for now. Right before they make it out, the slime shoots a final gesture toward them. Ku's hand lights up with a gentle, glowing touch. Ku feels a weird, sizzling warmth spreading straight through his palm. It's a luck charm that calls spirits to your side the second you're in trouble. Ko wonders what the heck these spirits really are. They're born from raw human feelings, and they keep a watchful eye over the whole world. Later that night, Ku invites Iris over to his place for a face-to-face meeting. She tells everyone the guild is cracking out special skills just to keep the public calm and steady. Ku leans in and spills the mind-blowing treasures he unearthed in that secret vault. Iris snaps her gaze downward, and a heavy, crushing worry twists across her face. She finally slips up and admits she's been chasing those ruins for a secret mission all along, hiding her real purpose the whole time. She fled her homeland on a single mission. Tracked down the lost dragon god shield. Ku's eyes widen in shock, and with one burst of adrenaline, he immediately pulls out the shattered artifact. Iris slams into him and stops him cold before he can hand over the pieces. Ku stares at her, totally baffled. He tells them straight up that the shield can't be fixed unless the dragon god Ruby steps in. Iris digs into her belt, yanks out a glowing orb, and the light spills through the air. It's the exact ruby he's been hunting for. She leans in and tells him her people have a prophecy about a transferer triggered by these exact tools. Co-op braces himself and kicks off the final restoration. The shield suddenly bursts into a blinding flash as it finishes mending, glowing like it's brand new. Iris freezes with wide-eyed wonder as the holy relic hits her like a miracle. Iris brations natural. Ku's brows knit with worry as he scrutinizes the new stats. He tells her, even if it's set in stone, I still can't lift it or wield it. Wield it, only a shrine, maiden's rare, hard-earned skill can pull it off. Iris shoots him a knowing smile. RI Seed, 248, event. She leans in and drops the bombshell. She's the one with that exact skill. Ancient folklore whispered about a dragon, god shrine that was born only once every few centuries. Iris pulled off the impossible. She completed her 2 sacred missions and made it happen. Ku can't shake the feeling that fate might not actually have their back, but it's like some invisible hand is steering every single move he makes. Later that night at the Silent Moon Hotel, Ku couldn't sleep and just stared at the dark, wide awake. The guildmaster ordered him to rest, but his thoughts wouldn't slow down for a second. The quiet before the storm hits feels way too thick to breathe. Then, bam! A knock at the door shatters the tension in the room. Maria storms in with an urgent problem she can't ignore. Paris, to determine. She's sure he and Iris have to step into the coming black dragon. No backup, just the 2 of them. Ku tells Maria he's got tools pulled straight from the vault, but Maria smirks because she's holding something that blows us out of the water. She slips a mysterious artifact into his hand, like it was meant for him all along. It's the Ring of the Spirits, burning with a gentle, otherworldly glow. She leans in and drops the truth. This gift was handed down by her grandfather. The moment Ku's fingers brush it, a brand new power erupts inside him. Maria thought it was a curse, but it wasn't. This was something far bigger, a brutal, powerful new skill. The moment he slid it on, the ring locked onto his finger like it was made for him. Maria exhales with pure relief, finally completing her secret duty. She vows she'll stay right beside him, cheering as his future triumphs unfold. They let out a shaky, quiet laugh, pure exhaustion, like they finally hit the breath after the storm. A contagious yawn crawls between them, and the heavy weight of the day finally hits. They finally throw in the towel and agree to rest, because the final battle is coming fast. Morning crashes in, sharp and ice cold, like it came to start a fight. He fires up his brand new transmutation skill and instantly shrinks mountains of wolf fur into tight, usable mass. He painstakingly carves the rare fur of the demon wolf Fenrir. And he grips his brand new gear and dares it. Power surges through him like a live wire. The Fenrir coat blasts you with total defense and lets you move at breakneck speed. Deep under the ground, the underground city's crowd starts squirming with growing unease. Civilians and slimes crowd together, throwing a wild welcome for the newcomers, who lunges forward and commands the crowd like their master. They stare at him and gasp, because they know the truth. He's the legendary bear killer. He's brought low, stunned by the faith they place in him. Without warning, Maria comes sprinting toward them, her face screaming pure terror. The monsters have finally roared into action from the mountains, and the assault is on. Evacuation isn't even close to over. There's still chaos everywhere. They're running out of time, right now. Maria pleads with them to kick off the counter-strike, right now. Ku and Iris waste zero time. No hesitation, not for a second. They burst through the last stretch between the town and the peaks, stepping out onto the open plains. No shelter anywhere in sight. Iris's fear spikes, while Ku stays totally unbothered. He slams down a massive magic circle across the grass. From the blinding light, a towering mechanical giant crashes into view. The machine dips in a sharp bow, fully recognizing its master. Its eyes ignite with a blinding, lethal flash. It's poised to demolish anything that dares step into its path. The sky darkens in an instant as the monster stampede crashes onto the horizon. Hundreds of beasts thunder forward, their murderous rage spilling out as they charge. Ku and Iris raise their blades, steel flashing as they square up. The robot barrels forward and fires its ultra-high output railgun. Ku whips his arm toward the horde and barks the final order. A beam of pure energy rips through the air like it's hunting its target. The explosion engulfs the front lines with a roaring wall of fire. The golem whips its visor around and fires a devastating beam that tears through everything. Iris gasps in horror as the blast turns everything it touches to vapor. A towering plume of smoke blasts up from the scorched ground, like the battlefield still breathing fire. Ku watches his power skyrocket as his level finally hits 71. Steam blasts out of the golem as it kicks into a cooling phase. Q snaps at Iris to take the flank, then barrels straight ahead like he's got something to prove. Iris challenges everyone to a monster-slaying contest. Whoever drops the most gets a free dinner. They plunge straight into the chaos with wild, high-spirited courage. Q decides it's time to crank his Fenrir coat up to the absolute edge. He fires off a high-speed skill, and suddenly his senses get warped out of reality. The whole world grinds to a halt, like time itself just stopped dead. He rockets forward and launches a lunge at the giant spider just as it tries to react. With one savage slash, the monster gets torn in half. He immediately locks onto the next beast waiting in line. He rockets across the grassy field like a blur, vanishing and reappearing in the blink of an eye. He crunches the numbers on just how much mana his new speed is going to drain. His mana regeneration barely crawls forward, barely matching the drain. Yet another spider snaps around and bolts for freedom. Ku crouches low, then charges his blade for a full-on God of War slash. The air shrieks as the vertical strike rips downward. The monster gets smashed to nothing by raw, unstoppable force. His level rockets to 72 as his mana reserves surge and swell. He braces to unleash a full-power strike, then his sword starts trembling in his grip. Who just stares at that vibrating hilt, totally baffled. A system warning blares, and it's announcing the Black Dragon is back from the dead. He knows the mission's easy part is already behind him. And Tass's, jawed fur. Iris is pinned to the ground, wolves swarming in like a living nightmare. She hurls up a dragon, god barrier, trapping everyone in its deadly hold. She drives her spear straight through the wolf. Then another one rushes in to take its place. Endless numbers gnaw at her patience until she can't take it anymore. Suddenly, the wolves surrounding her get hacked apart into bloody pieces, and there he is, right beside her in a flash. He blurts out an apology for crashing into her fight. He leans in close, warning her that a real calamity is barreling toward them. The golem roars out a message straight to its master. It'll deal with the small fry in seconds so they can get moving. Ko shot a grateful look to his mechanical ally and thanked it for the help. They whip out a map and track down the dragon's lair. The map says it's way up in the mountains, hidden deep where the air turns thin. Iris nods, and they bolt for the destination, sprinting like every second matters. They spot a massive black orb hanging in the sky, floating like it's waiting to strike. A dark energy erupts from the spear's core in fierce pulses. The air feels like it's crushing down on everyone, thick, heavy, and impossible to breathe. Who finally realizes the orb isn't magic. It's an egg, and it's about to hatch right in front of them. The shell cracks open, and a blinding surge of light explodes out like a flashbang. A winged nightmare claws its way into the air and rockets into the sky. The black dragon of extinction slams down with a bone-chilling thud that shakes everything. It snarls at the intruders, ancient hatred burning in its stare. And the beast unleashes a thunderous roar that rips through danger and shields the world. Iris fights to stay awake, but she refuses to fold. She will not back down. Who realizes no regular weapon will ever punch through those scales. He practically can't believe it. He's found his magic sword in the vault, and pure gratitude floods his chest. He tightens his grip and raises his blade, ready to smash in the first hit of the final battle. A colossal beast looms over the battlefield, wings flared wide like it owns the sky. It shoots so high that no ordinary blade could ever reach it. He rips out a primal roar, then funnels every ounce of his power straight into his weapon. He whips his arm around with everything he's got, slashing through the air in one giant earth-shaking arc. Earth-shaking, the dragon snaps into sudden shock, staring down as the air warps and ripples. A blade of pure light slams straight into his chest. It howls in absolute agony as something rips its flesh open. Blood pours from a brutal gash on its underbelly. It won't kill him outright, but that wound screams one thing. This monster can bleed, and it can be beaten. Rage roaring through it, the beast hunches forward and summons a ball of pure destructive energy in its mouth. Iris strides forward and hoists her massive shield to slam into the attack head-on. She swears eternal loyalty on the spot, promising she'll protect him for all time. A massive hexagonal barrier crashes into existence overhead, and the sky itself ripples with its power. The dragon blasts out a relentless torrent of pure fire. Flames crash over the magical wall like a raging ocean, engulfing everything in a violent wave. The pressure crushes in so hard that the metal starts groaning, and then cracking right under the strain. Still, the golden barrier refuses to budge, standing tall even as the dragon's fury crashes down. The monster rockets back into the sky, blasting out a rage-filled shriek. Then it whips back down with a bone-crunching strike from above. It rockets forward and throws its whole weight into the magical wall at full speed, like it's trying to break reality itself. The glass-like surface, spider-webbed with brutal, jagged cracks. With a deafening boom, the shield explodes and shatters into 1,000 pieces. He slams on his speed blessing and streaks through the world like a total blur. Lo, Iris gasps. Then everything vanishes in a blazing flash of light. He yanks her out of harm's way, right as the dragon slams into the ground. They've got to pin the monster down before it pulls itself free and flies off again. He snaps his wrist forward and hurls a storm of enchanted binding cables that latch on like they mean it. Ropes cinch tight around the dragon's neck and wings, hauling it in like a trap. The beast gets yanked out of the sky in a brutal yank, and dust explodes everywhere. It crashes into the dirt with a bone-rattling thud. Iris finally starts wondering if it's over, until he realizes his mana is almost completely drained. He pours every ounce of strength he has left into his sword, then swings for one final, earth-shaking strike. The dragon draws a breath deep in its throat and unleashes one last, desperate blast. A blinding beam of light crashes straight into the dragon's roaring fire. Two unstoppable forces slam together in a brutal fight to the death, grinding their way through survival itself. A colossal explosion detonates across the whole landscape, and then, bam, light floods everything, leaving them blind. Iris braced herself and stood firm, taking the searing shockwave so he wouldn't get hit. They lock eyes on the wreckage, praying this nightmare finally burned out for good. Suddenly, a bone-chilling hiss slithered through the clearing. Two glowing eyes cut through the thick, gray smoke like a warning. A terrifying roar erupts and rattles the ground like it's about to split open. A dragon's shadow surges up again from the wreckage, like it refuses to stay dead. A colossal dragon hangs in the air, as the sky slams to pitch black. It feels like the whole world is about to collapse as that beast crashes down. All at once, his vision swam into blur, and a cold sweat erupted across his skin. The monster unleashes a dark field that sucks the life right out of everything around it. His mana is getting shredded faster than it can regenerate, and the drain is downright terrifying. His strength is draining at lightning speed, and he can't even manage a retreat. So now there's only one road left for him to take. He pours every last ounce of energy he has left straight into his blade. He smashes through with the god of war's brutal severing strike. If this plan blows up, he's done. Game over for him. A colossal beam of light crashes into the dragon's barrier, hammering it like thunder. He grinds his teeth and shoves with every ounce of strength he's got. A translucent wall ripples, then spiderwebs and splits apart with a sickening crack. Then, boom, it explodes into a million sharp pieces. His strike tears through the air, but the beast refuses to drop. Panic crashes over him the second he locks eyes with the monster. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar, pure fury tearing through the air. A brutal torrent of black flames blasts out of its mouth. His ally rockets forward, shield held high like a wall about to slam into fate. She screams that she'll keep her promise. She'll protect him no matter what. The dark fire's hit comes down so hard it crushes everything in its path. Her magical shield starts to scream, groaning, cracking, and fighting to hold on. It shatters into a storm of shards as she gets blasted backward. He locks eyes with the abyss, heart pounding, wondering if this is where his story ends. He can't shake the memory of the brutal, hollow death he survived back in his old world. He can't stop thinking about the warm faces of the friends he found here. He flat out refuses to let this be the last moment of his life. He swears to survive this and march right back to them. Right then, the ring on his finger flares to life with a blinding glow. Every requirement for the Ring of Spirits has finally been met. An ancient, crushing power surges through his veins like a storm that won't be stopped. His mana pool erupts past every human limit imaginable. He knows this is his only shot at victory, and he can't afford to miss it. He thrusts his sword up, and it erupts in blinding light. The ground under him starts to shake violently, like the pressure is about to crack the world open. His brand new beam slams into the dragon's breath again, sparks flying as they collide. He screams until his throat feels raw, like it's burning from the inside out. A blinding light gobbles up the dragon's fire and shoves it right back into its mouth. It smashes the monster like a falling star, slamming in with a godlike impact. A pillar of destruction rips straight through the world, tearing up the land as it goes. The dust and smoke finally blow away. Then that colossal beast plummets out of the sky and crashes hard to the ground. It slams into the dirt, wheezes one last breath, and finally goes still. The dragon digs deep and hurls one final act of defiance into the world. He doesn't even let them breathe for a second. He rockets ahead, like lightning tearing through the sky. With a single lightning-fast swing, he whips his blade through the air. The black dragon's head gets ripped clean off its body, like a nightmare cutting itself short. Dust and smoke crawl over the silent battlefield, swallowing every inch of the ground. He gapes for breath as the adrenaline finally starts to burn out. Staring out over the wreckage, he finally understands. This victory is all his. The legend swore that once, a black dragon tore the world apart and scorched the surface down to ash. Survivors scrambled underground and prayed with all their hearts for 3 straight days. Their combined will ignites a brand new spirit, one meant to rise and help the next hero who's destined to come. This spirit sat in silence for 4,000 long years, waiting for the one soul brave enough to answer the call. He was stuck in a brutal, gut-wrenching stretch of waiting, praying a miracle would finally break through. Days after the dragon crumpled, the whole town explodes into wild celebration. Everyone lifts a glass to Ku and Iris. They crown Ku as the legendary dragon slayer. He grins as the cheers from his brand new friends drown the whole place in joy. As the night fades, Chrome barrels up to him by the fountain. He turns to Ku and thanks him for stepping up exactly as the hero he'd been hoping for. He shrugs it all off, calling it nothing but a string of wild coincidences. He admits that even losing a single moment terrifies him. Chrome leans in and tells him, "A good hand you draw and a good hand you actually use? That's not the same thing." He decides to let fate steer his strength from here on out. Ku should be absolutely proud of the miracle he pulled off, but Chrome pushes him to fully trust himself. "I asked." He stares at this fresh perspective like it just flicks the whole world. He realizes that trusting his own instincts feels absolutely right. It hits him at last, something he'd never been able to figure out back in Japan. The next morning, Iris shoots over to the fountain and waits, eyes locked on the water. She's absolutely stunning in a brand new dress, but you can tell her nerves are getting the best of her. Ku can't look away as her sudden transformation hits like a punch to the soul. They head to a quiet little restaurant together, slipping into the calm like they're chasing something only they can feel. Over steaming food, they trade stories about an ancient civilization, like secrets finally finding someone to spill them to. Iris realizes his skills are the real key to everything. She admits the black dragon is a nightmare of a foe, the kind that makes your blood run cold, who's still out there, asking whether new calamities are crawling around in this world. He drops a shocking new power on her right there, like the ground just split open. He tore the beast down, and the victory shot him up by 19 levels, then unlocked a brand new unique skill. Now he can summon the very calamity he once crushed. Iris cracks a joke that maybe he's the real danger after all, and she can feel it in her bones. He's a good person. Ku drops the news. Milia is packing up and relocating to the capital. Right soon, both of them are headed there with one mission: grab those royal awards. Iris snaps her gaze away, but her mind races straight into the terrifying future. She lays bare her whole life, and admits the Dragonfolk nation left her feeling cold to the bone. Ku grabs the mic and demands she explain every shred of her pain. She talks about her twin sister, Ferris. Ferris served as a chosen shrine maiden for the dragon god, carrying a sacred duty that could shake the heavens. While Iris fought like a warrior, Ferris carried a terrifying gift of premonition. Her predictions almost never missed. Time after time, she nailed it. Iris was treated like nothing but a disposable spare. Then, the monsters crashed into their temple and slaughtered Ferris. Iris had to slam through her sister's mission by herself. She got betrayed by her own guards, and in one cruel moment, she lost everything. Ku finally finds peace, and it feels like the whole world hushes when she does. She grabs his hands and thanks him for helping her carry out her duty. Ku leans in and asks, "So, are you heading back home now?" She's desperate to stay miles away from that place. Iris leans in and demands to know what he's got planned for his future. Who's got the guts to leave everything behind and go chase the world? Iris shoots him a nervous look and asks, "Can I come with you?" "Pup 10. With you." She spent her whole life on her own, scraping by day after day just to stay alive. Now she finally has a real friend, one she can count on for everything. She's genuinely overjoyed that she finally got to meet him. Ku locks eyes with her, and a soft, gentle warmth spreads through her gaze. Later, she scrambles to pin her feelings on the drinks. Kuja flashes a grin and offers to walk beside her. Their hands snap into place as they weave through the streets. They steal a quiet moment together beneath the glittering stars. They stride into the night side by side, like the world is about to shift beneath them. Sunlight spills through the treetops as Ku finally slips into a rare, breath-steady moment of peace. He's convinced moments this calm are the absolute best thing in the whole world. Right then, Iris beamed and called his name, grinning like she just hit the perfect moment. She jabs her finger toward a scatter of mushrooms sprouting right by the water. Ku agrees to take a look and shoots a grateful smile at her for the help. Iris won't back down. She insists she's helping because she just wants to be there. They push through the woods, talking fast about what to do next. Ku insists that when they get back, they should finally form an official party. Asta. He wants her to pack up and ride with him on his brutal, never-ending journey. He leans in and asks her, "Will you come with me for good?" Iris grins and gladly agrees, admitting that it's always a blast having him by her side. Suddenly, a weird, haunting sound rips through the trees like it's hunting something. Ku notices weird little objects floating through the sky like they don't belong there. Iris lets out the truth. These aren't ordinary mushrooms, they're flying ones that bolt the second someone draws near. Who suddenly realizes he can use them to fuel his creation skills. He leans in and tells Iris, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the collection myself." A brutal shockwave of wind roars past Iris, slamming through the air like a warning. Ku rockets forward so fast he turns into a full-on blur. In just 2 seconds, he dashes back with 56 mushrooms. They keep scrapping together supplies through the whole night, hammering away until dawn. By the time they finally roll back into Annan, the sky's already turning dawn. Right then, a young fan barrels in, shaking with excitement, begging for a handshake. Ku jerks in shock at the sudden clash. More and more people swarm in, tossing free drinks his way and begging to join him as students. His insane popularity isn't just growing, it's starting to crush him. They finally burst into the guild, and Milia greets them with a warm smile like she's been waiting. She drops the bombshell. The invitation letters from the capital have finally arrived. The next award ceremony is set for 1 month from now. Ku's mind races back to the Scarlet Company, and to his old friend, Chrome. Milia tells them, "I'll catch up with you there, once I'm done with my work." She tells them to soak in the gorgeous scenery and enjoy every second of the trip. Ku and Iris lock eyes, and pure excitement practically sparks between them. That night, Ku stands alone beneath a blinding full moon, staring up like it's daring him to move. He stumbled onto a massive open field miles away from the city. He can't sleep yet. He's testing his brand new items first. He yanks out a ring forged from a dragon's corpse. This is the Ring of the Flame Emperor Dragon, an elite, one-of-a-kind treasure nobody can get their hands on. A brand new magical skill pops in like a notification, snapping into place the moment it's installed. It's the absolute peak of flame magic, the highest tier you can possibly reach. Ku thrusts his arm up and yells for a fire arrow. A scorching blast of heat smashes into a nearby tree like a living strike. The moment the trunk hits the flame, it vanishes in an instant, then a thick wave of smoke rockets into the sky. He realizes one terrifying thing. Only his target is burned. He can't stop wondering, can this thing really crush a whole wide area with one brutal attack? He zeroes in on a clump of grass 30 meters out. A gigantic pillar of fire explodes up from the ground like the earth just detonated. The magic is flawless. When he casts, it singes only what he chooses. Suddenly, a whole pack of punch rabbits explodes out of the brush and leaps at them. That code locks in the decision. These guys are perfect picks for the final test. He unleashes a roaring volley of magical arrows, raining them down on the monsters. In the blink of an eye, they all crumpled to the ground. He wiped them out with surgical precision, down to the last one, while keeping every scrap of their valuable fur perfectly intact. A notification pops up and tells him in no uncertain terms that he's hit level 92. His magic power has gone wildly out of control. It's outgrown everything. Next, he yanks out a potion brewed from flying mushrooms. He can't stop wondering what it would feel like to rip through the sky and soar. After he drinks it, his feet slowly peel off the grass. He erupts in laughter, pure joy spilling out as he starts to rise higher and higher. He rockets up into the starry night sky, shooting straight for the heavens. From up here, the view is downright breathtaking. He feels real freedom wrap around him as the clouds drift above. Ku finally slipped back to his pavilion well after midnight, like the night just kept dragging him along. He decides to turn that rabbit fur into his next killer recipe. He fashions a brand new shirt that keeps the temperature perfectly dialed in. The fabric slid over his skin and felt unbelievably soft. He crawls into bed, grinning like he just leveled up. He shuts his eyes and slips straight into a heavy, dream-soaked sleep. Tomorrow, the journey to the capital kicks off. Under the glowing sun, Ku and Iris stroll back toward their familiar house. They move toward the building with a cool, steady calm hanging in the air. Iris gushes that the sight still amazes her every single time they come back, like it's brand new. Right then, a bunch of slime started bouncing across the grass like little gremlins welcoming them home. Ku stared at them, and his heart sank like a stone. He drops the bombshell that they're leaving soon, and once they go, they won't be back for ages. The slime shudder when they realize they're about to be all alone. That slime menace can't break free of the underground city, because it won't be able to chase him out. Right then, a system prompt slammed onto the screen demanding Ku rewrite the main system. Ku nods instantly, and the slime suddenly starts to glow like it's alive. A weird, glowing warmth surges through its body, like something inside it just woke up. Ku admits the rewrite is still underway, and soon that slime will break free and head outside. The slime practically bounces in excitement at the idea of getting to be a company slime. Then the system demands a name for the brand new helper. Iris tosses out these weird names, and somehow you can't help but wonder who in their right mind would ever feel satisfied. He muscles through the moment and drops the name, Sarara. The slime giddily repeats the name, starstruck, like it just discovered magic. It rockets upward and blurts out a thankful roar to its master for that amazing gift. Suddenly, the slime's bodies grow heavy, and they start dozing off right on the spot. Ku spots it. This system update demands a full reboot, and then the others rush Sarara to bed. And that's when one slime blurts out, "There's a present waiting for us in the warehouse." Ku is hit with a shock so strong it rattles his inner thoughts. They bolted straight to the storage area right away. Massive carriages suddenly burst into view right in front of them, popping up in a flash. These ancient relics are no joke. Each one is carved with its own specialized interior. One gets a kitchen, while the rest settle for soft beds and even a second floor. Iris can't help but wonder, what if she fused them all together with something truly incredible burst into existence? Ku double-checks his recipes and realizes with a jolt that he's exactly what everything needs. He flashes a grin like he just found himself again, and suddenly, he's unstoppable. He thrusts his hand toward the vehicles. He rips his creation skill into action. A colossal two-story machine bursts out of the blinding light. It's the grand cabin, loaded with insane defensive upgrades that make it nearly untouchable. Ku and Iris are absolutely stunned as the sheer size of the creation hits them like a wave. His skill rank shot up to 6. He realizes he can straight up use whatever he touches. No item box needed. They decide to burst inside. The living room bursts with bright light and stretches out wide and spacious. Iris drops onto the sofa and just stares, stunned by how insanely soft it feels. They barrel through the dining room like they've got somewhere urgent to be. The kitchen is decked out with sleek, modern fixtures. Everything's slick, spotless, and sharp as hell. Upstairs, they stumble into a cozy bedroom with a big, inviting bed. Even the bathroom screams wealth. There's a full-on tub in there, like it belongs in a king's palace. Iris can't stop wondering how they're even going to haul something this heavy without breaking. Ku just smirks, like her worry is the funniest thing in the world. They huddle outside this colossal structure, staring up like it's about to swallow the sky. Ku raises his destroyer, Golem Dest, summoning it into the fray. Dest was raring to go, then he nodded and agreed to pull the carriage. Ku gets a jolt of instruction. Combine the golem with the cabin and make it happen. He slams the command, "Start the fusion." He shot, which made 9 people, wonder find 9 time. And out steps a colossal destroyer golem powered by an eternal engine that never, ever dies. The moment they launch, the ground turns to blur under their feet. The speed blasts past anything a normal carriage could ever dream of. They huddle over the map, plotting a route that jumps through multiple cities just so they can hit the sights. Before he's set to leave, Ku tears through the day, saying goodbye to everyone he knows. He spends his days racing to stockpile ingredients and supplies, like he's preparing for the storm. Night crashes over the city, And at last, his tasks are done. A letter crashes onto the doorstep from Relic bearing news about Count Millard. Chaman innate, he stares at it with a deadly, serious expression. He couldn't shake the question. Why on earth was the Lord standing idle while the dragons tore everything apart? Relic slips into Surrier to dig into the Count's health, hunting answers in the shadows. Then he drops the key detail, who's getting an award at the capital, and exactly when. Ku is praying he'll bump into his friend sometime during the trip. The very next day, Ku barrels into the market, hunting for a tourist guide. And just like that, he clocks Milia lugging a mountain of books on her arms. Out of nowhere she stumbles, right on the cobblestones. The books whip up into the air like they've been yanked by invisible hands. She gasps, panic exploding, as she plummets, moves like a blur, then snatches every book out of the air without even breaking a sweat. Milia stared up in total disbelief, because the moment she saw him, her brain just stopped working. The instant everything snapped into stillness in the roaring market, Milia stands right outside her home and demands a way to repay her. After all, she hauled her books. Kuz grins and tells her, "I'm just paying you back for that kindness you gave me earlier." He tells her to treat it like a debt, something she can repay later. They set a date to meet again in the capital, because she can't wait to hit him with the best restaurants in town. She flashes a thumbs up and swears she'll cook up something seriously special. Ku can't wait for the wild surprises the city has lined up just for them. Departure day finally bursts into the scene as the whole city swarms together, cheering at the top of their lungs for their heroes. A breathtaking bouquet of roses is crafted as a final parting gift. Milia thrusts the flowers into Ku and Iris's hands, whispering a fierce hope that they make it through safe and sound. They drop into their seats inside the gigantic moving carriage, like the ride's about to launch them straight into chaos. Ku is buzzing with energy, itching to throw open the doors to the world. The giant mechanical beast roars as it blasts out through the gates of Onin. They catch up with Sarara on the road toward the capital. And Hea to say Dha. That tiny slime grinned like the world was perfect, rocking a brand new sun hat Iris handed him. Sarara strides up to the giant metal golem and makes an introduction, as if the whole world just tuned in. Ku snaps awake and realizes he still hasn't even named his creation. He pauses for a split second, then decides to call out to the golem desk. The squad keeps hammering onward, pushing through the endless road that leads straight to the kingdom's heart. Their map pinpoints Tue as their next stop, and everyone knows that place for its legendary beef. Ku sinks into a calm moment with a book in hand, already daydreaming about a mouth-watering dinner. Iris stares at him, her mind racing, desperate to know what kind of life he lived before all of this. Ku jolts awake just as the sun starts sinking into the horizon. The fortified walls of Tuea finally smash into view on the horizon. A crushing crowd of guards huddles at the gate, and the air feels heavy enough to choke on. Ku dares to stop the soldiers and ask if a monster's lurking nearby. A man drops to his knees out of nowhere and frantically begs for help. Ku and Iris suddenly clock it. Something huge is spiraling out of control right now. The man steps forward and declares, "I'm Papalo, the branch master of the guild." Ku leans in and demands he spell out just how serious this situation really is. Papalo's face crumples as he starts telling you everything that happened. A nightmare srank beast called the Devil Trant has just torn into the world. A lone, traveling priest is risking everything right now, pushing himself to the edge just to stall it before it gets any farther. The city will be torn apart in less than half a day. He drops to his knees and begs the Dragon Slayer to unleash his power and save them all. Ku shuts his eyes and lets the weight of that request crash over him. He agrees to help, but then he fires right back, insisting the master's got one key point wrong and needs correcting. He lays it out clearly. Without Iris, the dragon fight doesn't stand a chance. Papalo finally gets it, and as he stares at both of them, fresh hope lights up his eyes. He leans in and tells them straight up that they're the only ones who can save the city. The mecha carriage rockets across the battlefield plains at full throttle. The two, Ku and Iris, climb up onto the roof, staking everything just to get a killer view. Iris grabs his hand and thanks him for praising her strength right in front of the master. Ko tells her she's a precious friend, and you can hear how much he means every single word. She raises her shield and snaps at him to back off. This defense is all hers. Sarara whips around, jabs at the horizon and screams, "Look! Look!" A towering dark silhouette crushes the silence over the lifeless wasteland. Ku's jaw drops as the enemy's massive force barrels toward him, dwarfing everything in its path. The Devil Treant is a living nightmare. Twisted wood, pure malice and dread that sinks in the second it moves. A web of glowing light chains clamps down hard on its giant trunk. Iris spots the celestial chains and realizes they're an advanced holy magic spell. Who realizes the priest has to be insanely skilled to tame something that dangerous. Suddenly, the lights start to strobe, and the chains snap with a loud crack. The monster bellows, then shatters the holy restraints like they're nothing. Ku freezes. There's a tiny figure right in the monster's way. The priest suddenly looks way too small as the giant tree's roots tower around him. The devil trant looms over his battered opponent, killing fury burning in his eyes. The priest crumples to the ground when her magic power suddenly sputters and dies. Ku barked an order to his desk, sending it surging straight toward the girl as she crashed down. He rockets out of the vehicle and sprints straight at the monster. At the monster, Ku shoots forward and snags the falling priest at the last second, right before the tree can smash them. He stares down at the girl passed out in his arms. Ku's stomach drops when they realize their unbeatable protector isn't a warrior at all. It's just a kid. The massive devil Trent lets out a deep, menacing rumble as it towers over the whole landscape. Iris bursts into the fray with a fierce battle cry, then swings her weapon with every ounce of strength she's got. Her strike slams straight in, bursting with a violent surge of energy that smashes into the monster's defenses. The beast snaps back, smashing its massive limbs into the dragon god barrier that shields the whole group. From far away, the transport vehicle looks tiny compared to the towering beast and its shimmering shield that gleams like it's about to unleash hell. Trant roars with rage, pounding the hexagonal barrier again and again, and it just won't crack. Ko catches Iris as she crumples to the ground, and he's quick to praise her for the insane effort she just pushed through. Right next to them, a slime starts to balloon as Ku gets ready to haul the exhausted girl to safety. He hands her over to the soft creature and orders it to take her to a bed inside the vehicle, right now. Right then, Iris comes roaring back to his side, shield up and ready, basically welcoming him straight into the front lines again. She tells him she's finally feeling way better, then declares she's ready to jump right back into the fight after a quick breather. Ku barks orders to the team to break formation and back off fast, put real distance between them and that deadly monster. The vehicle rockets across the dead, empty plain, and for a split second the massive tree drops out of sight behind them. They halt at a safe distance, gasping hard as they map out their next strike. Hugh yanks his blade free, and it erupts in an intense holy glow. He drops into a low stance, grinning at the monster, and whispers that he's got a little present just for it. With a thunderous roar, he rips out the god of war slash at full power. A violent wave of energy slices through the air, blasting straight for the beast's midsection. It bites deep into the wooden trance body, and splinters explode through the air in every direction. The monster howls in pure agony as the brutal strike chops its leg clean off. It lurches ahead, then slams down hard as its giant body tips and loses control. Ku stares in pure disbelief as the creature's leg starts regrowing right in front of him. Seconds, and it's back. The trance shakes with pure rage, its whole body quivering as it lines up its brutal counterattack. Iris snaps at him to watch his step, right as the monster unleashes a hailstorm of razor-sharp branches. Wooden spears slice through the air, whistling like a full-blown storm of arrows. Ku stays ice-cold, his eyes sharpening to a slit as he snaps the rings on his fingers to life. He thrusts his hand to the sky and barks at the incoming branches to back off. He snaps his will toward the sky, conjuring a flaming arrow that bursts into existence, using the brand new magic he just unlocked. Dozens of flaming projectiles exploded into existence, blazing across the dark battlefield and turning night into fire. Fire arrows slam out of the sky, exploding on the monster's wooden spears as they swing through the air. Ku and Iris stand shoulder to shoulder, staring as the flames rip through every incoming threat. Iris's gaze snaps upward, and she's left breathless, staring in awe at the stunning blaze of light and heat. A tiny smile tugs at Ku's lips as he watches his spell land, right where he wanted it. Iris asks when he learned magic, and he shrugs it off like it's nothing, saying it was only just recently. She realizes fire magic is the edge they need, because it'll make this brutal fight way easier for them. She says they've got two choices: smash it down with raw brute force, or torch it until it burns out. Ko demands more details about the alternative plan to end everything fast. Iris tells him, if we torch its head clean off, it'll be dead before it can regenerate. They push to wrap this up fast, before something unpredictable turns into a disaster. Ku tilts his head and locks eyes on the twisted face up in the branches, pinpointing his target. He realizes the monster is way too huge, so he steels himself, closes the distance, and only then can his plan actually land. Suddenly, he whips out a flying potion he brewed from the mushrooms they picked. Iris can barely catch her breath as his endless surprises build up to the moment he's about to launch into the sky. She snaps at him to wait, yanking him back before he can slip away on his own. She refuses to stay behind, snatches his arm, and locks eyes with a fierce, determined stare. Ku nods, grins, and tells her to hang on tight. He's taking care of the insult. He downs the potion in one gulp, and magical power crashes through his veins like a lightning strike. A notification pops up, daring him. Want to include Iris in the wind blessings effect? Both of them rise off the ground, hovering high above the transport vehicle like they just escaped gravity. Iris can't believe it when she's suddenly yanked up into the sky, and that wild, unreal feeling hits her like a lightning bolt. She flashes him a bright smile, and tells him she's totally fine because he's right there beside her, calls the robot down, and orders it to drive the vehicle to a safe place. The robot flashes a confident thumbs up, then the two of them rocket straight toward the enemy. They zip through the sky, racing to shut the distance with the massive Trant. The monster spots them closing in and blasts a deafening wooden roar that rattles everything. Hugh realizes the beast picked up on his killing intent, and just as that clicks, it starts to move. It flings those giant arms through the air, whipping them around to smack its moves like it's swatting flies. Iris thrusts herself in front of him, lifts her shield high, and swears that nothing can ever touch him. Her defensive barrier gets slammed by that heavy strike, and the impact rattles straight through her bones. The shield stands his ground, drinking up the impact as the glowing surface shimmers under the force of the blow. Iris shrieks at him to strike right now. She's got the monster right where it can't get to him. Kao pours every last drop of his magic into one deadly pinpoint strike. Compoint strike. Iris braces herself to drop the barrier. Then a massive magic circle explodes into existence all around them. Ku yells for his fire arrow to fly and end this battle for good. The beast roars like it's drowning in pure, soul-shattering agony. Ku thrusts a shimmering magic shield up to shield Iris. A colossal explosion erupts across the wasteland, sending shockwaves roaring through the ruins. They just stare, locked in silence, as the dust finally settles. A monstrous tree looms there, charred to the core, shattered down to ruins. Subjugation finally ends, and back in safety, they keep watch over the mysterious girl as she sinks into sleep. Iris exhales in total relief, realizing she's not hurt at all. Suddenly, Iris clocks a creepy mark on the girl's shoulder. It's the holy crest of the god of war itself. Right then, it hits her. She spots the crest's sword and realizes it matches Ku's blade perfectly. They race up to the city's north gate in no time. A battle-hardened soldier clocks Ku at once like the legend just lit up in front of him, the dragon killer himself. Ku shoots you a shy, humble grin, like she's trying to hide how sweet she really is. A wall of warriors, massive and bristling with power, is waiting in full force to welcome them. The leader pours out his deepest gratitude, thanking them for surviving when everything else went wrong. They throw their gratitude at his feet, thanking him from the deepest part of their hearts for saving the city. Suddenly, the mob heaved the Ku overhead, roaring with pure victory. The guildmaster ushers him into his private office and demands his report. Who swears he couldn't have pulled it off without his friends? The old man leans toward the window, stares out, and declares him a true humble hero. They rush to a legendary spot on Meat Street to celebrate in style. A juicy, thick steak lands on the table, and the fine wine is poured right then and there. Iris plunges in with total, joyful glee, like she's savoring every single second. And right there, nearby patrons raise their glasses to the hero who just saved their homes, who can't help blushing at the praise, even while it hits them like pure, sweet fulfillment. He ends the night by sinking into the inn's steamy hot bath and letting all the tension melt away. Next morning, that tiny slime sleeps in like it has all the time in the world. Ku's wide awake, and his mind is spiraling into its own dark thoughts. He rips apart the tree with his skills, then crushes what's left of its crushing power. Right then, a glowing branch from the world tree flared into existence and landed in his palm like destiny. He can't stop wondering if that legendary material could someday forge something truly divine. The slime jerks awake at last, breaking free from its deep, dreamless sleep. It charges over to its master every morning with a bright, bouncy hello. The little helper leaps onto the vanity to get herself ready. It hops into the mirror and locks in its shape, flexing until it's perfectly round. They bolt out to rip through the city's southern pastures, searching for what's out there. The slime can't believe it. Those gentle cows and sheep have him totally mesmerized. Iris lays it all out. This city's ancient past has two faces, and she proves it. Ku even grabs the shears and tries to cut through that thick, stubborn wool. The locals swarm their savior on the spot, stuffing his hands with food like gratitude itself is racing. Right there, an impromptu feast erupts among the livestock. They lean over the walls and watch the sun crash below the horizon. Iris leans in and asks, "So what's it like being a champion for the people?" They lean over the edge and stare down at the ranch. Quiet, peaceful, and spread out like nothing could ever go wrong. He finally realizes he didn't just protect something. He guarded generations of hard work and progress. When they finally stumble back to the guild, the priestess is already gone, vanished without a trace. She stormed out, leaving a formal letter behind, written straight to the Ku. The message spills the truth. She's a traveler, and she stopped the monster in her tracks. She swears they'll meet again soon, right on the horizon. Ku and Iris step out together for one final bite at their favorite local spot. A monster of a sandwich stacked edge to edge with steak bursts onto the scene. Ku's jaw drops in total disbelief at the downright absence of any bread at all. They dig in until their stomachs are stuffed and fully satisfied. All way, Iris brings up the legendary hot springs in Surrey, and suddenly the whole town feels like it's simmering with secrets. Ku grins, already buzzing with excitement for that relaxing ride tomorrow. They called it a night early, locking in for the brutal long trip that was coming. The next morning, a mechanical carriage rattles across the bridge like it owns the place. A massive crowd surges forward, waving goodbye to their legendary benefactor as the whole place hangs on the farewell. While the others had already crashed back into deep sleep, the night finally settled, quiet and heavy. Ku bursts onto the deck, soaking up the fresh air like it's made just for him. The sky's crystal clear, and the sun blazes overhead like it's daring the world to keep up. Suddenly, he spots a lone figure standing there, waiting like they've got all the time in the world. It's that mysterious priestess, sitting perfectly still beneath a tree like she knows every secret in the world. Ku barks in order to stop, then jumps down from the vehicle. She jumps to her feet and hits him with his full name right off the bat. Lily straightens up, introduces herself the right way, and pours out a heartfelt thank you that lands like a promise. She tells him her foresight skill clocked his arrival today before it even happened. She says straight up that brushing off her prophetic dreams would be the height of rudeness. Why day, the whole? Her eyes harden the moment she demands to know. Are you a transmigrator? Ko freezes in total disbelief. He wrestles with the answer, like it's slipping through his fingers. She finally spills the truth, her secret title. Now it's time. This vital mission is about to kick off. Iris snaps back to the moment she was tasked with fulfilling the dragon goddess mission. They picked her to carry the red jade straight to its fate. Ku clocks it instantly. Lily's carrying the exact same kind of weight. Lily leans in and reveals her skill, and it drinks in ancient power like it's been waiting all along. Sarara drops a bombshell. She talks about a legend where shrine maidens are joined as one. Ku leans in and demands more details about what went down. Lily plunges her hand into her priestly robes, like she's digging up a secret that can't stay buried. She yanks out a huge white bow, like it's about to change everything. You've got to hand it over to the transmigrator, who stares at the artifact in sheer shock. The emblem screams one thing loud and clear: 3 sacred weapons, holy and ready. Lily thrusts the Yggdrasil bow into their hands, like it's the key to everything. The system flags it as a sealed calamity slayer. Iris straight up asks if pulling it out is really safe, or if it'll blow up in their faces. Lily's got the power to take it from here. And after all that chaos, one mission finally hits the finish line. Now she has to hunt down the magical sword, Graham. Hugh drops the bomb. His blade is already in his hands. Lily jolts, gasping as she spots the sword. She can feel a massive wave of divine power crashing through the air. Ku slipped into a hidden city and uncovered its lost treasure. Lily lets him keep the sacred blade. They huddle over it, her rare gift of foresight, the kind that changes everything before it even happens. It's been helping her ever since she was a kid. She reminds Iris of her twin sister, Felice. Zarara leans in and asks what her plans for the future are. Lily is begging to tag along on their journeys. The whole party erupts in joy as they welcome her in, like she's the moment everyone's been waiting for. A calm, peaceful smile blooms across her face. Ku officially pulls her into the group with a bold invitation. The clock starts to thrum toward lunch hour, like it's counting down to something huge. Iris lets out a hungry signal like she's basically telling everyone, "Feed me now," who jumps up and says, "Let's start cooking a meal." They laid out a blazing spread of fresh ingredients, like the feast was about to explode. Everyone jumps in to help in the kitchen. The menu is loaded. There's hearty stew and cheesy omelets stacked like a feast. Iris and Sarara dive straight into the work right away. Lily stares at the food, torn with hesitation. She straight up admits this is her very first try. Ku kicks things off with a small, no-nonsense task. She cracks the egg, tapping it hard against the bowl. Ku leans in and tells her, "Take it easy." She panics and squeezes too hard crack. The egg smashes in her own hand. Her lack of experience shackles her special skills, holding them back at every turn. Ku presses her hands into place, steering them with his own. The egg pops open with a clean crack, dropping straight into the bowl like it knew exactly where to land. The whole place feels warm, cozy, and friendly, like the air itself is smiling. They dive back into preparations with bright, unstoppable energy. A mouth-watering feast sprawls across the table, ready to be devoured. Iris savors every bite of her top-tier cooking like it's pure magic. Lily can't believe how insanely delicious it tastes. She digs in with pure, unstoppable joy. She grabs her another serving like, "Try this too." He leans in and tells her straight up that she has to grow. She beams and grabs the extra food like it's the best surprise ever. After the fight, they roll up their sleeves and tackle the dishes together. Lily's heart sinks because she realizes she knows way too little. Who finally shuts her down and tells her she doesn't need to apologize anymore. She watched the plague rip her parents away. Ku and Iris push her forward, urging her to actually start living. Lily grins back and nods, agreeing with them without a second thought. Sarara wants to team up and play a game together. Suddenly, the ground starts to rumble like something massive is about to burst out. The vehicle slams to a brutal halt, jolting everyone like it just got punched. Hugh catches Sarara midair. He shoots himself a quick check for injuries, just to make sure he's not falling apart. Everyone's safe, but they're all rattled to the bone. Iris spots the earthquake scale in real time, and it hits her like a warning bell. They're closing in on the old Zard Bridge, and you can feel something big is about to happen. A collapse would slam the path shut and force a brutal long detour. Who's clinging to one last hope, still pushing to reach Surrey. Tires screamed across the dry dirt, grinding and spitting dust with every furious turn. They stumble on a packed crowd standing shoulder to shoulder, blocking the river. The driver breaks the devastating news, and it hits like a punch to the gut. The bridge is shattered, gone completely. The whole crew stares down at the shattered remains of Zard Bridge, crumbled into ruin. That gigantic gap is so wide that crossing on foot just isn't possible. Ku tells you to chug a flying potion and blast ahead. He hesitates hard because the merchants can't come along. No flying allowed. Suddenly, the slime Swara bursts in with a bold plan. It hints you should use the creation skill to mend that broken path. Hummel steps in, slams his hands onto the stone. He grins as the perfect recipe bursts into his mind. He unleashes his power in a crackling surge that lights everything up. Everyone else stands frozen, staring in pure disbelief as the light explodes out of nowhere. A blinding flash erupts across the entire riverbank. A colossal, unshakable bridge erupts out of nowhere, spanning the gap in an instant. Ku admits he scavenged the old debris and monster trunks. This new structure is an absolute fortress. Its defenses skyrocket, and it heals faster than you can blink. Iris and Lily stare in shock at his dazzling flash-filled performance. Sarara brags that her master is basically a god. That huge bus rumbles across the new road like it owns the place, smooth and unstoppable. They burst up to the gates of Surya, just as dusk starts to fall. He catches up with a guard and reports the repairs. The guard is flooded with gratitude, overwhelmed by the help he just received. Ku leans in and asks whether the local lord is in town right now. The guard snaps into sudden, jaw-dropping shock. He lets it slip that the lord is secretly recovering from an illness. He pleads with the whole crew to keep this locked up tight. No one's allowed to spill it. He swears up and down to stay silent, then slips into the city like he's vanishing into the shadows. A colossal festival is about to kick off in Surya, and everyone's buzzing like something huge is coming. Thick white steam billows up from the hot springs all around. Ku can't stop staring. He's blown away by the city's 300-year history. Sarara leans in and tells them The ancient ruins are buried right underneath, from a lost civilization that vanished long ago. That slime can't stop bragging about how it knows every ancient thing from history. That space, they stumble on a tiny restaurant blasting the local specialty stew like it's the real treasure. The girls stare at the food, and their eyes light up like they've just hit the jackpot. Who tastes that rich flavor and absolutely lights up. She can't get enough. They stuff themselves until every hunger is gone, then settle in, cozy and fully satisfied. They ride straight to a fancy high-class inn and lock in for the night. Koo slips into the outdoor hot spring by herself, sinking deeper and deeper as the heat hubs her all alone. Under the moonlight, his fatigue crumbles away. Iris and Lily splash around and soak up every second of the next bath together. Koo can't wait. Tomorrow morning's festivities are calling his name. Sarara slips in beside him, and the steaming water swallows them both. That slime feels like it's about to liquefy, like it's one step away from melting everything. The very next day, the whole city blazes with decorations. Food stalls crowd the streets, stacked with endless flavors and mouth-watering variety. Lily snaps to a halt and gapes into empty space like she just saw something nobody else could. She jolts back to reality with a startled gasp, like the world just yanked her awake. She straight up admits she totally checked out, like her brain was on mute. Her foresight ignited a chain reaction of shattered, flashing visions. Wedge, Koo and Iris press her. What did you see in the future? Lily spotted Koo pushing through the crowd, and then a trumpet got thrust into his hands. Then he ripped a sacred branch straight out of his box. Who's going to explain why he's hunting down materials so rare? In that final vision, they launch straight toward the northwest. Koo is totally lost because their destination is way out in the northeast. They scan the map, then stop cold. Just empty mountains stretch out in every direction. Lily leans in and says Koo's power makes the future go blurry and warped. Iris cuts in fast and reminds everyone, Koo always pulls off the impossible. He kept getting roasted with jokes about how he couldn't hold a tune to save his life. Lily met his eyes and flashed him a warm, gentle smile that felt like a hug. They pick up right where they left off and hit the festival tour again. No hesitation. Every single stall serves up its own twist on the stew, like each one's hiding a secret recipe. Sarara takes one sip of a wine-based soup by accident and suddenly gets completely drunk. Hugh quickly thrusts the slime and the antidote potion into the other person's hands. Sarara rockets back onto the scene with instant, bright cheer energy. They burst right into the same guard they tangled with the day before. He brings them in and dares them to play an ancient lottery game. He lays out the rules for those numbered cards, one by one. He finally spots the truth. This is bingo from home, dead on. He whips his gaze to the shelf stacked with prizes, like his luck is about to strike. A shiny silver trumpet gleams dead center, like it's daring everyone to look closer. And boom, everyone realizes that vision they feared is already starting to come true. That morning's big moment is finally kicking off. Koo and his crew slid into their seats, clutching lottery cards like they were about to change everything. He suddenly realizes the announcer isn't some random voice at all. It's the same guard he saw earlier. The very first number the host yells is 20. Lily's crushed because she doesn't have it. He realizes it matches his own age perfectly. Suddenly, the paper rips open and a hole appears by itself. The clown cackles and grins, showing off the wild truth. His magic trick skill has been planted into every single card. He tells you that every number can be remixed and rewritten all across the game. And just like that, the whole competition goes from May to non-stop chaos. Next up, 61. As the game rages on, more holes start bursting open one after another. Ko shoots his hand up, shouting that he only needs one more. Right then, a face he knows all too well suddenly pops up in the crowd. It's Cal, a tough female adventurer Ko teamed up with back in his old city. The clown can't contain their thrill as their fateful showdown finally kicks off. Both of them have been teetering on the edge of victory for round after round. Finally, the announcer makes it official, 8-7. Who does he think he is, throwing himself off by just one number? Right then, his card erupted in glowing light and began to vibrate in his hand. The magic skill reshapes the number on the spot, spitting out exactly what he needs. Ko and Kao both realized it at the exact same moment, like fate hit the button for them, and they'd won together. They plant themselves in front of the crowd, two undefeated joint victors, standing tall like legends. There's just one winner for first prize, and one runner up for second. Gu leans in and tells Cal, "Go for it, take the first prize." He shrugs and says, We've already got the ship chill. I just want the trumpet. She's bursting with joy over how generously he keeps giving. He steps up and reaches for the reward. A burst of smoke suddenly erupts right in front of him. He blinks, totally thrown off, like nothing makes sense. Then, in his hands, he discovers a gleaming trumpet that practically shines. His friends can't hide it. They're a little jealous they missed their chance. They can win anyone over with a giant basket stuffed with snacks. Cal can't shake the fear that she's taking more than she should from him, who leans in and promises he can play. Like for real. He raises the instrument to his lips and blows. A breathtaking melody slips into the air, like the world just inhaled something magical. His companions are frozen in total shock, staring like they can't even blink. Every face in the square goes still as the music swells to a dizzying crescendo. That secret assist skill makes his performance flawless, like he's always one step ahead. As the song fades, the whole crew surges together by the fountain. Call waved goodbye and sprinted off to join her grandmother for lunch. Suddenly, a voice blasts out and yells, "Ku!" An elderly man steps up and introduces himself with a commanding voice. He's the Lord of Mjard. Ku clocks that the man is painfully pale and looks like he's barely hanging on. The old man erupts into violent coughing, hacking like his chest is fighting for air. He tells you he's been fighting his way back from injuries for months. He throws all his weight behind the hero, who just saved the territory. Right as he extends his hand for the handshake, it starts to shake uncontrollably. The Count crumples to the ground, choking out a desperate cry. He plants hard onto the stone floor, sparks flying in his wake. A heavy black mist oozes out from his body like something alive. Kut recoils from the dark energy. The story dives straight into the dark. A jolt of system alerts erupts across his vision. A terrifying high-level curse is racing toward everyone in the area, and it's closing in fast. Ku yells at his friends to back off. Right now! They pinpoint it as the Black Death's deadliest curse, straight up lethal. Ku clenched his jaw as he remembered the exact branch that showed up in his dream. He yanks out a piece of glowing Yggdrasil wood, and it lights up everything around him. The black mist snaps out of existence in an instant, vanishing fast before anyone can react. He tells the others, the curse isn't gone, it's just locked down for now. They've got to grab the Count from somewhere secret. Right now, they drag the unconscious lord into a nearby inn and laid him down on a bed. The guard keeps staring at him, eyes full of deep worry. He keeps his breath held, waiting for the final analysis results to drop. He finally realizes the curse is built to snap to life in packed crowds, spreading fast enough to spark a full-blown epidemic. A horrifying beast called an Elder Lich stalks the source, and it's pure nightmare fuel. In the pitch black, a skeletal monster crawls out of the shadows, and a glowing orb burns in its grasp. The Elder Lich coils up its malice, ready to unleash pure evil. It all kicked off 4 months ago, right in the middle of the Great Flood in the north. Count Mallard lunged into the disaster's chaos and confronted the creature head-on. He shoved the skeleton away at the last second, but it still jabbed a finger at him and blasted out a forbidden language. Now the Count is shut in bed, racked by the deadly Black Death curse. Maria boldly claims she's already mastered the highest level of light magic. Ku finally grants her his permission to try the purification. She summons the light and blasts the corruption out of the room, like it's the only way to cleanse everything. A gigantic magic circle detonates in a blinding flash of raw, unstoppable power. The spell backfires and the curse won't budge. Everyone freezes, stunned out of their minds. Kao taps into his internal system and breaks down the magical signature, like it's a coded message. He can feel the dark magic woven into the Count layered, deadly, and way more complicated than it looks. They finally get it. There's only one way out: track down the Elder Lich and smash him for good. After the flood finally tore through and stopped, nobody had seen a shred of that creature ever again. He snaps his auto-mapping skill on and sweeps the area around him with a rapid scan. Iris can't believe how perfectly they sync up and smash through it together. The map snaps into focus. Turns out the monster is crouched right inside Mount Triss, hiding there as we speak. Beneath those heavy blankets, the Count's restless presence starts to churn and wake up. He gasps for breath and thrusts his arm toward Ku. As the life drains from him, the dying man drops the bombshell. He heard every word of your conversation. His whole territory lies in shattered ruins, and his knightly order has been wiped out. He can't die yet. His heir is still too young to take the throne. To reach that monster, you have to fight your way through a twisted maze packed with deadly traps. Ku stares in awe at the underground worship center's twisted, maze-like layout. A colossal maze built to hunt down and crush any intruder that dares step inside. Black smoke claws up from the Count's body as the curse finally sinks its teeth in. They know they can't afford to waste even a second. Iris points you to the search route function and says, "Follow this path, there's a way through." Cope yanks a colossal wooden hammer straight out of his inventory. He strides up to the stone entrance, eyes locked forward with pure determination. He rips into the air with a massive swing and boom! His wall destruction skill kicks on. The stone crumbles the instant that unstoppable force hits it. He stands amid the rubble as his companions fall silent, watching him like they're bracing for what comes next. He plots a straight shot straight to the stairs. He keeps plowing through every stone wall in his way, smashing them apart like they're nothing. The girls clock that his mind doesn't just work differently. It runs on a whole other frequency. They bolt to the stairs and blast up to the next floor at lightning speed. On the second floor, a ceiling crashes down and trap tiles snap beneath your feet. Ku hands out flying potions, and the crew starts gliding over the room like they've got wings. They push into a tight corridor guarded by 20 magical turrets, all glaring like traps waiting to snap shut. Hoost slams his orichalcum weapons to the ground before they can even fire. A thick nightmare, like mist, crawls into the last room on the floor, choking the air with dread. In the middle of everything, a crystal ball glares down, sucking magic from your world non-stop. The girls stare on, dread creeping higher and higher as the pressure keeps cranking up. He grimaced and piled cook layers into the mechanism, his stomach turning at the trap's ruthless cruelty. Chilling mist curls through the chamber as they lock eyes on a pedestal. There, a glowing orb hums like it's waiting to explode. The whole room is sealed under a brutal, high-level curse, one that demands a life to pay the price. Both girls waste no time and volunteer to sacrifice themselves to save the whole group. Ku stops them cold with a confident grin, then orders them to wait as he takes over the trial. He tells them, "Since I'm a transmigrator, status ailments can't touch me. I'm naturally immune." He strides straight into the swirling dark energy, not even flinching. Lightning snaps and dances across his body as the curse fights to lock itself onto him. He slaps his hand onto the orb, and right away his unique status makes every trace of interference bounce off. With a thunderous shout, he hammers his magic into the device until it explodes into shards. The darkness snaps away in an instant, and the girls just stand there, totally stunned, staring like they can't believe what they're seeing. He cracks up, then admits he might have totally gone too far with the way he pushed his energy output. They've already wiped out the second floor, and his massive magic pool is still almost completely full. They burst onto the third floor and slam their eyes onto the map to figure out the right way. The dungeon layout screams classic, but then a weird room on the left snatches his attention. Ku surges ahead and barks to everyone, "Stay behind me, safe, like his life depends on it." Suddenly, Lily snaps at him. There's something coming up on his side. 3 skeleton soldiers burst out of the shadows, weapons blazing as they draw them. Ku snaps a fire arrow into the air and sends it screaming straight at the attackers to burn them to ash. Flames swallow the bones whole, and they crumble like they were made to break. Only the burning weapons are left scattered across the stone floor. He can't stop wondering, was that fight really as easy as it looked? Then, right at that moment, the bones start rattling and glowing with a sick, eerie light. The skeletons snap back together on the spot and explode into a brutal counterattack. They're immortal soldiers, dragged into this world by a ruthless dark ritual, who suddenly realizes they're running out of time and has to switch to a smarter plan, like, right now. Lily steps forward and unleashes the power of holy lightning with a fierce call. A blinding wave of white energy detonates the skeletons, blasting them into dust. The group just stands there in stunned silence as the last light finally dies out. This time, those monsters don't dare rise again. Lily tells them that her high-level purification magic doesn't just hurt them. It slips right past their regeneration. Ku realizes light magic hits just as hard here as it did in his old games. They slot Ku and Iris into the front line, then tell Lily to sprint through and finish every last enemy. Sarara slides on her glasses to scout the area while Ku checks his inventory, item by item. He realizes that even one plain Yggdrasil branch can now purify, clean and simple, but insanely powerful. More skeletons surged forward toward them across the stone floor. Ku decides it's finally go time and tests his brand new theory for real. He barrels ahead as Iris shields his right flank. He lunges and swings that wooden branch straight at the closest skeleton. The wooden weapon slams straight into the monster's ribcage. The forced purification kicks in, and the skeleton starts dissolving into pure light. Iris holds the line steady while Ku checks the situation and confirms the enemy is finally gone for good. He shouts for her to take down the last remaining soldier. They strike in perfect rhythm, ripping the undead threat apart piece by piece. The hallway goes deathly silent again as the last of the bones disappears into nothing. Jirara cheers their teamwork, and Lily shoots back that she'll chant even faster. They press on down the fastest road, scrubbing every skeleton they meet clean as they go. Lily can feel a huge wave of evil energy right up ahead, just waiting to strike. Ku glances at the map and instantly realizes they're closing in on the boss room. He leans out from the corner. Then his eyes snap wide with pure shock. A bottomless wave of skeletons crashes through the massive chamber, stretching on and on like it'll never end. It's exactly the trap he'd been bracing for, an elder lich just like he feared. Ku huddles everyone together and lays out his plan for a full-on frontal assault. Iris clocks it. He's planning to unleash his Godspeed blessing at full power. He fires off the warning. "I'm starting the attack now," and tells them to brace themselves and watch out. He tore into the room like a hurricane of pure destruction. He slashes through the crowd, and skeletons get blasted into the air like confetti. He rockets across the battlefield so fast he turns into a screaming blur. He rockets a prostation, 7 times the prostation. A blinding wave of purification light erupts in a massive explosion, flooding the entire room. After that first brutal charge, only a handful of stragglers are still standing, barely holding their ground. Lily blasts them again with holy lightning, and they drop in an instant. Ku smiles beams and tells her, "Thanks for the perfect follow-up." Iris and Sarara erupted into cheers because they finally crushed the 3rd floor at long last. They huddle at the bottom of the stairs, braced and locked in, ready to smash straight into the next challenge. They stop right at the stairs that crawl down into the final, deadly depths. Lily can't shake the fear that her holy lightning will hit that monster and do absolutely nothing. Ku pushes for a forced purification ritual, using sacred branches to drive the process. It'll take a full minute to finish. He's gearing up his skills to blast the timer forward. They burst into the chamber, and there, waiting, is the Lich. Lily instantly fires a searing bolt of holy energy. The undead shrieks as the blazing light burns into its bones. One strike won't cut it. This fight demands more than that. As light closes in, the Lich snaps back with a brutal wave of dark lightning. Iris rockets into the path of the attack, taking the hit head-on. Her shield flashes, and a gigantic wall of light slams into place. They dig in and refuse to budge as the darkness crashes in like a flood. Ku stares at the analysis timer and watches it plummet down, second by second. He clocks the creature instantly and realizes it's a priest of a dark god. The Lich starts glowing, and an eerie aura crawls out like it's alive. It practically swallows its pride, begging that gluttony dragon for even more power. Cracks spider across the labyrinth walls, and the whole place starts to fall apart. A choking wave of evil crashes into the room, pressing down on everything like a dark fist. 3 seconds are all that's left on the construction clock. One last heartbeat before everything hits the limit. Kotel's gaze snapped into focus, his iris locking on the exact moment to crack open an opening. He rockets straight at the towering skeleton. The Lich whips its heavy staff around in a brutal wide arc. A Ku duck dives low under the whistling blade. He drives the holy branch straight into the monster. "Dursay, you converses the end of fire." The girls stare in awe as the light surges brighter and brighter. A colossal blast of energy detonates through the ground, and Lust doesn't hesitate, right on cue. Purification magic obliterates the Lich completely. Your age, Pawfal, office. For aging, offices. The creature groans as its body starts to give out. Coop yanks back the moment the enemy disappears into thin air. 2N8, all that's left behind is a ragged black cloak, torn like it survived a war. The floor boss finally goes down, subjugation complete. Ku feels his power surge to its absolute peak. He turns to the girls and pours out his gratitude, praising their unstoppable teamwork. Iris can't stop wondering how that monster slipped through the traps without getting caught. It must have used spatial magic to rip a hole in space and teleport. Kao snaps his focus onto the ritual circle. He braces himself to break down the rest of the magic. Light spills up from the floor as he hammers away at his work. The glyphs start glowing, and a weird, cozy warmth floods over the girls. That tiny slime hacks the facility system and takes control. The analysis results snap onto the screen in an instant. Kust stumbles hard as the grim truth slams into him. Ancient cultists threw themselves into the ritual, sacrificing their own lives to kick off the whole process. The lick wasn't just some creepy monster. It stood there as the guardian of the final ritual. For thousands of years, it had been snagging souls one by one without ever stopping. He needed to unleash the great calamity. And Asti usually en, Lily can't shake the memory of a beast so terrifying it ends worlds. People call it the hollow gluttony dragon. This thing is on a whole other level, stronger than even a black dragon. They just barely managed to finish the ritual before it swallowed them. The Lich planned to wipe out every living soul in one horrifying sacrifice. Suddenly, Ku gets hit with a wave of bone-deep dread, and the earth bucks harder than ever, shaking so violently it feels like the world is about to split. Lily's strength is slipping out of her like water through her fingers. Ko watches his holy sword start to vibrate like it's screaming in fear. The whole crew sprints toward a brand new threat waiting around the corner. A blazing red system warning screams across the screen. Exo, Tei, Ablako. The gluttony dragon finally snaps awake. She trembled as a nightmarish presence slammed into her, crushing every last spark inside her. Ku glanced over at her as the slime blared that it now owned the whole facility. They crowded onto the transfer device, ready to blast up to the surface. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the depths. They popped back onto the grassy plains in a blink, like the world just snapped into place. The whole crew stared past the horizon, searching the distance for what was coming next. Suddenly, she whipped her arm toward the sky, terror flooding her face. A massive, glowing sphere loomed over the entire world, like the sky was about to explode. It hit the earth with a violent roar, shaking everything around it. Light erupted as the ground tore open beneath him. Operation, as often mark it. They stared in stunned silence as the ritual finally reached its terrifying end, realized their efforts couldn't stop the disaster from happening. A deafening scream tore through the air like a blade. They squeezed their ears shut as the slime blurted, "So, are you a dragon?" Right in front of them loomed the hollow gluttony dragon, warped and ruined in an imperfect form. It was a catastrophe ripped straight from another world, and it didn't just hate life, it came to wipe it all out. Who knew he'd have to act right then, or the whole area would get wiped out? The beast shrieked again, a raw, piercing scream that cut through everything. It swung that massive body toward the city. Ku called the transport vehicle over and barked, "Move," as everyone fell in line. He ordered them to hunt the monster down while he stayed back to hold the line. He chugged a potion, ready to face the impossible. He sprinted ahead, aiming to yank the creature's attention onto him. His blade blazed with raw, unstoppable power. Unstoppable, he tore through the battlefield with a god of war slash, unleashing every last ounce of power. The strike tore open the beast's back like a blade through flesh. It shrieked as the impact tore a crater into the earth. Who touched down and instantly felt like this fight was going to be a breeze. Right then, the monster burst open and unleashed a huge swarm of writhing tentacles. Each limb burst with a ravenous maw and whipped out like it wanted to devour everything in sight. Ko slammed on his Godspeed blessing and just barely escaped disaster. He checked his magic and froze. Only 80% was left. He poured even more power into his blade and slammed it down again. A massive dragon bellowed as attack after attack battered it non-stop. Dust and thick smoke swarmed across the battlefield like a nightmare. Who realized the monster's fluids were dangerously corrosive. He chose to finish it from far away, because safety mattered more than pride. Suddenly, the severed tentacles started to bubble and crackle pop after pop after pop. The monster ripped its own limbs back together and fully regenerated them in just seconds. Ku finally clocked it. This wasn't a fight to win fast, it was a war of endurance. He slammed half of his last remaining magic into a single, earth-shaking strike. His sword suddenly erupted, blasting a roaring pillar of light into the sky. He lunged forward just as the dragon barreled toward him. A colossal wave of power crashed down and swallowed the beast whole. A blinding explosion tore through the land and flattened everything in its path. Shock ripped through everyone as the attack tore through the monster like it was nothing at all. Maestus Foer, with Spoff, with Call. His deadliest attack hit with 0 results, total waste. Tentacles erupted from every angle, flooding him all at once. He cranked his speed to the absolute limit, just to dodge getting shredded. His magic reserves crashed down to a terrifying 10% right at the edge. Then, just like that, the monster vanished from his eyes. He whipped his head around in a desperate panic, like he was seconds from disaster. Behind him, a colossal dragon loomed in the sky, swallowing the air itself. It ripped the air open with a bone-chilling roar. Ku froze in place, and terror slammed into him so hard he couldn't move. A brutal punch slammed into him with the weight of a whole mountain. He screamed like it was the end as his defenses cracked apart. That brutal impact blasts him backward, launching him through the air like a cannonball. He slams into the dirt and tumbles across the grass like he's been thrown there. He gasps for breath as pain rips through his body. His black spider gauntlet is ripped to pieces, shattered beyond repair. His legendary sword is buried just out of reach, so close you can feel it, yet impossible to grab. He feels like he's sinking deeper and deeper into a black swamp of pure exhaustion. This monster is just straight up unfair. After all the checks, the system finally spills its true power, spatial manipulation. It slips through every attack, then snaps the space around its enemies back into place. Ku can only watch in helpless shock as the beast starts marching straight for the city again. He knows that thing has a hard limit to how far it can reach. If he wants to stay alive, he has to sprint right now. But a bitter smile snaps onto his face as he thinks of his friends. He can't stop seeing their smiling faces in his mind, like the memory is burning there. He refuses to let them get slaughtered. Desperation curdles into a razor-cold resolve as he pushes himself back to his feet. He'll hunt for a crack in that power, and when he spots it, he'll slam through it. A blinding burst of light suddenly explodes from his skin. His magic power suddenly detonates upward, smashing right through every limit he had. The seal strapped to the bow of Yggdrasil finally snaps in a thunderous crack. He tightens his grip on the weapon and can't stop thinking, will this be enough? To make it work, he has to get the magic of a shrine maiden. Right then, his companions pulled up in their mobile base. He springs onto the vehicle, and fresh hope hits him like a surge of electricity. They spot it instantly. An intense aura blasts off him, glowing like a warning sign. Lily strides forward and fixes her eyes on the radiant hero, like the light itself just captured her breath. She realizes it. He really lifted the seal for real. She's watched this exact moment over and over in her visions. He leans in and demands she hand over her magic right there to power the weapon. Lily grabs his hands and thanks him for everything he's done for her. She flushes bright red, then lays her entire life in his hands like it's the most precious thing in the world. Who's just staring at her, completely lost and baffled. He rushes to reassure her. He doesn't want her life, just her energy. She panics, cheeks burning, and begs him to let her mistake slide. They huddle close, knocking the arrow as the bowstring tenses, ready to draw. He yanks her in tight, steadying her grip so their aim lands dead on. Lily shuts her eyes tight and pours all her divine power into the moment. A colossal arrow of blazing light starts to take shape. The bombs unleashed a terrifying level of energy. The system locks in for a forced execution of the calamity. The dragon snaps to danger at once, and with a furious roar, it screams in full rage. Iris slams down a colossal shield, blocking the incoming counterattack in its tracks. He's the one screaming, "Time to end this." They let the arrow fly, and it slices through the sky like lightning. It rockets toward the dragon like a blazing star shot from the sky. The projectile slams into the beast with a thunderous blast, tearing right through it. The moment the hit lands, the whole area erupts in blinding light. The moment it hits, the spatial manipulation gets instantly wiped out. The dragon starts to melt, twisting and warping under the raw, brutal firepower. Ku finally snaps to it. Things have changed, and the whole situation has shifted in an instant. His magic power has exploded to an insane 10 trillion. He slams into a forbidden skill and summons back the defeated calamity. A sinister dark symbol blazes across the heavens, like the sky itself is warning everyone. A jet-black spear of pure destruction rips through the sky and crashes down. Aurora is shaking the very foundations of the world. The black dragon of ultimate destruction erupts in a crackling storm of lightning. His friends stare in terror as two disasters gear up to smash together. Kustin snaps still as a massive beast suddenly materializes right behind him. He can't shake the terror from their last meeting, but this time, the roles flip, and he's the one coming for them. He barks an order at his fresh servant torch the enemy until nothing but ashes are left standing. The black dragon unleashes a roar so loud it shakes the entire world. A blinding wave of pure energy blasts out of its mouth like a fatal sunrise. The blast rips through the air, and the ground suddenly shatters under its brutal force. His allies stare in total shock as the monster crumbles down to nothing, ashes drifting away. A massive dragon hangs in the sky, towering over everything, radiating pure terror and dominance. Suddenly, black spears of death rain down out of nowhere to finish the job. Who just felt the air suddenly shift, like something is about to go wrong. The moment every requirement clicks into place, the system lights up and clocks the power levels like they're straight out of the stars. A heavenly road swings wide open in front of him, like fate just cracked its doors. The anti-calamity technique is finally all set, ready to be unleashed. He snaps his eyes to it. Graham's got the legendary blade in his grip, and it's right there, real. That sword didn't just hang there, it had a will of its own, and it picked him for this exact moment. Holy flames burst across the steel as the weapon finally awakens. Ku rockets into the clouds with a determined grin blazing across his face. The black dragon braces for one final earth-shaking burst of power. He drops onto the creature's head and fires back, asking if it's finally ready for the end. They lock arms like one unstoppable wall of destruction. He cries out for the fire of purification, so it can devour the disaster whole. The dragon's jaw drops wide, trembling with anticipation for the final strike. He rips loose the divine technique with a thunderclap of a shout. The system kicks off the final countdown. The monster snaps into action, lashing out in full panic, like desperation has taken the wheel. Its tentacles slice through the air like a furious storm. Who can't blink? His friends shout his name in pure terror, screaming like the end is right around the corner. The energy blasts to the absolute max. He slams everything he's got into that blow. A blazing pillar of pure white fire tears across the battlefield. It swallows the darkness whole. The monster's screams get cut off the instant the flames roar back. A colossal beam of light rips through the sky like it's tearing open the heavens. The girls throw their hands up, shielding their eyes from that blinding, overwhelming light. The moment the smoke clears, the enemy just vanishes into nothing. Ku rides the fading clouds down and drops back to Earth. A lonely, hollow crater is all that's left to prove that monster ever tore through the world. He declares his victory with a tired, crooked grin. The whole crew throws their heads back in pure joy, and that hard-earned relief finally hits them. His boots kiss the grass again, and he calm power, but is working. Exhaustion finally crashes into him, and he drops to his knees. He shoots the dying light in the sky a silent thank you, like the sunset just earned him something. That mysterious power swooped in right when he was about to lose everything, and saved him. Out of nowhere, a notification blares straight inside his head. He blasted past level 100 and just unlocked a limit break. With his magic now expanded, brand new strategies finally become possible. But then, a chilling system message flashes on screen, instantly killing the vibe. The real dragon slipped past the world's boundaries and vanished before time even ran out. Who realizes the danger isn't done. This thing can hop between dimensions anytime it wants. He can't shake the rare moment his full assist actually fails. Right out of nowhere, a notification flashes. Someone just acquired spatial manipulation from the fallen dragon. This power lets him bend space for quick jumps and then slip completely out of sight. He storms back across the wasteland, hauling himself toward the companions who are waiting for him. Iris demands, "So what does it feel like to wipe out another legendary beast?" While Q grumbles, admits he's running on empty, and begs for nothing more than a real rest. They're staring at the battle like, what the heck were those wild sparkles? Lily drops a bombshell. She's got a hunch about where they really came from. She swears those golden lights are the souls of everyone the dragon took. Sorara swears the spirits handed Ku their power as a thank you for setting them free. They finally crash through the last stretch and come face to face with the massive gates of Surrey. The Count swings the door wide, arms spread like a victory flag, and you can feel the sheer relief pouring out of him. Kodown steps into his part and flat out says, "I only did what everyone expected." He breaks down the brutal showdown with the Elder Lick and the terrifying dragon resurrection. The Count is left speechless that they're still alive. Then he hails Ku as a hero guided by fate. He promises his family will always be right there, no matter what kind of chaos hits, coup d'etat or not. The crew rushes to the guild, ready to grab that juiced-up bounty. By the 6th evening, their city business was finally crushed and wrapped up for good. Lily's completely wiped out, so later she begs for a massage. Right then, Cal rockets up to them, swinging a huge white box into view. She beams at her and hands over the gift with a bright, cheerful greeting. Inside, a stunningly decorated cake waits, glittering like a sweet little masterpiece. Cal told him she and her aunt teamed up to make it together. all to celebrate their victory. Iris cracks a joke that Ku's about to start slaying half a dozen dragons any day now. Kun fidgets and blurts out, "Honestly, I can't stand violence." The girls just stare at him, dead silent, like they can't even breathe. Cal slings them a goodbye, then tears off toward home. Ku waves goodbye, then slips away into the crowd like a secret vanishing in plain sight. The crew heads back to the inn and throws a private celebration just for them. They start pitching what they're gonna eat and drink tonight, like the whole night depends on it. Lifts a glass with them and toasts their grind like it's earned fire. They clink their glasses together, grinning like the night was unstoppable. That cake tastes out of this world, and everyone devours it with huge smiles, like nothing else matters. The feast grinds to a stop. Empty plates stare back, and a heavy truth sinks in. Iris admits, it still feels unreal, that they actually pulled off the win. Lily knows that if he hadn't stepped in, they would have been in real, life-ruining trouble. He swore he'd never have won without their help. Lily drops her gaze with a face packed full of tangled emotions. Suddenly, she leans in and tells Ku, "Take my life, I'm giving it to you." He presses for answers, because that huge statement just doesn't add up. Lily can't make sense of her own feelings, or the destiny closing in around her. Sarara leans in and urges her to spill everything that's on her mind. They huddle side by side, holding their breath as they wait for her to finally open up. She vividly remembers the Shrine Maiden's mission, to hunt down the Sword Gram. But none Paul was called. Ku makes it clear. The mission isn't just about survival, it's about the bow and the sword. Then she drops a secret third mission she learned from a vision. She was forced to trade her own life to forge an arrow powerful enough to save the world. She's convinced her future has been ripped open, like the sacrifice wasn't gone, just pushed back. Lily steels herself, ready to die, because that sacred duty has to be fulfilled. She's determined to repay Ku for rescuing her from the Devil Trant. Ku honors her resolve, but he won't let her fade away. He grabs the promise tight and vows to find a way to save her. Lily shuts her eyes and accepts everything he says. She blurts out that she wants to live longer and hit the road with all of them, no regrets. Iris and Ku reassure her, telling her straight up wanting to live isn't selfish. Sarara shoots back, promising she'll help her with any problem that comes her way. Lily's face lights up at last with a real, genuine smile. They swap stories of their memories across the city until the night runs out. Lily and Sarara eventually slumped into sleep right there on the sofa. Iris clocks it instantly. Lily is trying to carry everything on her own, like she refuses to ask for help. Ku and Iris stride hand in hand through the starlit sky, lights blazing overhead as they move together. Iris suddenly brings up her twin sister, Felice, and admits that she's gone forever. Felice also had the gift of foresight, and she already knew exactly how her story would end, but Iris still kicks herself for not showing up back then to save her. She refuses to relive that same heartbreaking tragedy with Lily. Ku tells her, "Use the past the way you build the future, like it's only natural." They lean over and stare at the city's glowing lights, calm and shining like a promise. Ku leans in and asks, "So you've got a secret mission too, to sacrifice your own life?" Iris swears she has no idea that fate could be waiting for her. He calls her his precious friend, then begs her, "Don't you dare disappear." Iris freezes, totally caught off guard by how suddenly sincere he is. She beams like the sun, overwhelmed with how lucky she is to have him. A hulking truck rumbles across the endless plains, barreling straight for the far-off city of Forkport. Inside the cabin, Ku nods with confidence and tells everyone they'll grab a boat at the port and sail straight to the royal capital. A huge crowd had packed in to see them off, yelling their goodbyes at the top of their lungs and swearing they'd never forget him. They chose the fastest route they could find to cut the time down. Sarara can't stop bouncing with excitement, because its very first boat trip is finally about to happen. Lily lets out a soft giggle and tells them both to brace themselves for the non-stop swaying of the waves. That night, Ku couldn't shut his eyes. He just lay there burning with restlessness, staring up at the ceiling. He steps into the moonlight, ready to put his brand new skills to the test. His gauntlets and armor got wrecked in the last fight, but back inside his item box, they snapped back to perfect condition. He swings the curtains open and steps forward to put his spatial instincts to the test. He locks his focus on one exact spot far out in the distance. A sudden burst of light erupts, then he slams the warp into motion. He pops up out of nowhere on that grassy hill outside, like the world just skipped a beat. The skill's range was way bigger than he ever expected. Way bigger. Dest rushes right up to him and fires off the question, "You going for a late walk?" Ku realizes he can unleash these powers just by thinking their names. This instant power-up is going to hand you a huge edge in every fight that comes next. Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech tears through the dark forest nearby, echoing like a warning. Ku whips his head around as the bushes start to thrash violently, like something's closing in. A gigantic white scorpion explodes out of the trees, claws stretched wide like it's about to strike. It darts through the grass at a terrifying blur, like something hunting you in the dark. The beast snaps its pincers shut and leans in, ready to strike. Ku notices the black spider's gauntlets he crafted are somehow radiating pure rage. He freezes in place, then triggers his intangible form. The scorpion shoots forward, and its huge claws slash straight through him like he's not even there. It screams again and blasts a bolt of lightning straight from its tail. Electricity crashes through Ku, and not a single scratch shows up. He stands dead still at the heart of scorched earth, calm as a blade. The monster locks eyes with him, completely baffled, like it has no idea what's happening. No one could guess he's basically untouchable for a few brutal seconds, once space bends the way he needs it. Just as he's about to test his next skill, he spots something hiding under a tree. A person is sprawled face, first in the grass, motionless like they just got dropped. A young woman strides in, draped in an elaborate, jaw-droppingly expensive dress. Ku instantly scraps his plans, yanks his sword free, and storms in to finish the fight. He rockets toward the scorpion at blinding speed. He rockets up into the air as the monster scrambles to keep track of him. With a brutal full-force swing, he hacked straight through the creature's thick armor. He hammers in a second strike, and just like that, the beast is finished for good. Ku doesn't even pause. He sprints straight toward the fallen woman, refusing to celebrate before the danger is over. He lunges the last few feet and snaps right beside her. She looks totally fine, yet somehow she's stranded out there in the wilderness like she doesn't belong. He carefully scoops her up, scanning for the first signs of scorpion venom. Her eyes slowly flutter open, like she's ripping herself out of a deep, dreamless sleep. In the cold moonlight, she pauses, then blinks right at him like she can't believe what she's seeing. Ku breezes in as just a passing adventurer and asks, right away, whether Ku is hurt. She lunges out of nowhere, snatches him by the arm and shouts that he has to run for his life, right now. She grabs his attention and warns him about a deadly white scorpion hiding out in the woods. Ku tells her to breathe easy because that monster is already gone. She stares at him, stunned, and her mind screams that he's got to be lying. He lifts that giant, severed pincer up like a trophy, shoving the proof right into her face. She stops mid-sentence and demands, "Wait, are you really Kukusaka?" She steps forward and declares, "I'm Letitia Demeter, a top-tier A-rank adventurer with the power to back it up." She locks eyes with him and flashes a strange, unsettling smile. She swears she's heard a dozen wild rumors about how he shot to fame so fast. She points out that only a whole squad of elite fighters ever manages to take down a beast like that. Ku's gut twists with suspicion as he wonders how she pulled off that fake injury. He snaps into action, using his appraisal skill to dig up every secret she's trying to bury. A massive error warning erupts across his vision out of nowhere. The system blasts him with a chilling warning. She doesn't fit any known rule. She's something that breaks every concept they've ever mapped. Beneath the blazing full moon, the mysterious woman locks eyes and stares like she's hunting a secret. She realizes her partner has been using appraisal on her. That kind of stare practically screams to her the moment she sees it. She slides in close, flashes a playful smirk, and lets it hit like a wink. She decides it's time to introduce herself the right way. No more half answers. Her name is Letitia Demeter, and she's a total A-rank adventurer. Or, Moros from Ire. But her real identity? It's way more dangerous than you ever could have imagined. She's a legendary calamity dragon, ripped from another world and summoned into ours. His heart drops. Like the moment everything clicks, he just freezes in place. She's got the soul of a radiant, arrogant dragon trapped inside her human body. She leans in and asks, "Are you really shocked by my true nature?" Even though she looks like a walking calamity in human skin, she insists she has zero hostile intent. She admits she's in full rebel mode right now, turning against the very world-destroying mission she's supposed to carry out. She even comes clean and admits her whole "I got attacked by a scorpion" story was nothing but a lie. She shoots a tender, gentle bow and apologizes for the deception, like she's trying to make it right before it's too late. She was terrified that if she spilled the truth right away, he'd look at her like she was weird. Ku demands answers. Why is she finally spilling the truth now? She blurts out that there's this ghost of a feeling in her chest, like she's met him ages ago, way back in some distant past. Ku is 100% sure they've never met in their life, like not even once. But a weird, sinking feeling hits him, like he's already shared words with them before. She pivots hard to talk about her investigation into the forest. She raced to stop the white scorpion before it could wreck nearby villages. She's so sure of herself that she declares a mere scorpion can't even stand a chance against her power. She tells him her sudden fainting wasn't random. It was the hit of pressure from a calamity lurking right nearby. That gluttony dragon is loose on the run, slipping free right after healing its wounds. Letitia drops the bombshell that she can use spatial manipulation to track it. Ko goes completely still, because that gluttony dragon's special power is straight up unbelievable. She whips her gaze to his left hand, her eyes reflecting the moment like mirrors. She can sense that the black dragon is alive inside him, pulsing in his very bones. Letitia breaks down the three natural enemies of calamities, and it's way more intense than it sounds. This is the hero, the sage, and the demon lord, who unleashes calamity summoning like a ticking doomsday bomb. She asks if Ku is the demon lord, and he shoots the claim down fast, denying it flat out. He spills the truth. He never picked a job at all, and somehow he's got every cheat skill stacked in his favor. She can't stop staring, totally hooked on the fact that he's not just special, he's downright out of this world. She blurts out a bold proposal. She'll join him on his journey, no hesitation. Ku goes quiet, staring at the offer like it could change everything. He can't shake the fear of abandoning that woman alone out in the deep mountains when night falls. She leans in and reminds him. She's the calamity, not some helpless girl. He leans in and demands to know if she really harbors no hatred for him. Ku swears he only throws his fist at villains and monsters. She lights up as she praises his huge heart, and she's blown away by the strength of his resolve. Ku can't shake the feeling she's wildly overreading his kindness. Prue has Avertu twist the places, which calm tent. He realizes that if she's right there, he can break down every calamity in excruciating detail. He's betting everything on his creation skill, because he wants to forge an anti-calamity weapon with his own hands. He keeps seeing Lily's face, and Yggdrasil's brutal strain is squeezing every breath out of her life. He flat out refuses to watch her suffer for his sake ever again. Under the silent moon, Letitia finally dares to spill her past. She burst into the world as the second princess of a cold, snowy kingdom in the far north. She swore she was human, until that brutal succession battle erupted 5 years ago and shattered everything. On her 12th birthday, she bit into a poisoned cookie meant to end her life. That close call with death woke the dormant calamity memories inside her. She used her power to claw her way to survival, then tore herself away from her homeland and never looked back. Ku blurts out, how could a princess drop her status that easily? She spills the truth. She used one of her own rare abilities to slip out and vanish. Her power isn't just a skill, it's called domination. Albi, domination. She slips her dragon factor into anything she touches, and just like that, boom, it turns into her puppet. She barks an order to the nearby tree, wither now, and rain down its leaves. The moment they touch it, the branches whip from alive to black and brittle in an instant. A mountain of dead leaves crashes down and buries Ku right where he stands. She leans in and demands to know, are you scared of my touch now? Ku slides out from the leaves with a calm, unshakable swagger. He's so sure her dominance won't touch a single inch of him. He's a transmigrator, and those nasty status glitches can't touch him. Letitia wastes no time. He decides to test his immunity right away. She yanks his hand and orders him, right there, to spill what his hobby is. A blinding flash erupts the second the skill kicks on. But the status nullification shuts the brainwashing down for good, leaving the mind completely untouched. Ku drops the bomb that back in his student days, gaming was his old obsession. Letitia's beaming, and she tells everyone her secret joy, poetry and painting are her favorite hobbies. She breaks into a poem about a dragon-slaying hero from some far-off land. Ku can't help cringing at how embarrassing it sounds, yet her words hit him in a weird, familiar way, and he groans as he stretches his limbs when the morning sun finally pours into the room. Letitia bursts into a warm smile from the edge of the bed, greeting him like it means everything. They huddle up at that little table to kick off the day together. In prized, and a have-ease on the term intolerant. She teases him for that sweet, peaceful sleeping face, and she calls him lovely. He admits he slept like a rock, no nightmares creeping in at all. Outside, the sky burns bright and blue as birds slice through the fresh morning air. Lily Luna Lunaria bursts into the room clutching the helper slime, Sharara. Letitia sweeps in with a graceful bow and introduces herself like she owns the moment. Lily freezes in her tracks, swearing she saw Letitia in a vision the very night before. The moment she sees her, she clocks the woman's real identity. No questions, no doubts. Letitia spots Lily and instantly realizes she's a shrine maiden of the god of war. Lily whips around to Ku and asks straight up if he really knows who this woman is. Letitia reassures her that every single thing has already been laid out for their leader. Sarara bounces with unstoppable curiosity, aching to uncover every last secret she can. Letitia goes for broke and decides to finally introduce herself the grandest way possible with a show-stopping poem. She claims she's a calamity dragon nature's sworn enemy to every living thing. The slime quakes in pure, gut-wrenching terror as the truth crashes down. Sarara shrieks that they're in serious danger, but Ku stays ice-calm. What? Ho! Letitia giggles and blurts out that she's done with destruction. Now she craves creation. Iris bursts into the room and yanks her long hair back into place with shaking hands. She stops cold the moment she spots the crew already there, huddled together and chatting, who can't stop wondering whether these two unstoppable women share a secret past together. Letitia greets Iris with a knowing look that says she already knows everything. Right in the middle of that tense silence, a savage growl rips through the air, then everyone hears the awful truth. Somebody's stomach is roaring. Ku chuckles it off and nudges them to grab breakfast before they press on. He slams down a piping hot meal in front of the starving group. Letitia bursts with joy, practically swooning as she declares that food is her all-time absolute favorite. Iris tells you they first crossed paths during a brutal monster hunt a year ago. She can't ignore it. Letitia is completely different from how she was the last time they met. That dragon used to act icy and untouchable, shutting everyone out like they were never welcome. She got battered by one hardship after another while she was stuck away. Ku tells everyone it's a huge win that she finally opened up. Iris stares at him, and the moment she does, she fully gets it. What kind of force he's been on everyone around him. Letitia watches them like she's cooking up a prank, her eyes glittering with mischief. She finally clicks. Ku is the reason Iris has warmed up so much. Iris vows to cheer them on no matter what, because best friends don't miss a beat. Letitia bursts into laughter, swearing the only thing she's scared of now is packing on a little extra weight. Iris can barely believe it as the dragon shrugs off everything like it's no big deal. Letitia reminds her, "You're still a calamity dragon at heart, whether you like it or not," who breaks down exactly why he decided to trust her. Iris swallows her disappointment, agrees with his choice, and promises she'll back him all the way. She grabs their hands, swears on their bond, and pushes her eyes forward to whatever comes next. Ku smiles lit up, grateful she had her support. Letitia can't help but feel left out as the conversation rolls on. She decides to kick back, watch the whole show, and soak up every second like it's pure entertainment. The massive vehicle barrels forward, driving straight for the coastal port. Ku shuts his eyes tight and pours everything he's got into his creation skills. He slams out the bastard gauntlet, an absolute beast of armor forged from rival monsters. Lily and Sarara huddled together, swapping wild stories about the ancient legend of the Black Spider and the White Scorpion. These two creatures have been locked in a brutal, bitter fight for ages, and neither one will ever back down. Then he blends a trumpet with a sacred branch and cloaks himself in a dark robe. And there it is, the sacred Jallarhorn, a horn that can blast summon spirit warriors straight into the fray. Ku can't stop shaking as he wonders, if he pulls the trigger, will the whole world finally come crashing down? Letitia bursts with excitement and proudly shows you the drawing she just finished. The whole crew can't believe how wildly talented she is at art. She locked onto Ku's profile, nailing every detail with calm, unstoppable confidence. She fesses up. She's been using her calamity power to supercharge her painting. Ku can't believe what he's seeing, like, what kind of power is this? But the outcome hits him hard, and it's absolutely wonderful. Out of nowhere, the driver blurts, "Look outside," and tells them to snap their heads to the window. Ku and Iris bolted to the window, eyes bulging with shock. The sea finally bursts into view, and it's like the whole world just opened up. The vehicle barrels toward the coast. Seagulls screech as they swoop in, lighting up the sky over the glittering water. Ku catches that salty breeze in the air and can't stop staring, totally awestruck by the view. But the closer they get, a weird, unsettling feeling crashes into them. They're almost at the port now. One more breath, and they'll be there. The water's gone, every drop vanished. No ships. None at all. Something's seriously wrong, and I can feel it. Plates jitter and clatter on the shelf as a shaky little earthquake rolls through the kitchen. These tremors now hit like clockwork, an ominous repeat that shows up every few days. He stared out the window with eyes full of deep, burning concern. Right then, they roll up to the coastal town of Fortport. A man strides up to him and blurts, "Are you really the legendary dragon slayer? Everything's gone bad out there." And he's on his knees, begging them to rush to the guild right now. As he strolls through the town, the streets lay bare a scene of total devastation. That once thriving harbor is now a wrecked graveyard, choked with splintered ships and drifting debris. This wasn't some monster's rampage, it was savage pirates tearing through the scene. Ku freezes, utterly shocked by the brutal cruelty on display here. At dawn, a colossal pirate battleship rolled into view, blasting with an ancient cannon that shook the sky. Now the criminals demand cash and women, or they'll torch everything and leave nothing standing. Ancient weapons turn into a full-blown curse the moment the wrong hands grab them. Letitia calls this blatant evil totally unforgivable. No way it can be forgiven. She refuses to sit back while the strong stomp all over the weak. She declares, loud and clear, that they'll smash the pirates with an iron fist of justice. The group can't seem to find common ground, and as their resolve tightens, tension keeps rising. They stride into the packed guild hall, and every single eye in the room snaps straight onto them. Whispers rip through the crowd the instant the locals spot the man in the black coat. Hope starts tearing through the adventurers as word of his insane feats spreads from mouth to mouth. Ko's cheeks burn with embarrassment, and he scrambles to hide his face like it might give him away. His companions start needling him, and that cute, shy reaction of his only makes it worse. Sarara even tilts her mouth into the same crooked sneer, copying him just to clown his silence. They sprint down the hallway, headed straight for the cafeteria, where a pirate messenger is waiting. The messenger struts around with disgusting arrogance, gripping the communication device like it makes him untouchable. Suddenly, Ku flips on his hearing enhancement and snaps to a sound only he can catch. A terrified girl screams as a pirate traps her in the alley behind her. Ku refuses to look away and orders the others to wait right there. He stomps toward the door, cold rage burning in his eyes. Letitia chases after him, refusing to turn a blind eye when a cry for help tears through the air. She can't believe it. She's honored to charge in right behind a real hero. Kook slams the door open, and a blinding flash of light erupts from inside. Inside the pirate's cabin, a terrified girl is pinned hard against the wall. So the thug grabs the spotlight and demands to know who keeps ruining his fun. He swears he's Zed, but Ku shrugs it off. His name doesn't matter one bit. Right now, all that matters is one thing: save the victim. Who comes in with God's lightning speed and clamps a hand on the man's neck. He decides to try out a brand new non-lethal suppression gadget. A monstrous surge of electricity erupts from his gauntlet, blasting everything in its path. Zed howls in pure agony as the thunderbolt sears his nerves to ash. The pirate slams onto the floor, and Ku rushes over to check on the trembling girl. Letitia's still burning with rage, and that fury is driving her straight toward something dangerous. They're marched straight into the branch manager's office. White grabs their hands and thanks them for tearing his employee out of that beast's clutches. He tells them the pirates are hiding a ship packed with terrifying ancient power. But with the Dragon Slayer on their side, they finally have a real shot at winning. He didn't hesitate. He was buying time with every second, so the townspeople could stay safe. He's memorized every one of Ku's wins and trusts him with his whole heart. He drops to the ground, bows low, and pleads with Kuda to lend him his power, anything to save the port. Ku nods, then leans in and demands every last detail about the enemy force. These pirates used to be mercenaries. Then, right when the stampede hit, they ditched their post and vanished. They scoured for other cowards, and nothing but junk, stuffing it into a crew. It's Paul. He can't believe how those reckless men ever got their hands on an ancient weapon. He drags the unconscious messenger into the room and throws him in front of the questions. Letitia snaps at him to hold up, because she's got a smarter plan brewing. She slaps her palm onto the pirate's head and barks an ice-cold command. She commands him, and even demands her own name, so they obey every word of the coup without question. Now the spy is about to dump every last secret he's been hiding, right to the very man he used to mock. Lightning blasts through the man's body, crackling with power. Who traps him in place. The captive shrieks in pure, soul-crushing agony. He thrashes on the floor, fighting for every breath like the world just turned against him. who stares at you with ice-cold eyes. The prisoner leans in and swears he's a pirate messenger. Probity, messenger. He suddenly locks eyes with the boy's face and recognizes him instantly. He remembers the moment Ku blew the lid off his crew. All way to the have H Pru. That man loudly boasts about his leader, Dox. Ku remembers him, and all he can feel is pure scum. The captive bursts into laughter, then dares to threaten the whole city. Ku won't let that happen no matter what. He grabs the pirate and demands every single secret be spilled. Everything. The pirate clamps his mouth shut and refuses to say a single word. Suddenly, his whole face snaps into a new expression. He nods along and agrees to every single demand they throw at him. His mouth starts moving on its own, like something else is speaking through him. The domination skill has seized full control. The problem. Boom. 3 key pieces of information are torn from the chaos. The pirates command 5 ancient ships, relics older than legend. Wondering how they pull it off. Inside the vessels, cutting-edge learning devices hum with power, ready to awaken minds. Artificial intelligence jumps in and handles every single command for you. But you and the mightiest tools? They always bite back. A brand new force is already lurking on the West Road, waiting to strike. The pirates cooked up a deadly ambush plan. They're gearing up to rob the terrified civilians as they scatter to escape. The crew huddles up and maps every escape route they can take. The enemies figured everyone would bolt west without a fight. Their combined count crushes past 200. 80 enemies charge in separate groups, splitting the battlefield and closing in from all sides. Now there's no guessing. Our next target is crystal clear, who's bold enough to beg for one last favor. The puppet nods along with sickening, over-the-top excitement. He starts barking like a wild dog, who storms in and demands the communication tool. It's tucked in his pocket, staying out of sight, who bursts into action to snatch the prototype magic device. He orders the guy to stop and finally rest. Right then, a fresh shock slams into him. The interrogation is officially over. Ku braces for a preemptive strike. The branch chief calls in reinforcements. The team rockets in to intercept the second group. When you Ku summons a legendary golden trumpet that gleams like it's about to unleash destiny. It proudly wears the war god's crest. That mark doesn't just belong to anyone. It's claimed by a main deity. Tales of Valhalla thunder through the ages, echoing in every era. The girls are convinced Ku is the next successor. Ku takes a breath, then lines up to blast the horn. Right then, a melody cut through the air like a spark. The crest lights up under their feet. Lightning crashed onto the stone floor with a deafening boom. Pure divine energy detonates upward, blasting into the sky like a holy blast of light. Ku slams the button and activates his spirit warrior skill. More than 1,000 spirits fling their voices back like they've been waiting for his call. The very first nights start to unfold. A colossal army looms, ready to unleash hell the moment they're ordered. The girls stare in total disbelief, like they're watching something impossible unfold right in front of them. Ku barks an order. His army surges forward to attack. 4,000 years ago, an ancient civilization roared to life. Elite knights forged by legends, ready to crush every calamity that threatened to break the world. The second the Black Dragon showed up, they got completely crushed in the chaos. After a deep, endless sleep, their brave souls suddenly got yanked into the present world. Sarara pours out their heartfelt thanks for avenging them, then swears they'll repay the favor with everything they've got. The summoned souls can't roam or talk to living humans, but this magical creature hears every word inside their spirit perfectly. With everyone praising him like a hero for finally pulling off what the knights couldn't, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He tells everyone about a wild premonition, riding across the open plains as wave after wave of knights marches beside him. The girl offered to take care of the separate group because she wanted to prove to him she could be useful. He nods in agreement, then urges her to slow down and not overwork herself while he softly pats her head. She bursts into laughter and says it tickles as she clutches the slime close. Now it's time for them to gear up for the next strike against the main pirate crew. They stare into the harbor, and all they find are splintered boards and wrecked docks. He leaves everyone stunned as he declares, right here and right now, he's going to build a boat. The dragon girl clocks it. He's using creation, right as a man steps in and asks if he really is the rumored dragon slayer. A bunch of exhausted townspeople huddle around him, staring like they can't believe their eyes. They'd gush over his steady, trustworthy face and straight up ask, "So you're really gonna smash those pirates with just 3 people?" One guy hands over a gleaming apple as his final gift before the journey begins. They bow and apologize for not being strong enough to fight, then offer up the finest fruit from the forest like it's their greatest weapon. He thanks them with all his heart and swears, straight to the bone, that they'll absolutely crush those pirates. Out of nowhere, the whole crowd rushes in with sauerkraut, lucky amulets, and dried fruit showing up in full force to back them. The harbor's totally deserted, no ships in sight, so they're left staring at him like, how in the world is he even going to reach the enemy? He snatches up the nearby rubble and shattered boat wreckage, then grabs the top-tier stuff from his inventory. Den, a confident grin snaps onto his face as he steps in to work. He activates his creation skill, and bam, a colossal wave of power erupts straight out of the ground. Beams of light crash down, and suddenly those piles of trash harden into real, solid buildings. The whole village freezes, eyes bulging, as something impossible unfolds right in front of them. A colossal hull starts rising out of the water, and the light keeps blasting brighter until everything turns electric. He's built a gigantic new harbor and even unleashed a high-speed magic boat, backed by a ridiculous 30,000-year guarantee. They built the new port out of deviltrant parts. Then it gained insane self-regeneration powers that just keep healing it. The Exceed cruiser hits the waves with elite mobility and rock-solid stability, letting it slice across the seas with total freedom. People are losing their minds, screaming that he's way too amazing, and asking if he's actually the reincarnation of a god. They pile in with tearful hugs, screaming with happiness because they finally get to go fishing again. He flashes a modest little smile, like he's trying to process the sheer wave of happiness crashing over him. The boat surges forward thanks to a magic reactor core, yet he's nowhere near finished. He shouts to fuse the destroyer golem with the Exceed cruiser. A massive magic circle suddenly blooms across the surface of the water. The crowd stares, stunned, as the light keeps blazing brighter than it ever did before. A mechanical head and its arms burst out from the very heart of the vessel. The ocean hurls violent splashes as the transformation slams into its final stage. He crafted a brand new kind of boat from scratch, using his one-of-a-kind talent. Guest's taken over the controls now, and he flaunts his fresh new look for his master like he's proving he's leveled up. The girls gush over their mechanical buddy, then lean in and tell him he looks absolutely awesome. He can't help but think that when robots team up, that's the one dream every man secretly wants. With everything set, he barks the command, "Move out," and the whole group finally charges on. Villagers on the shore are waving like mad, shouting at him to strike back and avenge their stolen lost boats. The cruiser blasts through the waves like it's breaking every law of the sea, screaming across the water at an insane speed. The dragon girl grins, and the ocean breeze cools her skin like pure relief. The boat's blasting forward at top speed, but those stability upgrades lock it in place and stop it from rattling. He whips around, and there, on the deck, a whole tea set waits like it was magically set out just for him. He demanded to know how she could have snagged stuff like that out here in the middle of the sea. She blurts out the shocking truth. Those things didn't come from here at all. She grabbed them from somewhere outside the world. She shows off her power by thrusting her hand into a rift of light and yanking out an item like it's been waiting for her. He can't stop wondering if this is some kind of high-level item box upgrade. She winks at him and drops the truth. This isn't ordinary at all. It's something way more special. She's recreating her own warehouse by slipping into a space that lives beyond reality itself. This is the kick of power she swiped from one of the calamities, the gleaming, greedy dragon. She admits she's lost most of her memories, but one thing still burns bright. That dragon felt like a little brother to her. She can still feel him out there somewhere in the world, even now. Her real mission is simple. She'll tear across the land until she finally finds him. She's convinced he ditched his role as a walking calamity just to live on his own terms. Because he's good-hearted, he jumps in to help people everywhere he goes. He honestly feels like he can roll with these calamities without breaking a sweat. Breaking a sweat. Suddenly, his magical device starts blaring a frantic beep, and from the other end, Doc's voice cuts through. The crew crowds the deck as a call suddenly rips through the line. A smug voice booms, and the man introduces himself as Dox, the pirate's ruthless leader. He demands an answer. Will they take his terms or not? Either way, he promises a massive party. It instantly catches his voice and snaps, "Aha! Found you!" Dox explodes in rage, swearing he hasn't forgotten that coup for a single day. He brags that he's got ancient weapons, then snarls that he'll torch the nearby port and turn it to rubble. Who gets the luck of having the villain set his sights on him instead of those innocent townsfolk? Suddenly, The robot desk screams a warning. An emergency is hitting right now. Hundreds of razor-sharp magic missiles tear down from the sky like a deadly storm. These anti-calamity weapons are built to wipe the world out. Ku orders Iris to get ready for his follow-up strike while he takes care of the incoming projectiles. A gigantic magic circle erupts right in front of the ship's bow. Ku shoves his magic power straight into an interception spell, bracing for whatever hits him next. Thousands of magic arrows explode from the circle, racing straight into the looming threat. With the sired, the sky rips open with a chain reaction of brutal earth-shaking explosions. Brilliant light explodes on the horizon, raining down like a storm of sparks. The whole team leans over the deck, safely watching the display light up in front of them. Letitia gasps that it looks like a jaw-dropping fireworks show, all shimmering and gorgeous. Right then, a razor-sharp beam of light slices across the water. Iris snaps up her shield and blasts a honeycomb pattern barrier into place to slam the laser out cold. She snaps Ku's attention and tells him straight up that keeping him safe is her #1 job. 5 silhouettes slice through the waves as they rise into view. But ASCII, these ancient assault cruisers are draped in orichalcum like they're sealed with prophecy. One more laser streaks in, deadly accurate, ready to wipe everything out. The barrier snaps shut like a shield, soaking up the beams as they fizzle against its surface. Ku's jaw drops as he tests the Dragon God barrier and realizes just how unbreakably sturdy it is. He leans in and asks Dest if this ship can dodge the chaos and maneuver straight through the heat of battle. It's Pesta, an asking part of. The cruiser jerk slams the wheel and rockets through the water, slicing past everything in a blur of speed. Ku slices his forces apart from the enemy's grip and launches a savage counterattack. Letitia can barely contain herself. She's itching to finally tear into a full-on rampage. Koodle drops back, guarding the Iris and blazing a path for everyone behind the ship's cover. They dash out of the enemy's effective range, scrambling to set up their next move. Hugh whips out a flying potion he brewed with his special skills. He's got a knot of nerves about trying it in real combat, and then, right on cue, the barrier drops. Ko launches into the sky just as Letitia springs off the railing. But we have a DAD. She doesn't drop into the water at all. She explodes into a sprint across the surface. With every step, she unleashes her domination skill, and ice-cold power freezes the sea beneath her feet. Ku stares in disbelief, realizing just how wildly versatile her abilities really are. He rockets toward the 2 ships on the left flank. The cruisers hurl magic orbs, blasting him out of the sky mid-flight. He twists through the barrage like it's nothing. With those gauntlets, he grabs on and starts draining the magic power straight out of the attacks. All enemy bullets just won't touch him. Every blast hits nothing, like he's untouchable. He braces himself to slam all that absorbed power back down in one devastating strike. He rips open the air and unleashes the God of War slash. A massive crescent of light rips across the ocean. Both assault cruisers get cut clean in half. A colossal blast of fire and water crashes down, swallowing every last scrap of wreckage. Ku grins. This win hits way easier than he ever dared to expect. He rockets over to check exactly how Letitia is dealing with her targets. He figures she'll cast some fancy, elegant magic from afar to keep herself spotless. Instead, she unleashes a savage battle cry that snaps the air in half. She slams her fist into the ship with enough force to make it flip into the air. She unleashes a crushing, finishing strike that leaves no room to recover. Her boot crashes straight through the orichalcum hull. Her raw strength shatters the ship to nothing, leaving absolute wreckage in its wake. She drops onto the water like a graceful swan, then the ship behind her erupts into a roaring blast. Ku freezes, staring in shock as the brutal display hits. Then she slips a playful wink like it's all a game. He tells her the move was bold, and she eats it up like the ultimate high compliment. The sea churned and roared as Ku stared at the broken wreckage of the unmanned fleet. Then, out of nowhere, a sharp glimmer on the horizon snagged his gaze. A massive wave of water blasted out, and they barely slipped out of the way before the next strike could hit. A shadowy muzzle barreled through the mist, looming like a nightmare right in front of him. The real enemy finally surfaced. An enormous battleship tore through the waves like it owned the sea. Letitia shot her hand up in a quick greeting as the gigantic vessel barreled toward her. Ko pulled out their fire and started drawing it in, then zipped forward for a surprise hit. She cracked her knuckles, grinning like a wildfire, as her excitement surged into full overdrive. A smaller boat slipped by as they geared up for the slaughter. Iris watched from afar as her companion's personality twisted under Ku's influence. Letitia teased him for the embarrassed look on his face as they marched toward the metal monster. She burst into laughter and swore she'd stand guard over him like a guardian watching his every step. They surged ahead across the ocean's surface, like the sea itself couldn't stop them. Kul surged off the ground and launched into the air, rocketing straight toward the massive hull. That ship's sheer size was straight up breathtaking. It was the Auric Hulkim rocks, an ancient relic crammed with magical turrets that were built to fire fate itself. A high-power magic laser blasted forward, screaming toward disaster and threatening to turn everything into a raging sea of fire. Ko clenched his teeth, realizing just how insane the power they were up against really was. Cannons grind and swivel, snapping their barrels onto his exact position. Homem, comma, homa. Light exploded in a blinding chain as the shots tore through the air. Ku spun mid-air and twisted away at the last second, dodging the deadly beams. He just prayed Letitia was getting through her part of the plan a lot easier than he was. Explosions thunder across the ship as he slammed onto the deck. Right behind him, Letitia flashed a confident smirk. She tore across the metal plating at breakneck speed. With one crushing strike, she smashed one of those massive cannons to pieces. Ko watched as she barreled through the upper deck weaponry, ripping it apart like it stood no chance. She shot him a playful wink, and it was basically her way of saying, "The coast is clear, go." He jabbed a finger at the commander's room like, "Let's end this for good right now." Inside the bridge, the pirates panicked as their defenses shattered. War, the, why, hof, why, and my. Suddenly, crack, the glass exploded outward as a Ku burst through the window. He dropped into a crouch right in the middle of the shattered glass. He demanded they tell him where their leader was hiding. Ding! Two massive boots thundered out of the shadows. Ku's eyes locked onto a face he'd seen before, like the memory had just snapped into place. It was Genoma, an old mercenary who'd built a terrifying name for cruelty. He cackled and barked the order, "Wipe out the interloper." Pirates closed in on Ku, blades flashing in the air like steel traps. They dragged their feet way too long. Kumak grabbed their rusty gear. He snatched the closest guy and yanked him in. The pirate let out a savage scream as agony tore through him. He snapped aside just as the spear came ripping toward him. He yanked the weapon away and kicked it aside. He slammed a crushing blow into the next attacker. His strikes came like a violent storm, and with a blur he cleared the room. The last pirates froze solid, drowning in pure terror. Genuma roared at them to lock in their focus and keep smashing the attack. He barked an order and demanded they circle him again. The pirate suddenly roared like a thunderstorm, fueled by a burst of courage he didn't know he had, who suddenly felt their fighting spirit twist into something darker and stranger. A system message flashed that Junima had finally triggered a mind enchantment skill. The terrified cowards didn't just survive, they snapped into fanatical warriors in an instant. Ku remembered a painful lesson. Some people don't just waste great skills, they weaponize them to spread misery. He barreled back into the chaos with nothing but disgust burning on his face. He struck with lightning speed. He barreled through their ranks like a blade, slicing straight ahead. The bridge rang with defeat like the whole world just lost. Junuma stared in horror as his own men got butchered before his eyes. Who strode over the corpses and mocked the mercenaries' oh-so-predictable threats. He leaned in and grilled Junuma, asking if that line was truly his all-time favorite. Junuma snapped, lost his composure, and hauled a gigantic weapon into the air. He swung the legendary Oracle Comax like a death sentence, aiming to end his enemy for good. Ku dug in his heels and slammed open a summoning circle. He yanked out a plain wooden axe, ready to clash with the legendary blade. Junuma burst into hysterical laughter, convinced the thing in front of him was nothing more than a dumb little toy. Ku pinned his opponent in a death stare, pure cold determination burning behind his eyes. A shattered dagger lies on the smoking floor while he locks in, studying the chaos like it's screaming the truth. He knows his specialized wooden gear is tougher than even the finest orichalcum steel. "What prestige!" The pirate screams like a maniac and rockets forward, crashing into the scene. He whips that massive blade around with pure desperation, trying to cut the fight to an end. A heavy metal weapon slams into the Ku defenses and shatters into 1,000 savage pieces. Ku drops a bombshell. His gear is tuned up with a deadly critical throwing skill. He barrels forward and shuts the gap before the pirate even gets a chance to react. All blinding bursts of electricity erupt from his hands the instant he makes contact. The pirate lets out a blood-curdling scream as the high voltage rips through his body. He crumples onto the deck, swallowed by a choking cloud of smoke. Ku stands tall, victorious in the heart of the command room. He kicks on his auto-mapping skill and zeroes in on his real target. The advanced system hunts down the signature of the leader docs. A blazing red signal starts blinking on the digital screen, lighting everything up like a warning fire. An alarm starts pulsing through the hallway in a relentless, rhythmic beat. Ko sprints toward the signature at breakneck speed. More pirate guards rush in and slash their blades to bar his way. He plows straight through them, not even once easing up. He yanks out a comm device and talks straight to his enemy, face to face through the signal. With a smug grin, he pulled the docs from a secret stash nobody else knew about. The pirate leader cackles, feeling like he's got the upper hand for sure. He steps forward and makes it clear. He's got total control of the ship's main weapon. Docs demands they drop their weapons right now, or he'll unleash hell and wipe out the nearby port. The massive super laser cannon starts to hum, and pure deadly energy courses through it. Probie. Cole rips into him, calling him a coward for hiding behind that threat. Docs just laughs in his face and declares war has no rules. Ku lets out a furious sigh as the pressure keeps climbing and it's pushing him to the edge. He won't let a single finger touch the city. No exceptions, not even for a second. He whips a massive wooden mallet out from behind his back like it was never there. The map screams one thing. Docs is sneaking right behind the very next wall. Ku fires up a specialized technique, built to tear a whole wall down to rubble. He blasts out a fierce scream and whips the hammer through the air. The Oraclecom wall blasts apart in a roar, sending massive chunks of debris flying everywhere. As the breach tears open out of nowhere, Docs reels backward in total panic. He lets out a furious scream, accusing Ku of cheating his way to victory with unfair tactics. Ko yanks him up by the throat just before he can slip away. A brutal bolt of lightning crashes down and fries the pirate leader right where he stands. With the leader of the Ku already in motion, he orders a full purge, clearing out every last remaining force. Somewhere deep on the ship, Letitia rips a door right off its hinges. She unleashes a bone-crushing punch on the final guard who's still standing. She stands high and triumphant over a heap of defeated pirates. Who finds her, and they slam their final tallies on the table to compare scores. After the brutal fight, they finally steal a quick breath of relief. Just long enough to breathe, then the world moves again. They brace up and gear themselves to escort the prisoner straight back to the port. Ku aims to grab the precious ore and cart the unconscious crew along for the ride. As they walk, Letitia's face tightens like something heavy is haunting her thoughts. She brings up her younger brother, same wild nature, same spark. They call him Greed as he wanders the world, throwing himself in to help others along the way. She lays it out plain. He'll do anything, anything at all, to drag the story to a happy ending. Ku reads the description of his character and feels his heart get tugged in a way that's almost painfully sympathetic. Letitia breaks it down. Names we slap on calamities have two faces, and both of them matter. To one person, it's greed, but to another, it's a relentless drive to perfect everything. She straight up admits that people often brand her own power as pure arrogance. She's locked in. She'll use her power only to shield the innocent. She can't stop thinking about the mysterious entity that slapped those cruel negative titles on them in the first place. Ko watches her spit out her buried rage, like it's been boiling in her chest for years. He leans in and demands to know who, exactly, dumped these calamities into their world. Letitia snaps open the truth. Those exact memories were wiped clean from her mind. Ku stares out at the endless ocean and realizes, holy crap, there are still tons of mysteries out there waiting to be uncovered. He rockets through the air, driving straight for the ship that's waiting. Iris waves him over the moment he lands on the deck. On the deck, he shoots back, fast and clear. Pirates are already subdued. He's got to rush back to the city before the others catch up so he can lay out what's going on. He orders death itself to whip the vessel around. Right now, the massive ship swings around in the water like it's about to strike. The mat, to stroke, it rockets across the ocean, slicing through the waves at breakneck speed. Iris strides up to him, eyes sharp with curiosity. She points out that Letitia totally plays the part of a real storybook hero. Ku stares at the horizon, and the truth hits him hard. He isn't anything like her. Iris snaps back in total defiance, reminding him of every single life he's managed to save. As he chews his meal, her words slam into him and he can't stop thinking about them. He still remembers the sheer terror of squaring off against that gluttony dragon. He can't forget the sheer terror that hit him as he risked everything to rescue that stranger from an armored bear. Ever since he was little, he dreamed of one thing, becoming a firefighter. He craved the kind of hero who could tear through the chaos and reach people the moment they hit rock bottom. In this world, it finally hits him. He snatches the forgotten dream right out of the dark. He's earned the title of Dragon Slayer, and he's not walking alone because he's got a whole crew of dear friends by his side. The ship grinds into the harbor, claws biting the dock as it finally comes to a stop. A huge crowd packs the docks, waiting on the edge of their seats to greet him the moment he comes home. Lily and the others sprint right up to the front to deliver their report. Every pirate unit got captured, right on cue, exactly how they predicted it would happen. Ku leaned in and gave Lily a soft, reassuring pat on the head. Then, boom, the glowing Knights of the Dawn materialize out of nowhere. Their spectral armor glows with a gentle, haunting light. Ko drops to his knees and thanks the spirits for lending him their power. Lily creeps closer to the ghost, leaning in to catch every word. If humans can't even hear their own voices, who's brave enough to wonder what they're really saying? Lily steps in and offers to translate his message for him. The knights renew their eternal oath, pledging themselves to him all over again. Ku swallows his pride, bows low, and hands them his own gratitude. He lifts the sacred Jallarhorn to his lips and blows with purpose. As the music blasts, the night itself starts melting into pure light. Their spirits shoot up toward the sky in a breathtaking burst of light. The girls lock eyes and gasp as the myth unfurls before them in full glory. The whole crowd erupts into cheers as they witness that legendary scene with their own eyes. Who keeps playing on, even as the spirit's last breath slips away. Iris watches him with a soft, warm grin, and a secret wish she's too scared to say out loud. He drops the instrument the moment the silence comes roaring back. The branch manager dips into a deep bow, practically overflowing with gratitude. He tells Ku to make it official, announce the crisis is over. Ku takes a sharp breath, then steps up and fully owns the responsibility. He bellows to the crowd that every last pirate has finally been hauled in. The crowd explodes into a wild, thunderous celebration. He leans in and tells them the last pirate ship is about to roll in, any moment now. They crushed the battle and claimed victory. The crowd erupts, hoisting their hero high into the sky like a living celebration. They hauled the captured pirate ship straight into port. Letitia rolls in with the bound prisoners, and right as they cheer, they toss Ku into the middle of it all. She cracks her aching back and stretches her tired limbs after a brutal day at work. She beams at Ku, praising him for nailing the mission. He's over the moon because that ending was absolutely perfect. Well, perfect. Letitia bursts into a giggle at his ridiculously optimistic outlook. She tells him her brother used to say the exact same thing. Ko's jaw drops when an unexpected connection snaps into place. He can't shake the feeling. Maybe he's starting to like her brother for real. Jess hustled the group straight to his office because he had to talk. He blurts out that the last person he expected just slipped into the city. The moment the door swings open, a young woman is standing there waiting for them. Milia finally barrels in and catches up with her friends at last. Milia flashes a cheerful wave from way out in the distance. As the assistant branch manager of the Onam branch, she's one of the royal capital's top elites, untouchable, built for greatness. She tells him she bolted out of town the very next day after he left. To get to him fast, she risked everything and tore down a deadly back road through the Fatos Mountains. These peaks are usually crawling with monsters so deadly, they'll end you before you even know they're there. She swears she only survived because of him. His golem's lasers turned the Stampede's mess into ash, scorching everything away until the path was finally safe. This cleared the way for her to glide into Fortport without a hitch. Now she's practically bursting to hear about his latest exploits. He kicks things off with Lily, right from the start. Next up, the helper slime, Sarara, flashes a big cheerful wave and greets everyone. Then he introduces Letitia and points out that she and Milia have already crossed paths before. Letitia snaps, "Yep, I've been with you since yesterday." She grins as she notices just how attached Milia is to him. Milia doesn't just claim he's new, he swears he's a super promising newcomer with insane potential. He sits there, stunned, like, how long has it been since anyone last called him that? The moment finally hits. Time to lay out every last detail of what went down in that incident. The group falls into an uneasy silence, like the story's weight just crashed down on their chests. They finally admit it. His moves are getting crazier by the second. Building a harbor and calling forth ancient knights is way past what any human can handle. He thinks the praise is way over the top, then pushes for Lily to dig into the pirates. Lily breaks it down, explaining exactly how they tracked those pirate subunits down along the West Road. They use secret backroads they know by heart, sealing every escape route like a trap. With her sharp foresight, the knights seized every last pirate. One by one, no escapes. Sarara erupts in cheers, soaking in how incredible her work is. He gives Lily her flowers, even as she insists the whole win was pure team effort. She's utterly shaken in the best way, because he straight up called her a trustworthy friend. He locks eyes with her. A wave of pure embarrassment crashes over him the moment the mood starts to ease. The talk suddenly swings to the huge rewards waiting out there. He drops a bombshell, demanding that hundreds of millions be handed over to pay for the damages. He's stitched his cruiser together with wreckage, and now he's chasing that cash so he can get back to the city. Amelia presses him for answers about the gigantic pirate ship he swore he'd seen, because it won't fit in his item box. The guild steps in and offers to store it for him. He thanks them, then admits, straight up, that his money situation is a full-on chaotic disaster. Between the crisis rewards and the annual payments hitting his account, he's drowning in wealth. He drifts back to his days at that brutal black company job, where his pay was so pathetic it barely covered the basics. The moment they've been pushing toward this crew finally crashes into their inn for the night. A grand landscape pavilion looms ahead, dripping with luxury. It's a jaw-dropping estate, and the Scarlet Company owns it outright. They rush up to an observation deck, staring out over the roaring sea. Sarara stops dead, staring at the blazing red sunset, until it hits her that it looks exactly like tomato soup. Letitia is already hunched over her sketchbook, capturing every wild detail as the scene unfolds. The drawing is so spot on it feels unreal. Every detail hits like a knockout. She begs him for a drawing one day, but he shuts it down fast, claiming he's just too boring to inspire anyone. She shoots him a sly grin and claims, straight to his face, that his expression is absolutely irresistible. He realizes she's at it again, teasing him just for fun. Right then, he catches Lily locked onto the horizon, staring like she's seeing something nobody else can. She looks completely peaceful as the light starts to fade away. She clocks the exhaustion on his face and offers to rub his shoulders right away. She points out that the royal capital sits just past the sea. He even points out that his hometown is still farther away than that. Somewhere deep in his chest he can't stop wondering, would she ever believe him when he tells her he's not from this world at all? Then Letitia lifts a sign and tells them to back off. She's giving them space. She rushes everyone inside to get them all checked in. They finally soaked in the view until there was nothing left to take in. At the pavilion, the staff shoots them a stiff, formal bow as they greet them. They're proud to welcome the legendary dragon slayer, the very hero who saved them. As soon as he's inside the room, he drops onto the bed and releases a crushing sigh like all the fight just drained out of him. Sarara springs up on the spot, practically bursting with excitement to give him a massage. The slime kicks off a relentless chain of bone-cracking contortions. The sound hits so hard, it feels like it could rip a human body apart. Sarara turns the helper energy up to max, like a rocket hitting launch. Violent cracks thunder through the room as his tension finally shatters into nothing. Sarara gushes about how wild every single day feels now that she's finally out of the underground. He grins bright, seeing his companion this joyful, and you can practically feel the happiness spill into the air. He grins and promises the slime, "Come on, tonight I'll show you the ocean by night." He bursts into a huge yawn, and the exhaustion finally bulldozes everything he's been holding on to. Warmth finally floods his chest and settles deep in his body, like a cozy blanket has come for him at last. Ku jerks awake when a pesky slime keeps poking him non-stop. He jolts upright, stretches out hard, and lets out a long, dragging yawn. After that rest, his body feels weirdly light, like he just got recharged. He finally snaps and decides it's time to get back to the others. He burst into the lounge and immediately spotted his crew waiting for him. Iris waves him over while they dig into his sketchbook together. Letitia leans in and offers to show him her newest drawings. The pages practically blaze with neon-bright scenes of the city and every single person moving through it. Ku grins, feeling the warmth and personality burst through every single stroke. Suddenly, one wild drawing snaps his attention like a spotlight. It shows a colossal dragon peacefully sprawled among both animals and humans, like they all belong in the same wild, magical world. Ku blurts, "Is that you, my brother?" And the creature turns out to be the greed dragon. He can feel that ink still holds a deep, lingering love. Letitia finally relents. He's right, and she can't help but wonder how on earth he managed to know. So Lily leans in and fires the question, "Have you faced this dragon before?" Ku whips his head side to side and snaps that he doesn't recognize the guy. And out of nowhere, a wave of nostalgia crashes over him. The crew bursts into the night, hunting for a real meal before the hunger wins. Iris pitches a local must-try seaboot pala. Hugh tells them the dish is rice simmered with saffron and packed with seafood. Lily sold the second she hears about shrimp and squid. They roll up to a top-rated restaurant everyone's been raving about. Inside, chefs slam massive pans over roaring fires, sparks flying as the heat surges. Everyone slides into their seats around a massive round table, like the story's about to kick off. Soon, a waiter lunges in with a gigantic wooden boat packed to the brim with food. Ku's eyes go wide as he stares, completely stunned by the sheer spectacle in front of him. He takes one bite, and the rice hits him with perfect flavor. The fresh seafood bursts into the meal like a bright, delicious highlight. Lily fights to peel her shrimp with just her fingers, struggling every second, offers to take the job off her hands. With his dexterity, he snatches them apart in a blur, like it's nothing. Letitia points out that they look so much like close brother and sister. Ku blurts out he's almost 30, and the whole room instantly goes, "No way." The girls sized him up and figured he was barely in his early 20s. Ku bursts into laughter, thrilled that his age still hasn't caught up to him. Full bellies satisfied them as they slipped back into the cool night air. Ku's craving a quiet drink to cap off the day. He clocks that Iris is feeling the exact same way. Letitia and Lily decided, right then, to bolt back to the inn so they could soak in a hot bath. Letitia pushes both of them to hunt down a cozy bar like right now. Lily swears she'll shield the whole group with a steel grip. In the Savinspect, Ku's laser focus on everything she does is both comforting and honestly a little nerve-wracking, like she'll never let anything slip. He and Iris trade one last wave, then sprint straight for the harbor. They stumble into this tucked-away bar and score the perfect view of the sea. The waiter flashes them a warm welcome, then strides over with a bottle and sets it right at their table. They lift their glasses and share a hushed toast like the whole world pauses for it. Sweet wine pours over the tongue, and right behind it comes a salty ocean scent that hits like a wave. Ku can't believe how long it's been since they've been alone together. On this wild journey, they've collected a whole crew of new friends along the way. Iris suddenly releases a quiet, heavy sigh, like it weighs down her whole chest. Ku blurts out, "What's got you so worked up?" She locks eyes with her glass, and you can see the worry clawing at her face. He tells her she doesn't have to force words out just to be heard. Iris confessed that today, envy flickered inside her when she saw Letitia. During the fight with the pirates, she felt completely helpless. Ko gapes at her, totally stunned. He flashes her right back to the day she yanked him from the jaws of death. Now she's the hero of her own story, owning every chapter. Who swears she's his hero too. Iris leans in and tells them just how grateful she feels to finally belong. She's desperate to find a way to repay him. Ku locks eyes with her and bluntly snaps that she's wrong. Her barriers are what let him go full beast in battle. In battle, he made it through the dragons only because she stood right beside him the whole time. A small, relieved smile finally breaks across her lips. She can't stop smiling. She finally realizes she's actually making a difference for him. She leans in and asks, "Can you pour me a second round?" They clink their glasses one more time, the dim light swallowing every spark of hope. The night keeps rolling as they sit side by side, locked on the crashing waves. Their bond is stronger than ever, and as they finish their drinks, it's like the world hits pause. It all started in the place that raised him, his hometown, where everything began. In his world, jaw-dropping high-tech gadgets were so normal, they barely even got a second glance. He opened up about his old life and laid it bare in the cutthroat world of modern business. He laid out how companies fired the exact people who kept mistakes from ever happening. When the systems finally started crashing, there wasn't a single person left who could bring them back. It drilled into him, always be ready for the worst, because emergencies don't wait. He looked Iris in the eye and told her she was the one crucial preparation he couldn't afford to miss. That sudden compliment hit him like a spark, and his face instantly erupted in a blush. But Iris clocked it. He almost never talked about himself. He insisted his past was dull as dishwater, but she shot back that it was anything but. He felt completely honored that she was genuinely interested. He stared into his glass and muttered that his home was miles away. It was way farther than anything you could cross over the sea. His home sat completely beyond this world, like it didn't even belong to reality. He painted a world where no monsters lurked, No magic ruled, and no special skills ever showed up. Then he finally confessed how he got yanked out of his world and dropped here in the blink of an eye. Iris stared at him with eyes blown wide in pure shock. She promised him she'd believe a word of it, no matter what hit the world. Often she tuni, often. She even let his lies in, right to her heart. Her confession hit him like a lightning bolt. He froze, completely stunned. Later, they slipped through the hush of the empty city streets. He thanked her for trusting his wild, unbelievable story. Iris beamed from ear to ear, thrilled that he'd finally let his secret slip out. She leaned in and demanded, "So, are you planning to head back home?" He stood at the water's edge, chest puffed out, claiming this place as his home. Relief slammed into her the moment she finally confessed her fears. He swore he'd stay right here with all of them. In the dark, their hands brushed together, just for a split second, like sparks in the night. The silence in the air turned heavy and suffocating, like the whole world stopped breathing. They slammed on the brakes and stared into each other's eyes. Iris whispered his name like it might shatter if it got too loud. He spun around to face her, his face blazing red. Her eyes burned with a raw, aching longing. He swallowed hard as the pressure cranked up. Suddenly, the ground erupted into violent shaking. He shot forward and snagged her in an instant. The whole world shook under their feet as they clung on for dear life. He leaned in and demanded to know if she was okay. Iris grabbed his hands and thanked him for pulling her out of death. She clocked that his arms were absolutely massive. He swore it was forged in the fires of countless brutal battles. And, Mijas, a system scan pinpointed the earthquake's epicenter with eerie precision. Tonight, a tsunami wasn't even on the radar, no danger in sight. They finally crashed into their rooms and dropped into sleep. Iris locked eyes with him and sent one last warm smile to his soul. He shot her a grin the moment she slipped inside. That day crushed my heart and left me drained. He flopped onto his bed and let his thoughts crash over him. With days, the yuan, the memory of her fragile frame refused to fade. Gratitude surged through him as he realized how deeply she trusted him. A calm, heavy peace surged into his heart and settled there like a warm blanket. He swore, right then and there, to guard that trust for all time. Next morning, his slime buddy rippled and shifted like it had a mind of its own, flexing in the mirror. He jolted awake, then greeted his friend with a burst of energy. The slime somehow slept right through the earthquake. He sprinted over to link up with the rest of the group. Iris pointed out that Letitia was still knocked out in her sleep. Eventually, a groggy Letitia stumbled into the party, blinking like she'd just been dragged out of sleep. They ordered a mountain of salmon pancakes and made it sound like a feast was about to begin. The whole crew dug into a perfect breakfast together, like the day couldn't get any better. Iris couldn't stop wondering, were any ships actually out there sailing? Pirate raids slammed the brakes on every major trip, all across the seas. Ku burst into realization. His cruiser was way too tiny to fit everyone. The clerk grabbed his breath and told him the main ship was gone, obliterated. It would take 8 long days before anyone could do it again. They chose to stay put in the city. Right then, Melia burst into view and waved at them like she was calling them forward. She tracked down the pirate weapon's hiding spot. "Wo idm even head." In the guild lounge, the whole crew crowds together, fired up and ready to plot their next strike. Melia strides up to the table, lugging a gigantic, steaming pie that smells like trouble. Suddenly, her foot skids out from under her, and she topples out of balance. Food rockets through the air, and everyone's panic explodes. The slime springs upward like it's got a stopwatch in its gut, landing perfectly on time. It swallows the whole dessert in one giant, unstoppable chomp. It happily mumbles on and on about how insanely delicious that treat tastes. Melia bursts into giggles and tells you she's got 5 more ready to serve. She slaps a hot, fresh pie onto the table for the rest of the team. Ku draws his blade and slices it with deadly precision, splitting it into exactly 12 pieces. He leans in and demands every last detail about the ancient weapon. Melia slams a massive map down on the table and unrolls it wide for everyone to see. She jabs a finger at one exact coordinate in the Fa Sea. They say a phantom island named Mahoros lurks out there, waiting to be found. Casa Spec's ancient magical tool is blasting a cloaking barrier into existence. The guild is dead serious. Someone has to investigate those ruins right away, or everything could slip away. Ku steps up and agrees to lead the mission to dig up the truth. His friends blast encouragement, and then step up, volunteering to ride with him. Cole shoots Letitia a look full of questions, like the answer is hiding right behind her eyes. He leans in and asks her straight up if she's still planning to keep hunting for her brother. She decides to tag along on the investigation right from the very start. Kane is, Tane. Amelia blares. Turn back. If it gets any more dangerous, we're done. Fresh smoke and restless volcanic activity have just popped up in the area. Then she pulls Q aside and demands he stay put for a secret. No one's gonna hear us talk. While they're stuck waiting, the others suddenly decide to hit the shops and go shopping. They wave goodbye and stride straight into town, heading for the market. Amelia clocked it right away. This guy's got a team that's not only energetic but packed with real talent. She beams at his rising success as a leader. Then her smile drops, serious now. She leans in and asks what's up with his ring, who's still standing there like, I've still got the spirit ring. She chants an ancient inscription that dares a dragon to come and face her. Ku explains how it turned the impossible into a miraculous win. The black dragon's magic got siphoned dry by the ring, and that's how the ring secured the win. Amelia leans in and tells him she's got one more item to hand over. She unrolls an ancient scroll packed with bizarre, mind-bending diagrams. It's a wild image. There's a dragon gripping a shield, and beside it stands a man with a horn, who admits he has absolutely no clue what those drawings are even supposed to mean. He locks eyes and triggers his appraisal skill. This is the Twilight Scroll, one legendary relic forged to bind 5 mighty powers together. He finally clocks the grim truth. He's missing the rare materials he needs to even make that recipe. Nelia leans in and tells him how her relative was a total archaeology addict, fully devoted to digging up the past. Who can't stop thinking about how this whole world mashups magic and technology like they belong together. She pushes him to take the scroll and insists it must be his job to guard it. She's bursting with relief because she finally nailed her important role. Who can't stop wondering if she had to endure a brutal struggle just to get him this information. She tells him, don't stress, this brutal road isn't going to break you. She shoots him a bright wink and tells him, with pure joy, that it was totally worth every second. And after all that, Ku finally pushes through the chaos and makes his way down to the bustling port. The whole town swarms around the massive ship, staring in pure, breathless awe. They lean in, trading hushed whispers as they spot the legendary hero. Someone yells in pure shock, the Dragon Slayer is finally here. They throw their gratitude at him, thanking him for giving his reward straight to the town. Ku smiles beams, then thanks them for their kind words with a huge, heartfelt smile. He feels mortified by all that attention, but he can't deny it. Seeing them happy makes it all worth it. He politely requests some room to get to his destination. His teammates stand back, cheering loud as he pushes forward. The slime bounces right up to him, offering a frosty fruit snack like it's a gift from the heavens. Ku snatches the treat, then pats the slime like it's earned its prize. He's stunned by that juicy, almost sorbet-smooth texture. They forged it by slowly encasing fruit in ice magic, one frozen bite at a time. Who hears this and instantly thinks, all right, I need more of this later. He strides to the pier's edge, raises his voice, and calls his ship in. A colossal, high-tech yacht suddenly cuts across the water like it owns the sea. Ku snaps at his team to stay razor-sharp and ready for anything. The ship punches forward at full speed, charging straight for the shadowy Maharas Island. Side by side, they push through the roaring market streets, weaving through the chaos like they own the night. Soon, they sprint onto the ship for a nail, biting 2-hour ride across the roaring waves. The guy who's always fishing for any news the town has gathered. Letitia blurts out her findings first, and the room hangs on her every word. Old residents talked about earthquakes striking again and again, like the earth was screaming that a volcano eruption was about to blow. They have to stay laser-focused and move like every step could set off a disaster on that island. Oh, Iris proudly hands over the shopping list, packed with the essential supplies they just bought. Slime tells everyone about a reindeer hermit who slips kids brand new dreams, just like a legend come to life. Who's going to tell me this doesn't sound way too much like Santa Claus? Now he kicks off his very own report. He whips out the ancient Twilight Scroll Miria handed him, like it's the key to everything. They track down clear depictions of the war god and the dragon god. The scroll crackles open, and inside is a ritual meant to weld together 5 different powers. You've also got to show the spirit and the creator god right here. He leans in and studies the tiny, intricate seal etched into the heart of the parchment. He can't shake the feeling. This emblem is tied to the creator god, But where these calamities strike, nobody knows yet. After an hour of non-stop travel, the island finally looms right in front of them. Lily strides up, slides in beside him, and drops into her seat. She leans in and blurts out that the sea is absolutely breathtaking. Then she blurts out, "I can't swim at all," and the truth hits like a splash of cold water. Her sacred homeland was cut off from the world, landlocked, hemmed in by unforgiving stone walls. Ku suddenly realizes she wasn't raised for a life. She was raised to be a priestess. She never got to taste the joy of simple childhood games. He pops up out of nowhere, eyes blazing, and a brilliant idea hits him like lightning. He promises that he'll teach her how to swim in the next beat. Lily looked up at him, and pure gratitude shone bright in her eyes. She leans in and asks, "So, is being an adult actually fun?" Hearing her suggest a bar idea felt ridiculously mature. Co-op swears that when she's older they'll all go together, no exceptions. He gently pats her head while she throws him a grateful thank you. She dreams of packing up and traveling everywhere with them. Who's stuck wondering why the drinking age in this world is such a big deal. She's made a wish that by then, the whole world will finally be at peace. A thick plume of smoke coils up from that distant mountain on the horizon. The ship surges forward as the engines scream and roar to life. A towering volcano looms right in front of them, like it's daring them to come closer. Ku feels a strange, heavy power in the air and braces himself for a fight. He calls forth the holy sword Gram, and it blazes into existence in a flash of light. Something terrible must have triggered it. The island is drowning in smoke. Everybody grabs and sharpens their weapons, ready to smash through a brutal fight. Letitia shuts it down fast. She's sure the presence isn't connected to her brother at all. She's poised to unleash a brutal, no-mercy punishment. Lily suddenly feels it. Something is wildly wrong with the aura, and it's sending chills down her spine. Every dragon before this one was terrifying, but this one, it's something totally different, and the slime is convinced this might be a harmless little disaster. Whoa, doesn't it feel like that usual, gut-twisting dread is totally missing? The mission zeroes in on an ancient ruin where the target is hiding. Wyam Werheen. Nature hasn't gone quiet like it usually does. It's roaring back to life. The boat slams into a huge cave carved into the cliffs. Full Assist is getting more human by the day. The cavern drops straight down into pitch-black darkness, so deep it feels like the world disappears. Lily whips her head around, hunting for the deadly beast hiding somewhere nearby. Right then, Aku snaps his head toward a figure looming in the distance. A lone person slumps on the high rocks, staring out like the world vanished. A toothless grin stretches wide as the mouth beams at the whole group. Giant antlers burst out from the old man's head like they'd been waiting for this moment. Who locks eyes in stunned silence. Then the truth finally hits him hard. The hermit hurls his arms wide at the oncoming ship as it barrels closer. Turns out the legend of the reindeer hermit? Yeah, it's not a myth at all. It's real. Every spot on that map lines up perfectly, like the world is screaming, "This is it." This sweet old guy isn't what he seems. He's the calamity. He welcomes them with a bright, warm smile right on the edge of the cliff. Who's sitting there wondering whether this sweet, old man is secretly one of the true calamities? He blurts out that he used to be human too, born the same way as all of them. With just a gentle touch, his huge antlers shrink away and disappear into his hair. Hugh can only grin, stunned at how weird and wild this world keeps getting. The hermit leans in and tells you who he is. Title, the sloth dragon from way out in the farthest reaches. It's a painfully witty name for someone who's so chill it feels unreal. Who strides up and introduces himself as nothing more than a regular rank adventurer. Somehow, the title already spills the truth. Only one person holds the hero's powers and the gift of creation. He tells them he doesn't just sleep. He slips into clairvoyance, and the world unfolds before him while he's dreaming. He knows to the bone why they've hauled themselves to this island, to dig into those ruins. Watching Ko crush the pirates completely lifted his spirits sky high. Suddenly, the old man rises into the sky and rockets straight toward their ship. He leans over the vessel, staring at it like a seasoned old sailor who's seen storms roll in for decades. Ancient memories from a lifetime he can barely grasp crash into his mind. Long ago, he was just a regular human, dreaming of a simple, quiet life out on the sea. When his ship capsized in that savage storm, the truth finally hit. He wasn't just surviving, he was a walking catastrophe. He charges ahead, pointing the way to the fort as the whole group follows in his wake. Iris steps up with a calm smile, and formally introduces herself to the ancient dragon. Lily and the mechanical desk shot their own wild greetings to their brand new guide. Sarara can't help but stare. Those horns look insanely cool. Tidal throws back a wild laugh and swears he might actually lose to just one lone wolf. Letitia snaps to the truth. This old man has burned through almost all of his calamity power. He even knows Ku's hunting for her younger brother. All we swear to. Sloth dragons get exponentially stronger every time they laze around. To hit full power, he'd have to crash out for 3 straight years. For now, he's got nothing but peace, so he spends every day soaking it in. Ku leans in and demands, "So, do you plan on rampaging again anytime soon? So much trouble for someone who just wants to sleep in peace." The ship plunges into a colossal limestone cave, swallowed by darkness as it sails deeper and deeper. Ku gasps as a massive structure lunges out of the darkness. A sleek, high-tech metal door slams shut ahead, blocking every path deeper into the cavern. Inside, towering scaffolding crowds the space, and ancient machines loom and hum like they've been waiting for someone to wake them. They slam into a giant docking zone, and the whole place looks totally wrecked. Letitia realizes the damage is way too intense to be some harmless natural erosion. It wasn't anyone else. Those pirates tore into this sacred place and ransacked it to the bone. The Tidal glares back, burning with cold rage at the brutal desecration of his birthplace. Ku straps in and gets ready to stash their ship away before they plunge even deeper. He shoves the whole vessel straight into his infinite item box. Tidal froze in pure disbelief, staring at the screen as overwhelming power exploded before his eyes. He laughs and says he's way more of an overworked dragon than a lazy sloth now. He barks at the whole group to stay right by his side, or they'll get separated and lose their way. They march through corridors blasted open by savage battle. Ku couldn't believe it. She was relieved they stopped the pirates before things turned truly ugly. They finally burst through to the entrance of the main control room. Neon screens and humming monitors light up the high-tech chamber. A single screen shows thick smoke exploding from the island's volcano. Beneath the island, a magical array quietly keeps the lava from ever getting out. The pirates smashed the devices, and just like that, they gambled everything on a terrifying eruption about to blow. Tidal swore that during a brutal, sleepless night of non-stop repairs, he fixed everything. Who knows, when you shove out rushed work with no rest, disaster often comes crashing in. Iris feels an icy dread hit her out of nowhere, like a bad omen just slid into her life. Suddenly, every monitor erupts in red warning signs, flashing like an alarm you can't ignore. The earth under their feet buckles with a brutal lurch, then splits open with a violent crack. Everyone's scrambling to stay on their feet as the room starts to crumble around them. The moment the shot rings out, Iris slams down a hexagonal barrier, shielding the whole crew. Metal debris hammers down on a glowing energy shield. The shaking finally fades, but that heavy tension hangs in the air like it's about to explode. Sarara screams that the volcano's activity has shot up to critical levels. A gigantic countdown timer slams onto the central screen, ticking down like the world's about to explode. And AG out of the world, the whole island is going to get wiped out in just 2 hours. Exactly. Fear snaps through the group the moment they finally grasp how deadly this really is. The digital timer flickers, hovering just under 2 hours like it's counting down to something massive. Tidal yanks his head in pure panic, terrified that all his repairs turned out to be a total failure. Sarara cuts in with icy truths, because the volcano's fury is surging and it's escalating fast. At last, the Tidal size shrank, and relief hit him hard, because his hard work had snatched them precious time just when it mattered most. Who flashes a warm, encouraging smile. The old man steadies himself again, because right now, they've got to find a solution, and they've got no time to waste. Sarara rips out the holographic data and brings it up like a bombshell. The clock hammers forward, ticking down without mercy. Magma is about to devour this whole island, and when it's done, nothing here will be left standing. Ko realizes what's really coming. An endless tsunami is charging straight for them. The port town gets wiped off the map. Suddenly, the ground jolts, like the world just got punched. The girls huddle up, trembling with fear, like something terrifying is about to hit. Ku stares at the monitor, and his blood turns to ice, because the timer just jumped forward by 30 minutes like nothing happened. They've got just a little over an hour left, so you better hold on tight. Sarara breaks it down. Estimates can flip in an instant. If they want to save every last person, they've got to shut down the volcano itself. Who else remembers the lives he ripped out of the dark and saved? Their gratitude burned warm in my chest. and it felt real to the bone. He refused to let them die right here. He knows it. He's way too soft-hearted for his own good, because that's just who he is. A blinding light explodes across his vision. The system voice cut through the room, confirming his iron resolve. He's saying he doesn't have the right tools to win. He has to grab a brand new weapon, something that can rewrite the future with one swing. He has to hunt down the materials right now. Together, they'll pull off the impossible. This is the last nail-in-the-coffin verdict from the assist system. The clock slams past the 85-minute mark. The 8-time minute mark. Iris watches him, worry burning hard in her eyes. Ko whips around to the old man and blurt out, "Is there anything left in these ruins? Anything built for transmigrators like him?" Tidal strokes his beard, lost in intense, relentless thought. He can't forget that vault in the deepest depths. Only a transmigrator is allowed to step inside. Who's asking to be shown the way right this second? They crash up against a gigantic, reinforced door built like a fortress. Tidal blurts that even his clairvoyance can't cut through it. It's blocked cold. They're standing right in front of the last unsolved mystery. Lily feels a sacred presence lurking behind the steel. Who wouldn't brag about the divine weapons he already has? The moment the vault spots his one-of-a-kind power, it unlocks with a sharp click. A brutal mechanism grinds open, slow, heavy, and unstoppable. The party bursts into the dark room, and the darkness swallows them whole. They sprint down that endless metal corridor, crashing forward like the dangers right on their heels. A blinding spotlight snaps onto a lone pedestal up ahead. The whole group froze and gasped, because the nameless Holy Lance was already shattered into a pile of pieces. Lily trembles as she stares at the artifact shattered beyond repair. Ku remembers the moment he brought the demon sword back to life. He slams his palm down over the shards. A glitchy creation menu snaps into existence, demanding the dragon god's pieces and its mighty shield. The system bluntly declares that the original lance can't be fixed. Then it promises a brand new fusion artifact will be forged from the next wave. Hugh shot a glance at his companions, and the weight of his feelings crushed his chest. He lays it all out, what the ritual demands, and the cost you'll have to pay. Iris doesn't pause for a heartbeat. She'd give up everything just to save lives. Lily nods hard, like her mind is made up. Fires up his ultimate power instinct takes over, co-activating it. Tremendous divine energy rips through the room like a storm. A stunning new weapon takes shape in the blaze of the light. The system unveils the holy dragon lion's fimbule. It hands him the power to freeze anything. Utterly, completely, without mercy. Ku grins at the mind-blowing new tool. This is it, the only thing that can finally stop the eruption. But he looks Iris dead in the eyes and says it's her. Only she can take hold of that power. She finally feels the full weight of that responsibility crash down on her. Then she inhales hard, sets her jaw, and steps forward. Her hands clamp down on that freezing metal, ice crawling up her skin. The lance sinks straight into her soul, and she's ready to charge headfirst into that volcano. Iris tightens her brand new holy lance in her hands, and confidence surges through her like fire. Iris, who flashes a grin, fully aware that this legendary weapon brings instant peace. Suddenly, another earthquake hits, shaking the ground out from under their feet like it wants to split the world in two. Letitia suddenly feels a terrifying presence in the room as dust rains down from the ceiling. The whole group nods and bolts for the upper room right away. Ku stays silent, and the gravity of everything finally crushes down on him. He shoots a quick glance back at the companion sprawled on his shoulder. The digital timer starts flashing a danger warning, only 42 minutes left. They stared at the clock and felt the estimate crash. Just like that, it dropped again. The slime jumps at the chance to stay behind, tweaking the controls so it can buy them just a little more time. It calms everyone down like, don't worry, this is going to be totally fine. The old calamity spirit chooses to stick around too, because becoming dead weight is the last fate he wants. He swears that if things go sideways, he'll snatch the slime and bolt. Ku hesitates, then reluctantly gives in and agrees to leave them behind. The old man leans in and tells him that his friend's descendants are still living right in the town nearby. Ku swore he'd slam the eruption shut and shield every single soul in the port. That girl with foresight pushes her way in, swearing she'll join the crew to help Iris. Letitia throws her very own dragon powers into the fight for the cause. Ku gratefully takes their help and pushes through the final stretch, bracing for the ultimate showdown. Another violent tremor rips through the facility as the volcano roars back to life. They sprint for the exit the second the timer slams down to 24 minutes. Ku needs the perfect sightline because the disaster charging toward them is about to hit, and he can't afford to miss a thing. They leap onto a high-speed ship and blast across the waves like they're chasing the end of the world. A towering volcano hangs over the island, blasting dark clouds into the sky like it's about to erupt any second. A sudden system update flashes one terrifying truth: they've got under 19 minutes left. Ku steels himself, stays cool as he goes to check on Iris. She tilts her head up, and the divine weapon's voice cuts straight through her, hitting her soul like lightning. That partial freeze won't stop anything. It'll just force the pressure to skyrocket faster. He recounts a lesson: when magma cools, it can still spark the perfect storm and trigger eruptions. Iris snaps and says she has to freeze every last particle, every single one, until all motion dies. Ku suddenly realizes she's talking about reaching absolute zero. Iris lifts her lands and whips them into motion, hoarding an absurd sky-high stash of magic. Suddenly, the snow starts hammering down over the deck. The lance's side effect summons a blazing localized blizzard right on the spot. The biting cold nipped at them, and snow piled onto their hair like the world was closing in. The snow's crushing weight starts to bend the ship's bones, like it's one step away from sinking the whole thing. Their mechanical guardian reroutes the power straight to the heaters, blasting the ice until it melts away. As the deck finally clears, the whole group suddenly feels that rush of warmth hit them like a wave. The timer blares that the eruption will hit before the spell is even ready to cast. Iris keeps stacking power as the blizzard grows fiercer and fiercer. Ku glares at the mountain, teeth clenched like a storm is building behind his eyes. A monster volcano starts to groan deep in the earth, and then it violently bucks and shakes like it's about to erupt. The estimate crumbles to just 30 seconds. Ku shrieks at the top of her lungs, "Activate it!" Iris pours every ounce of her will into one single unbreakable moment. Fine. The land slams down. Freezing power erupts and blasts outward in a violent wave. A blinding flash erupts and wipes the whole world clean. The whole group freezes in stunned awe as the light dies out. Now the whole volcano is trapped under a brutal blanket of thick ice. The system blares that the eruption is only being held back for a little while. They're forced to scramble for a new plan because that spear can't recharge fast enough. IDN Breast. Who does he turn to, hunting for any scrap of a solution from his companions? The girl blurts out a terrifying vision, watching a meteor crash down from the sky. She watched a gigantic rock crash down from above, barreling straight toward the peak. In her dream, a golden light exploded the moment it hit. Letitia snaps to attention and realizes she knows exactly what that power is. She can summon a falling star and use it to crush the earth. Ku feels pure relief knowing she's fighting right alongside them. She flat out proposes wiping the volcano off the map with a single direct strike. Which end of Taka 4, a pulver ed, Tog, properated. Ku fires a chilling warning. Those waves will slam in and trigger tsunamis that wipe the whole town off the map. But he can't shake the idea of wiping out the mountain, and he decides it's worth chasing. The whole crew huddles up, wrestling with how to unleash that kind of destructive power without blowing everything to pieces. Who suddenly realizes he can twist the volcano into something totally harmless. He's fired up to use his legendary creation skill. He's going to turn that volcano into raw material and forge himself a whole new mountain. He thanks his support skill the moment it kicks in, and the brutal calculations start rolling. The system flashes a warning: if he keeps pushing, he could bleed out his emotions and turn into an empty husk. Rebuilding a whole mountain from scratch is a job so massive, it feels straight up impossible. Ku shuts his eyes tight and drags in a deep, steady breath. He refuses to walk away from the people he could have saved. He shouts a command to the system, forcing it to execute the process and reshape the volcano. Then, a wild wave of data detonates in his head, and a spike of sharp pain slices through his thoughts. Iris braces herself as the terrain starts getting rebuilt around her. Ku clutching his head in agony as the string surges higher. Less than 5 minutes stand between them and total completion. Then the whole operation is done. He orders Letitia to get ready, because he's about to unleash her meteor fall spell. With a confident smile, she nods like she's already got everything under control. Ku quickly tells Iris the plan has changed. She's got to stop that mountain dead in its tracks the exact second the meteor comes crashing down. If they freeze just part of it, the eruption won't slow down, it'll rocket forward. Lily stares at him, and the worry in her eyes keeps swelling with every second. He tells her, straight to her face, that her role is absolutely vital. Ku kicks off a ruthless forced ritual to rip the seal off his bow. But he slams into a limit break and cranks his mana capacity way past what he thought was possible. He pulls the string back with razor-sharp focus, like the next second will decide everything. He cries out for the power to finally manifest. Power surges through man's body in a violent, unstoppable torrent. The bow ignites, blasting a blinding divine light straight into the dark. A brutal snap of sound slams into his head like a gunshot. He drops to his knees, screaming through excruciating pain. It feels like something inside his skull is cracking open like glass. He trips, then brushes it off and tells his friends, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He locks eyes with Lily and demands her trust. The forced intervention finally works, and the bow snaps into a whole new mode. This weapon has been turned into a god-tier tool of absolute creation. A gigantic shockwave detonates the moment the summoning kicks off. The pain ratchets up again, crushing him worse than before. He lunges his hand forward, and a glowing magic circle erupts into existence. A blinding golden arrow materializes in his grip, like the moment he held his fate. This is the arrow of Ymir, ready to rip through fate. It can twist every piece of matter into raw material for creation. Blood starts dripping from his eye. He brushes the recoil off and snaps at Lily to get ready. He's teetering right on the edge of blacking out. A gigantic magic circle unfurls right under their feet. He reaches for the spirit ring and the twilight scroll, summoning power in a snap. The moment his hand touches that ancient scroll, the link ignites and everything clicks into place. The system checks his creator status and confirms him for good. It's a dead giveaway. There's Iris, Lily, and Letitia all right there. Every last condition for the final ritual is met perfect, ready, and waiting. And waited. Then, bam! The pain drops out like a light switch, and his head snaps crystal clear. A monstrous earthquake rips through the entire island, shaking everything to the core. Only 56 seconds are left before everything detonates for good. Letitia snaps her power free, and everything around her starts to shake. Chains snap upward into the sky, stretching like they're trying to grab the heavens. She lunges and catches her target. A blazing meteor slams down in a blink of an eye. Fire howls as it streaks straight for the peak. Ku roars at his allies, shouting their names like the battle depends on it. They slam back with a thunderous roar. Frost bursts through the air like it's alive. Lily knocks up and lets the golden arrow fly. Everything crashes into him all at once. Volcano, meteor, frost, and the wild card of possibility all crash into each other at once. Ku slams out a plan to fuse them together through creation. He pours every last drop of his soul into the spell. Like nothing else in the world matters. He'll forge the bedrock again and snuff out every last flame. Everything he's been dreaming of is about to hit reality right now. He doesn't want anything short of a flawless, heart-melting, happy ending. He stood proud among his friends as that massive surge finally settled down. The link to the Twilight Scroll was cut off for good officially without a second chance. And that wind crushed the danger. Suddenly, the port city was safe again. Ku stared as the brand new island glimmered on the horizon, like the sea had just revealed a secret. His inner assistant erupted in praise for how brilliantly he used creation to survive the crisis, but the pressure crushed his mind until it couldn't take any more. The system had to plunge into a deep sleep to reboot its failing functions and get back online. Fresh recipes burst across his vision the second his ranks slammed into level 50 function. Now he could swap mana for rare materials in every craft he made. Suddenly, everything went blurry, and his head spun like the world got yanked out from under him. Iris sprinted after him, yanking the moment back before he hit the ground and collapsed. She threw her shoulder forward for him to lean on as Lily snapped into focus, checking his eyes. Lily's chest tightened as tears spilled out. She couldn't stop believing she'd let her duties down. They wrapped her in comfort and gestured toward their breathtaking masterpiece. The mountain blazed under the sun, sparkling like a giant diamond caught in midair. It stood there like a dazzling trophy to everything they'd fought for together, their grit, their teamwork, and every ounce of effort. Tidal stared in disbelief as that young man's power crashed over him like a storm. Then it hit him. He'd never beat a man who moved like a god. He poured out heartfelt gratitude, pledging his eternal thanks for saving his homeland. The old dragon threw his promise on the table, offering his strength for any job you'd ever need in the days ahead. Ku shot back a bright smile, but you could tell the smile cost her. She looked tired and still said yes. A crushing handshake locked in their brand new, unstoppable alliance. Right then, a spiritual contract snapped into existence for real. Tidal swore he'd stand watch as their ultimate guardian, ready to smash any threat that dared to come for them. The girls couldn't stop asking how a summon skill could forge a bond this strong. It looked like Q's power was leveling up to match the kind of person he truly was. With every step, he rewrote the rules of the world he brushed against. He couldn't shake the terrifying thought. Was he starting to turn into a calamity all his own? They stepped into the transport circle and dared to plunge into the unknown depths. The mouth of the mind was huge and perfectly sculpted, like it was built to swallow your thoughts whole. Who couldn't stop thinking about what wild treasures were hiding inside that cooling stone? They shoved deeper into the twisting maze of branching tunnels. Shab is branching. Golden silver veins crawled along every wall like living treasure. It was basically a treasure vault, a full-on museum stuffed with rare, priceless minerals. Sarara popped on a tiny hat and dove straight into digging for them. Gu tasked the slime goes hunting for the legendary ore, calcium, before it slips out of reach. That tiny creature skipped away into the dark, blazing with pure joy. Before long, a thunderous clanging rhythm roared through the entire cavern. The noise slammed into the stone walls and echoed like thunder. 30 minutes dragged by as they stayed trapped in that tunnel, counting the seconds like it was torture. A crushing shadow burst out of the darkness like it had been waiting all along. Sarara had swollen into a towering, monstrous giant, so massive it felt like the whole sky had to make room for her. They couldn't even wrap their heads around it. How did they grow that fast, that suddenly? Then the giant slime unleashed a brutal barrage, hurling enormous chunks of rock like they were nothing. Ku stared as a mountain of treasure rose up in front of him, piece by glittering piece. It was an insane mountain of raw or pure calcium ore, so unreal it felt like it couldn't exist. The title bluntly told you one terrifying truth. This metal has been dead and gone for hundreds of years. Who vowed that the mind would heal and return again and again for all eternity. The old dragon went stone, still, trapped in pure, total shock at the news. This treasure was so deadly that they couldn't safely keep it by themselves. So they marched straight to the guild, begging for real professional help. Now it was time to hit the port again, rethink everything, and plot their next move. All but Title stepped up and volunteered to personally stay behind, guarding the mind with his own 2 hands. He'd stay on guard, scanning every shady stranger for the smallest sign of trouble. A blazing mark flared on Ko's hand, lighting up to show the world their link. They'd stay linked forever through that magical crest. That final handshake sealed their goodbye right there on the dock. They leaned over and cheered hard as they clambered aboard their giant ship. They stared ahead at what tomorrow might bring as their ship tore across the waves. A blinding pillar of light suddenly erupts from that far-off island, and every citizen in the port can't help but stare. Panic surges through the streets as everyone whispers, "Did the dragon come back to burn us all?" Amelia strides up, lifts her voice, and steadies the terror-struck crowd with a single, commanding reassurance. She snaps that the Dragon Slayer is already here, and the fear just slowly drains out of the air. Later, in the hush of the meeting room, the Guildmaster loudly praises Amelia for her lightning-quick thinking. Ku huddles nearby, and embarrassment spikes so hard his cheeks burn with heat. The girls circling him whisper and snicker, and his bashful reaction only makes them giggle harder. He can't shake the feeling. Why is everyone gunning for him all at once, from every direction? Amelia strides and grinning wide, because she busted her butt to finish her duties fast. She couldn't wait to hear the whole story. Kao carefully breaks down everything that happened on the island, and even dials it down by calling Tidal just a researcher, so no one gets suspicious. The Guildmaster adjusts his glasses, then leans in and thanks Ku for saving their town once more. He swears to make sure the Ku gets every last drop of advantage from that newly discovered mind. Amelia jabs her chest with pure confidence and tells Ku to step back. She'll handle the brutal negotiations. Here, she swears that every last drop of profit will land straight in his hands. Ku locks eyes with her, that warm smile spreading, and he's instantly sure he can hand her this task with complete trust. The next day, the whole crew charges back to the island to run an official reserve, no messing around. The staff are left stunned as they uncover colossal veins of gold and silver buried deep in the earth. They point at those shimmering walls and gasp as the Oricum ore proves it's real. There, in the middle of it all, Tidal stands as the Guildmaster sinks into thought because both of Jess's grandparents were his childhood friends. The old man flashes a calm, quiet smile, and his gaze locks onto the horizon like it's hiding a secret. Ku stares right back, and that look hits him like a storm packed with decades of history. When night drops, they crowd into a pavilion and dig into a celebratory feast together. Ko starts thinking about using his creation magic to forge a passenger ship, because the usual transport has been delayed again. Right then, a towering dish gets rolled onto their table, and a mouth-watering wave of aroma crashes into the air. A massive mountain of seafood sails in on a wooden ship marked Dragon Slayer as their specialty, which end day, want to expending. Everyone barrels in like it's a festival, stuffing their faces with the local delicacies from every town they've hit. Even that slime jumps into the feast, and after what it just did with the ore, it shrinks down again. Before long, every plate gets wiped clean, and the whole crowd walks away grinning, totally satisfied. They wander down silent streets beneath the moonlight, soaking in the eerie calm. Letitia winks at Ku, grinning as she dares him to keep the night going, with Iris. She pokes it with playful mischief, and somehow the real meaning hangs in the air. Suddenly, the girls bolt into a sprint toward the inn, and the two of them are left standing there, totally behind. Ku and Iris stood there, alone, lit by the gentle glow of lanterns. After that brutal stretch of non-stop chaos, they finally decided to turn back and get some much-needed rest. Iris stares at her spear and whispers thanks, like he just handed her the one chance to finally be useful. Ku insists that he's the one who has to thank her for stopping the eruption and keeping everyone safe. Iris stops mid-mission and demands, "Tell me, did you even manage to repay your debt a little?" Ku stares at her and blurts out, "So what are you planning to do once all those favors get paid back?" He realizes she's already done more for him than he could ever ask for. A weird hesitation claws at his chest, like something deep inside just won't let him move. He leans in and presses her hard, desperate to find out what happens the moment that debt finally disappears. Ku frets that once her job as priestess ends, she'll just fade out of existence. Iris tilts her head down and admits she wants to stay by his side forever, no matter if it's even a bother. Ku freezes in shock, then rushes to reassure her, telling her she's a priceless companion and absolutely never a burden. He drags in a deep breath, then locks eyes with her. He tells her straight to her face that he cares about her, and he wants her to stay, no matter what anyone tries to trade or demand. Iris gapes at him, eyes huge with shock. A soft smile blooms across her face as she drinks in every word he says. She presses for confirmation one more time, and he answers instantly. No doubt, no pause. She finally blurts out the truth. She cares about him more than anything in the whole world. Who wouldn't want to freeze time and lock this perfect moment in place forever? Later, the Ku leader creeps off to the bath by himself while the slime dozes off, safely asleep. He's left speechless by the stunning facility, staring out at the night sea like it's painting the horizon. A shooting star tears across the sky above him, blazing like a promise. Boom! Savin. Alphamus an event hid. It vanishes in a blink, so quick it feels like a wish can't possibly move that fast. He can't stop thinking about Letitia, grinding through her long hunt for her missing brother. Right when he's done with his bath, he bursts into the hallway, and there she is. She tells him the rest have already called it a night and slipped into bed for the evening. Who can't help but wonder if her caring heart is all because she's an older sister. Letitia's smile vanishes. She goes dead serious and drops the bomb. She's finally tracked down where her brother is. They slip onto the balcony to talk in secret, away from everyone. She leans in and orders Ku to pull out the Twilight Scroll. Ancient parchment spills out a jaw-dropping truth. It charts the 5 greatest powers in their world. Letitia rips the disguise off a magic circle and yanks it from her brother's private storage. Ku jolts with a sharp gasp when it clicks. The emblem on that scroll is the exact same magic circle. Letizio snaps that the symbols aren't just marks. They're the very power that forces chaos to line up and brings order back. The real meaning of that emblem hangs there like a loaded blade, waiting to drop. It's the arrogant dragon and the greedy dragon, 2 overconfident monsters in one brutal symbol. Ku stood on the moonlit terrace, and the silence started to press in like a weight. Letitia locks eyes with him, and that piercing stare screams one thing: they might be related after all. He replays the Elder's warning in his head. His bizarre power isn't just for show, it's built to evolve items. She tells him the Greed Dragon can pull off the same power, an awakening identical to his. Sweat started pouring down his forehead as the truth finally hit and wouldn't let go. He leans in and asks if she's finally figured out what he really is. She flashes a tiny, knowing smile like she already knows how this story ends. She praises his kind soul, then snaps that greed keeps dragging him back every time he tries to save the people standing right in front of him. Then she drops the chilling truth. He's a calamity, something pulled in from beyond their world. The night air chills instantly, and the weight of her words slams into him. She bestows upon him the title of the Radiant Greed Dragon. when she calls him her precious younger brother. Rage hits, his fist clenches like a storm about to break. She paints the original dragon as a rampaging nightmare, built for nothing but total destruction. So he ditched that fate and chose a brand new rebirth human in a whole other world. He freezes, eyes wide, as he takes in her logic like it just hit him in the chest. That little comfort, no proof, doesn't even come close when the theory fits his entire life like it was written for him. She tells him, "Your lost memories will come back soon enough, so you'll know the truth is real and everything lines up." With soft hands, she reaches out and lovingly strokes his cheek. Who can't shake the feeling that his own system is playing it safe, like it's sealing the truth away in locked, safe mode silence. She tells him to slow down, because digging up the past doesn't need to be rushed. She swears she knows his heart because they're tied by the very same bond. Next morning, the sun bursts over the balcony, flooding everything in warm light. Ku huddles his friend's clothes and spills the whole truth because Letitia told him everything the night before. She's totally shocked. He's actually spilling a deadly secret like it's nothing. He lays it out plain and simple. If you want your team to survive, you've got to share the information clearly. No exceptions. They keep glancing between the two, as if they can't decide what to believe next. They both admit it. There's no way to ignore how ridiculously alike they look. Juria waves it off, insisting he's still the same Ku to her, no matter where he came from. Lily can't stop wondering, did his awakening finally crack the door open and let her escape her underground prison for good? She can't stop replaying the ancient legends, how the war god Warden battled the calamities head-on. Ku finally realizes that once you're a walking calamity, you're basically born to clash with the church. Long before now, Lily saw his otherworldly truth creeping into her dreams. Surya jolts in shock. How's he even supposed to use divine relics when he's branded as an enemy of the gods? Those legendary weapons have been with them in every single huge battle, turning the tide when it matters most. Lily throws out a wild new theory. What if he isn't just anyone, but the next successor to the war god? Or maybe he just crushed the greed dragon, stole its power, and turned it into his own. Ko realizes that if this theory is true, then him and Letitia aren't actually related at all. But somehow, both outcomes feel just as believable, and they leave you totally tangled. Lily lowers her gaze, and you can practically see her faith's past tearing at her heart. She swears she'll defend him to the bitter end, even if the whole church flips and turns on him later. Ku watches the birds streak across the sky as he pours his gratitude over her unshakable loyalty. The crew hustles down to the loud, bustling port, plotting their next voyage like it's about to change everything. At the checkpoint, a guard tries to block them, but the second he spots Ku, he freezes in place, rattled to his core by the sight of a living legend. He panicked and blurted, "Hand me a handshake," at the legendary dragon slayer. Surya couldn't resist teasing Kufra, watching him get completely rattled by his own sudden fame. He jerks his face out of sight, pleading with her to stop those humiliating jokes. He can't take it anymore. He glances over and realizes the others are standing way off in the distance. Letitia and Lily slip into the role of walls, pretending they're the scenery, so the two of them finally get room to breathe. Ku snaps his attention to the colossal ocean unfurling ahead of them. He readies the rare orichalcum, gearing up to forge a brand new vehicle from scratch. A blinding blast of light erupts across the entire harbor, swallowing everything in glare. Up in the sky, a massive shape starts to form out of nowhere, tearing reality open as it materializes. The construction is so massive, it makes the rest of the world look tiny. Nothing like this has ever been seen before. The girl's eyes went wide in pure shock as the light finally faded away. Out of nowhere, intricate machines rumble to life, and shimmering wings burst into view. Beams with pride, thrilled that his newest creation finally hit pay dirt. The legendary airship Brasner now glides in, right there, towering and majestic, hanging in the sky above them. It's a colossal flying fortress packed with terrifying, world-shaking power. Apche in Polar. Surya can barely wrap his head around it. How in the world can something that heavy actually take to the sky? The room swells way bigger than it looks, twisted by spatial distortion. A packed full house of care slimes, and an entire tiny army of them, fills the place, waiting for the crew inside. Letitia can't look away from the elegant artistic wings, like they're the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. Lily deciphers the vessel using the most sacred, ancient church legends as her guide. Ku's jaw drops when he realizes he didn't just copy a ship, he recreated one that belongs to the war god himself. This vessel carries a nightmare-level power that can warp the very fabric of space. Lily fires off a warning that someday, his destiny could drag him straight into a showdown with the sleeping god. Koki stands at the edge of the horizon, daring to shoulder the brutal road that's been set in front of him. The Resner ship is pure engineering wizardry. Every bolt feels like a masterpiece. Inside, the luxury feels unreal private suites, a top-tier restaurant, a lively bar, and even a full casino waiting to swallow you in. Ku storms the group through the lavish halls, and everyone just stares in awe at the sights ahead. Iris can't believe how much her life flips the second she meets him. Now she's soaking up a world of non-stop luxury. As they stare out the windows at the clouds, the sheer size of their brand new home hits them like a wave. Lily can't stop thinking, how in the world are they going to run that giant ship without a giant crew? Kuja flashes a grin and tells them the ship's got a special effect sealed onto it. They burst into the high-tech command room and kick off the operation. Ku connects to the main system, then braces herself to trigger the summoning protocol. Suddenly, a wall of smoke explodes across the floor. Lily gasps as shocking white puffs burst through the room. Eninem, but siding entire prost, and Tain, dad. A burst of bright, cheerful voices echoes as dozens of care slimes pop out of thin air. They sprinted straight at Ku, practically vibrating with joy at finally seeing their master again after all that time. These creatures are usually chained to the underground city, like they never see the light. Ku leans in and explains it. This spatial distortion trick makes the ship feel like their own home, so they can cook in the kitchen and roam the halls like nothing ever changed. Lily is instantly captivated by those round, helpful workers. A slime throws a dramatic plea for a cup begging for nothing less than a pat on the head. He happily obeys, then savors the soft touch of his loyal servant with a delighted grin. Soon, the whole swarm is fighting to win his attention. Iris finally loosens her guard for one dangerous, breath-stealing second. Slimes explode in from every angle, piling onto her in a squishy swarm as she shrieks in total shock. Once the hype fades, who's the first to spot that someone's gone? They spot Letitia at the bar, sipping like she owns the place, casually chatting with a slime sporting a mustache. Ku spots a familiar face in the crowd, and it hits him like he already knows them. It was the slime in the glasses who once pulled off control of the underground city's deep layer region. He's stunned that Ku still remembers the part he played in the ancient vault. This humble backer was the one who steered them through their darkest, most brutal nights. Iris keeps her eyes on Ku, watching his perfectionism and stubborn need to protect everyone never, ever slip. He just wants to stretch out his hand and save everything he can reach. Lily stares at his hands, shocked by how big they are and how solid and reliable they feel. Staring at his palm like it holds a secret, he remembers when those same hands were only meant to bang out words on a keyboard. Once the tour ends, the whole crew drops into the onboard restaurant and finally breathes. The meal hits like a masterpiece, every bite crafted to the absolute highest standard. Out of nowhere, a slime dressed to the nines rolls up and sets a tray down in front of him. It stacks up a tower of fruit-packed pancakes, and somehow, they look exactly like the ones you've seen before. Ku and Iris snap to it. This is the exact same meal they tasted back when they were learning about ancient civilizations. The slime beams tore through the darkness, and boom, it revealed the cook from back then was behind it too. Lily couldn't stop a sharp streak of jealousy when she heard about their past adventures. She can't stop wondering what her life would look like if she'd joined them from the very beginning. Who would ever picture a world where they all end up forming a party in Onin? Right in the middle of their peaceful lunch, a brutal status report slams in. The ship is cleared for departure. They turn back toward town, ready to slam out their last preparations before everything goes down. A massive crowd packed the docks, buzzing with excitement as they all stared up at the flying wonder. Milia flashes them a wave, eyes sparkling, as she realizes the legendary Dragon Slayer really outdid himself this time. Who dares her to hop on their journey to the capital? Warris, all way, and turned to action to wage descending. Milia nods and says, "Sure, but there's a die-hard fan waiting for me at the guild." Ku's totally baffled by the idea of having a fan. Suddenly, the door explodes open, and a man staggers in crying pure happiness. It's Relic, and joy bursts in his chest as he finally catches up. Hubbard, a noble scholar, drops into a seat and finally catches his breath. He spots the care slime cradled in Iris's arms and instantly erupts into a terrified scream. He snaps at them, demanding to know how a creature from the ruins is roaming around outside. The second they bring up the flying ship, Relic snaps, straight up loses his mind. Ku tries to calm him down, but the scholar is practically vibrating with pure, non-stop excitement. Sharara bursts in and calls itself your travel. Ready companion slime, able to go anywhere because of Ku. Relic finally clocks it. Ku has turned the impossible into something that happens every single day. He's completely frozen when he realizes a whole army of slimes is hauling the ship forward. Relic gets invited to jump aboard the voyage, and he says yes on the spot, no hesitation at all. He runs into Lily and nails it instantly. She's a shrine maiden of the war god. He tells you his archaeology training made him a straight-up master of divine lore. He clocks it instantly. Ku's already got the legendary blade Graham in his hands. Relic drops a chilling rumor. People swear a holy lance is sleeping just beyond the city walls. Ko casually tosses it toward him and goes, "You mean this one? You mean this one?" He tells you how he forged the holy dragon lance Fimbule, hammering it out with a broken spear and a dragon shield. Relic's jaw drops as the god-tier artifact is casually flaunted like it's nothing, and pure disbelief rips out of him in a scream. Ku then blurted out that he's got a divine bow too, like, that's the last thing anyone expected. Relic crumples onto the sofa, wheezing for breath as the girls burst into giggles. Letitia steps forward and proudly introduces herself as an rank adventurer. Relic hears her name and suddenly clocks the truth. She isn't just any girl, she's the second princess of Northia. He gapes at Ku, utterly shattered by the truth of what's happening. Ku hauled together divine artifacts, 2 shrine maidens, and even a princess, like he was taking the squad on a totally casual trip. Relic plunges a hand into his bag, then leans in and says, "You've got to see this, trust me, it's important." He yanks out a tiny treasure and makes everyone crowd in to inspect it. A flawless, perfectly smooth orb just sits there, cradled on a soft cushion like it's waiting for something huge. Relic leans in and tells you they just unearthed it in ancient ruins, way out near a far-off town. He locks eyes with Q and demands his expert take. Ko snatched the object and got ready to unleash his skills. He realizes it's a busted recording crystal, one that once trapped sights and sounds inside. Memories of the same kind of crystals in that underground city slam through his mind like lightning. Like lightning, Relic slumps hard the second he hears. The device is totally useless right now. Out of nowhere, Sarara the slime springs up and blurts, "I'll fix that crystal." Relic is bursting with excitement and practically begs for help, all to protect history. Who in their right mind would even ask how that slime managed to fix something that broken? Sarara starts kneading its body into the orb, pressing and flattening it from every angle. Ku just stands there with a sweat bead on his face, staring like he's watching someone bake bread. Relic and the crew gear up and hit the road back to the main ship. Ku and Iris roll up to Branch Chief Jess to hash out their last game-changing plans. Jess gives them his full support and fires off a heartfelt thank you, because they saved the port, not once, but twice. Ku and Iris lock eyes, and a quiet pride sparks between them. Right then, a young woman bursts in on the scene and demands to know what they've got planned for the night. She slides a fancy invitation into Ku's hands, stamped with a tiny cat seal. Ku's eyes widen when she finds out the whole town has thrown them a massive farewell party. He's overwhelmed by the kindness of the people he managed to save. The whole crew huddles up and agrees. They'll show up to the celebration as one big team. Back on the ship, Relic can't stop staring. This insane flying tech has him totally hooked. The little slime companions trail after him like bodyguards, making sure he doesn't land himself in trouble. Inside the lab, the air crackles with the bone-deep hum of ancient power. The slimes hustle without stopping, frantically repairing the damaged crystal. Who locks his eyes on the orb, burning to know what wild secrets it's about to spill. Just as the party kicks off, the whole crew barrels into the seaside pavilion. The whole town explodes into cheers, shouting for their dragon-slaying hero like it's the greatest day of their lives. Ku strides in with a humble face, and his friends trail right behind him. He slips into the crowd and raises a toast with everyone, celebrating like it's going out of style. The room blazes with noise and crackling energy. Ku can't believe his luck. He's getting the warmest goodbye imaginable. On the day everyone leaves, the port is slammed with people, shoulder to shoulder, and buzzing with anticipation. The crowd goes wild, waving their arms and yelling their loudest good wishes. Ku's jaw drops when he realizes there's a whole fan club in town cheering for him. The woman stands tall and proudly announces she's an honorary member. Jockin, Bo, the rest of the crew bursts into laughter and tells them, Wait, sign me up too. Let me join the club. Those massive wings unfurl. So wheeze, can, to a mutter. The crowd erupts in a deafening roar. As those cool waves crash in one last time, we're shouting goodbye. Below, he just grins like he knows exactly what's coming next. The flying ship slices through the horizon and glides straight into the open sky. They rip away from the coastal city and surge toward the royal capital. The vessel's speed is so insane it blows past anything normal transport could ever dream of. He suddenly slams the brakes and panics. He realizes he's left something huge behind. He absolutely regrets not hitting that famous casino before he ever left. He fires the thought into his mind. Once the ceremony ends, he'll be back. Iris brings it up on the way back. She's dying to hit those hot springs again. They decide to backtrack on the way home. The squad gets hauled into the laboratory, where the results are ready to blow their minds. The slime finally conks out, glasses wobbling as it collapses into deep sleep after draining itself with that brutal effort. Sarara grips the newly repaired crystal and braces to fire it up. A massive holographic screen jolts on in the lab, flickering like it's about to reveal something huge. Ko watches as dusty, ancient presentation slides burst onto the screen. A wild report spills the details of a transmigrator's summoning plan. The mission was simple: pull a hero or a sage out of another world and bring them here. But the ritual collapsed, and it wiped out hundreds of mages, leaving comas in its wake. Monsters tore the facility apart, and the plan got shut down for good. Who spots something fishy in the historical records? An eerie mismatch that just doesn't add up. Relic leans in and tells him the underground city wasn't destroyed at all. Ku demands answers. If the plan got scrapped, then why is he still stuck in this world at all? He finally drops the bombshell. He's from a world where magic doesn't exist at all. Relic and the others are stuck in sheer bone-deep shock, frozen solid like their minds just hit a wall. Letitia finally gets it. This is exactly what the spirit ring was trying to say. Ku finally throws out an apology, admitting he's kept his identity hidden for far too long. Letitia flashes a bright smile and tells him, straight up, that all she cares about is one thing: being a good person. She leans in and tells him, soon, I need more about your world. Who cares if Relic blows up when he finds out about the secret? Relic bursts into sudden screams, giddy about discovering a magicless civilization. He grabs Ku and begs him to spill every last detail about his home, nothing left out.